This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Feels amazing. It's unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Olowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Alexis flamed out. Alexis flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyrs is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
Good morning, hello, and welcome to Finals Day. It's Buggyland, and it is Sunday morning. The sun has not yet come up. We are racing under the lights, but we're about to get started. We are very pleased to have Will Venables.
Hello, hello, hello.
Talking us through the action this morning. Hopefully we'll get some timing on the screen. And the racing will start very soon. What are we starting with? E-Buggy Sport Group
So
B.
Yeah, I think it's the B main for E-Buggy Sport about to go up. The first race of the day, the finals day here at Buggyland 11. Brought to you by EuroRC.com, J Concepts and Scampi Rosso. So these guys are just getting set up. I can't tell they're on the grid yet. I think our cameraman will move and have a look in a moment. Nope. Looks like the pits are open for these guys, so we're just going to get a warm-up lap or two in. So this is the second of the triple A mains. They had the first round of A mains late last night. Nope. So, and I think it's 2 from 3 to count as usual. Looks like the track is pretty loose out there while the temperatures are pretty low at the moment. But I expect once the sun comes out, the track will start to get some more traction and lap times will come down. So I think these guys are about to get lined up now. It will be Lewis that'll be leading us off.
Just missing one or two marshals, it would appear.
Naughty, naughty. So let's see what the schedule looks today. So it looks like after this we're going straight into the B final of E-Buggy Pro, then into E-Truggy 35. E-Buggy Sport, then Intermediate, and then Pro. So Ongaro did take leg number 1 yesterday. I believe Canas took second in E-Buggy with a pretty good move on the last few laps. Right, I'm going to be quiet and let these guys get ready.
6, 5, 4, 3. Thank you.
Jump start from Lewis there. But all these guys are all underway for the first day of the final day of Buggyland 11. Looks like Lewis just gets caught on the inside a little bit. Loses track position, doesn't make some mistakes, tries to get on the inside there, but I think he sort of, I don't want to say tagged second place, but I think that's going to drop him well back. Well, as I say that, I think he has managed to salvage a second place there. So it is going to be Jeremy in the 2, I believe, who's leading at the moment. These guys are really struggling to get traction from the looks of it. These guys have been the first guys out on the track. The track was watered last night. I'm not sure it was watered this morning, so I guess it's going to take a little bit of time for the dust to go off the line and the traction to come up. But these guys are going around the rumble section for the first time. It looks like Lewis manages to get back in front already through the inside on the 180 there over the Euro RC double section. So it looks like at the moment it's regulation order for the top 2, and it looks like car number 4 moves up from 4th to 3rd, and that's, I'm going to say, it's going to Gilles Booty up to the 3rd spot. And Sarah Sanchez moving up to the 4th. So watching these two guys coming through the centre section for the second time by. Jeremy almost looking for a move on the inside there, but it doesn't make it stick. He's doing the right thing, not going for a move that wasn't really open. These guys keeping it clean so far for the left-hand side of the track over to J Concepts J. The second time, and he just over-jumps it. They both get squirrely, so these guys definitely not making it easy for each other. So they're going over the Euro RC double section now and over the Scampi Rosso sweeper. So they're on their 3rd lap at the moment. Also starting the 3rd lap, going over the doubles towards the backside. So the gap is about 0.5 of a second, but I wasn't sure if that was a small bubble there from Jeremy. That's going to put him down ever so slightly. As I say that, he's made some pretty good ground through the centre section. You can see the guy that's really struggling to get the power down, especially through the 180 sections there. But I don't think that'll be a problem for too long. We are still under the lights for now, so it's definitely affecting the track at the moment, the low temperatures. So Lewis is on a 49.7 there. That's the fastest lap of this race so far. Jeremy did a 50.6, so the gap at the moment is 1.4 seconds. But if these guys go wide or get a good line through a section, they can make the time back pretty quickly. As I say, you can see there that Jeremy had a pretty good line through there, but still going to say it's about a second gap in the moment. So we're going to keep with these guys for the moment. Keep on these guys in the moment as it's the closest battle on track. But I think it's safe to say Lewis is starting to extend his lead a bit. I'm going to say it's about 2 seconds, maybe less now. And it's definitely going to be longer now as Jeremy gets it wrong through the rumble section. And that's going to cost him, looks like 4 seconds then. So we're going to follow Lewis at the moment and see what the next closest battle is on track. And I'm going to say we drop down to second place. Is that, I can't see if it's Matt or James on the camera.
Oh, it's me.
Oh, it's Matt. There we go. Can't see. So I think this is the next closest battle at the moment. So Jeremy's definitely got some work to do if he wants to try wheel in first place. But he's still got 6 minutes to do it. Anything can happen. But Lewis has just done a 48.7, which has gone a second quicker than his previous lap. So I think it's pretty safe to say at the moment he's starting to get into a zone. Unless he has a terrible mistake, he might be able to extend that. But just saying that, he has just done a 50.1, but Jeremy has just done a 50.4. So the gap at the moment is pretty maintained at the moment between first and second. But Jeremy has extended his lead to 3.7 now from third place. So I'm going to say we're going to keep with these guys for now as they're sort of in camera view for the moment, but they are approaching lapped traffic now. I think Lewis has got is getting through, no issues so far. And second place gets through with not too much of an issue either.
Oh.
Always gets in the way there, that car does. So see what? So Jeremy's pretty much doing consistent 50-second laps, but it looks like Lewis has just done another 48.9. So he's really going to have to put the hammer down if he wants to catch up to first place leader Lewis Maria Moran at the moment. So is Jeremy going through the top section at the moment? I can't tell if that is Lewis or if it's a. Looks like there's a back mark again in the way there. It's going to cost Jeremy a bit more time that time by. So it is currently Lewis in the lead and Jeremy in second. Gilly's Bazoo in third. Apologies if I butchered that name. But looks just saying that Lewis has just done a 47.9, so he's going quicker and quicker. My guess is going to be the dust is definitely starting to settle off. I'm starting to get the line back on the track. As he's navigating through traffic, he seems to be doing okay, and I have a feeling that is your leader. Or no, maybe it's not. They do have similar colours, my mistake. I think that is lap traffic, my apologies. So hopefully these guys in the second section will let Jeremy through, and he does. This driver does as well, but I don't know, it looks like Jeremy getting a little wrong coming out, so he's going to have to go back for the back marker again. So let's see what the next closest battle is on track. At the moment, Lewis has just had a 15.3 second lead, so he's pretty much checked out and gone as it stands. So there is about 2 minutes to go, so I think we'll finish this lap with Jeremy and we'll go back to the leaders. And we'll give Lewis some glory on the camera. We're saying that Lewis did just have a 51-second lap. However, I think unless he does that another 2-3 times, I think he's pretty safe at the moment. So let's go to the leader. He is about 15 seconds in front, Matt. So I'm going to assume he's going through the centre section now. I think it's going to be that car there coming down now. I believe that is our leader, car number 1, Lewis Maria Moran, navigating through the left section, over the backside, the Matrix banners, over the J Concepts J over the double. And I'll see if I can find out if he took the win yesterday. This is sport. And he did indeed take the win yesterday in leg number 1, so this will wrap it up for him if he gets this leg. And I'm saying he's just made a mistake, but I think luckily he's got almost a 20-second lead, so I don't think that's going to cost him, but not too much. I don't think it's going to affect his track position by any means, so I think he's safe. So he's going through the J Concepts J again. I think he's going to have this lap and one more, so hopefully the lap traffic won't get in his way for the Euro RC section. I was on my toes there thinking he was going to get caught, but I think he's been alright. So he's coming through the Scampi also sweeper now. Over the double away from us. So he's looking to wrap this up in 2, get it done early. So in leg 3, he can either sit it out if he really wants, or he can go and just go out there for fun, but he won't have any pressure now to try win because he's already done that. But I don't want to call it too soon because anything can happen. But these E-Bugs are pretty reliable as compared to the Nitro cars, so I think it's safe to say as long as he doesn't have a mistake or catastrophic error, he should be okay. So hopefully the back marker will let him through the final lap, and the back markers, I know they're trying their best, but I think the timing's already a little bit out. So it looks like Lewis Maria is going to take the win there of eBuggy Sport. B main number 2. It's going to be Jeremy in the 2 and Gillies in the 3, with Eric in the 4 and Tilio in the 5. Followed by Nachos, Jeremy, Bruno, Dimitri, Sarah, Jon, Salif, Manuel, Eric, Jer and Andres. That'll be your finishing order. So I believe next up we have the B main of eBuggy Pro. So I'm not sure there's any big names in this one. Hopefully we should make some good racing.
There's a Baldo.
There's a Baldo.
Brian's in it. Brian Baldo's in this next one. Well, I haven't seen the driver's list, but I see him waiting to take his place in driver's stand. Oh, and David Todd, the B Euros champion as well.
Oh, there we go. Did Oscar not bump up last night? In fact, I'll check. eBuggy off-road. No, it looks like he didn't bump up yesterday, so I'm going to assume that... I'm not actually sure if there's bump ups in electric. I'm sure there is.
It's raining.
It's raining?
Yeah, it's definitely doing a bit of rain out the sky, a bit of water coming out the sky, and just making me think about some of the equipment that's out there. Might want to just grab a few things in. I think so. Meanwhile, watching on the stream, thank you to everyone watching along. David Uri sends us the F1 car emoji with smoke emanating from its rear tyres. Mario MG, good morning, with some emojis. PLB 009 is waving. Hoosier RC simply says 2 a.m. Where are you? Hang on one sec.
I think they are if I'm right,
yeah.
They're the track in Indiana. I think they just hosted the J Concepts INS.
I mean, it's just after 11 p.m. in LA, so okay. Who's your RC? Where are you watching from? Wherever it is, thank you, and thanks for your commitment to watching RC racing at 2 in the morning. Good morning, lads, from an RC Racing TV hero, John Moore and Lee Carlton. Here we go for some fantastic, fun-filled, awesome RC racing. Thanks, fellas, for giving us great footage to watch. And thanks for watching. If it wasn't for you, we probably wouldn't be bothering to do it. So thanks for joining us. And yeah, we didn't expect it to rain today, but it is actually doing a bit of rain.
Why don't you see, Matt, once this running order disappears, maybe we can zoom in and somewhere we can see the rain. I don't think it's drastic. I'm going to assume... Oh, it is actually a lot more drastic than I thought.
Ah, that's rain.
So this is going to make things interesting now.
Yeah.
So this is the pro B main going up. So it would definitely be interesting. So it is David Todd starting on pole, and Oscar in the 2. I'm going to assume Oscar had a bit of an unlucky weekend, because I think he was also in the B main for Nitro Buggy too. It's not been a weekend for him to remember, I guess, but it happens to the best of us. Oscar showing us that even a driver with caliber does have off weekends as well, and that's racing. But I'm sure he'll play the bump game in Nitro. I think he did win his Nitro main yesterday, so I'm pretty sure he's bumped up. In fact, while we're waiting, I will check where he did end up.
Okay, drivers ready, marshals out, 10 seconds.
So Clement did take the win yesterday in Nitro Buggy in the C main. Oscar took the 2. I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna watch this eBuggy A main go out. So B main pro underway. So it is David Todd out in front of Oscar Baldo in the 2. Looks like regulation order so far as it stands. No, doesn't look like any mistakes or crashes from the back end so far. So it is David Todd in the Mugen machine out in front, followed by Oscar Baldo in the 2, which I believe is running the X-Ray. With Hugo Abez in the 3. There's 2 Baldos in this one. I didn't realise, my mistake. So a pretty clean start from the top 5. These guys going around, I think is regulation order at least for these guys. And indeed it is. So the gap at the moment after the first lap is 0.7 of a second. I'm trying to see if it's still raining or not, because but it will definitely make it interesting for these guys. So it is. So it is David Todd out in front. It looks like I'm going to assume there was while I took my eye off things, I'm assuming there was a small error from Hugo there. So it looks like Hugo has managed to get up 1 spot. Actually, no, it looks like the order has changed again, unless I'm getting confused with which car is who. So we'll follow these 2, because these guys seem to be the battle for 2nd place at the moment.
Yep.
So it is Hugo. So he has gained 1 spot in front of Oscar Baldo, of Brian Baldo there, sorry. So these guys going through the Scampi Rosso sweeper. A little bit wide for Hugo there, but lucky didn't cost him too much. So these guys, it definitely looks pretty slippy out there. So it looks like traction is a little bit lower. The fastest lap so far is a 45.1. So definitely going to say rain is a little bit of a factor at the moment, probably costing these guys at least a second or 2 a lap, at least compared to similar conditions yesterday. You guys definitely sliding through the centre section and through the tight corners. So I'm assuming, looks like David Todd might have had a small error, because the gap is closed between 1st and 2nd. But the lap times were pretty similar. But the gap at the moment is at 1.7 in David Todd's favour. So Hugo getting showing us a little bit of a whip there. So he's going over to step up, going through the centre section. It just shows that if you guys, you can just get those 2 sections in the middle there pretty neat and tidy, you can just gain so much time. You can already see now the gap is starting to close up more and more. These guys going up through the left-hand section now. David Todd, I believe, is an Englishman. I don't know if he resides in Spain or not. I feel like Matt knows more than I do.
He's Spanish.
Oh, he is Spanish.
Born in Ireland, and his dad's Irish.
Ah, so that explains the name. I was guessing, hoping that'd be right, but I'm wrong. So David Todd going up towards the top section for the 4th time, and the gap is 0.7. So, like I said, these guys going for the centre section, you can see just there how much Hugo was able to pull in there, but it looks like he lost a little bit of time going on the outs, trying to get lined up for that double in front of us. So the gap has been pretty maintained at 0.7, but Hugo just did a 44-second lap that time by, and looks like the gap is going to close up more this time. The gap is 0.7 again, but Hugo got a 44 dead, and so did David Todd. So these guys are starting to get closer and closer to each other now. So David Todd's going to have pressure from behind Hugo Bears in the 3 car. So I believe David did take the win in B main number 1 yesterday. This is your B main number 2 on track at the moment. And maybe Matt, I don't know, and he gets a little bit wide. I'm going to assume it's still racing, unless, I don't know if Matt can look at the corner of his eye.
What's that?
Is it still raining?
Oh. I think it might have eased off a bit.
Okay, so I think it has eased off a bit. So I think the rain was just was temporary, luckily enough. So David Todd going through the Euro RC double section now. Looks like he has extended his lead a little bit at the moment. So now it's 1.3 seconds, and David Todd did do a 43.8 there, which is the fastest lap of the race that time by. He's going over the step up section there, going for the centre section. So these guys are approaching halfway distance at the moment. So it is David Todd in the Mugen machine. And I'm unfortunately not sure what Hugo is running, but I'm sure someone will correct me in the comments. So David Todd navigating for the J Concepts J. He gets lucky just to get stopped by the pipe, so he didn't go over the pipe then. He goes over the URC double-double section. Nicely done. With his Scampi Rosso sweeper. And it looks like Hugo got a better line through there. Maybe, I think, looks like from hearing from the guys, it's starting to get really bumpy over that Scampi Rosso sweeper. So they're saying, like, they reckon by finals it's going to have to be an alternate line. They have to be pretty careful over that. These guys are approaching traffic now. I'm hoping he won't be a factor, and that's the right way to do it. So Hugh thinks for the back markers there, staying out the way and letting us focus on the top two here. With just over 4 minutes to go, so it is still David Todd out in front at the moment, has been leading from tone to tone. Hugo Abez in the 2 spot. These guys going over the double-double section. As you can see there, just looks like Hugo seems to get a better line, and I thought he was going to make a move, but he doesn't. There wasn't a big enough gap there. It was about these guys going over to the top section now. David Todd keeping it really tight through the step-up section there. It seems like Hugo has the edge for that section, but I think he just went a little bit too hot into the corner there. Losing a little bit of time, but he's still definitely within overtaking distance. So I see there again, just the line seems, I'm not sure if it's from the track being watered last night or the rain affecting the line, but see, just if you're not absolutely pinpoint on that Cosmic line, that's it. But we did see yesterday, once the track warms up, the line did get a lot wider, so it's a bit more wiggle room for the guys, not having to be as tight and on the line. But anyways, David Todd through the step up with just about 3 minutes to go. The gap currently is 0.9 of a second. I'm going to say it's going to be a little bit more this time by. So get over to J Concept J, over the rumble section. He's the gap this time by, and it is 0.9 again. So Hugo getting now 43.2. So it looks like the rain has definitely stopped, and the track is starting to dry up a bit. It looks like David Todd got a little bit wide, getting on power there through the top section, and that's closed him right up back into David Todd. David Todd doing a really good job here, soaking up the pressure, not making any major mistakes so far. And Hugo Abez just seems like, I don't know if he's pushing too hard like there, and he's lost a whole bunch of ground on David Todd. So all that work he did, he's now going to have to do again. If these guys go around for the 11th time. The gap now is 2.9, so Hugo definitely has a lot of work to do in 1 minute and 45 to go. So we'll stick with these guys as it's the closest race on track. David Todd just running a nice, smooth, clean, consistent race. No heroics. I think from the corner of my eye, I did see a mistake for Hugo, so that is going to... In fact, no, there wasn't a mistake, sorry. I think I saw the marshal getting another car there. So we'll see if Hugo's made any ground this time by. But David does go for the rumble strips again. And he's got this lap and one more, and I think Hugo has... He brought the gap down slightly by 3/10, so it is 2.6 now. It was close to 3 last time by. David Todd just clipping the pipe. I don't think that cost him too much time. You can see now the sun's starting to come up now. The clouds are starting to disappear as the sun shines through. I'm going to hope this driver here will do the right thing and let him through, and yes, he does. So David Todd going through for the penultimate time. Goes over the step up. For the double and for the J Concept J. We've got 30 seconds to go, so this will be our last lap now as he comes through. Hugo's going to be throwing absolutely everything at it, but David Todd's just been driving an absolute clean, smooth race. I don't think he's had a single marshal at all. So the gap was 2.6 there, so as long as he doesn't have any major mistakes, I think David Todd is going to take this one and take the overall win in the E-Buggy Pro B main. He did take the win last night in the first main. So, but anyway, I don't want to jinx anything. So as David Todd goes over the left-hand section now, over the double and over the J Concepts J. I think all he's got to do is get over the rumble strips, and he is going to be your B main pro winner here at E-Buggy, and he is. And that is David Dollar takes the win in pro E-Buggy. B main, number 2. I think Hugo did everything he could towards the end to try close the gap. He did get back down to 1.8, but it sadly wasn't enough for him. So next up, I believe, is E-Truggy final.
Sun's trying to break through the clouds, but it's still very grey and it's still pretty cold out here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit nippy for a bit. But we are seeing lap times come down. I mean, these guys are no slouch by any means, so the track is definitely a little bit slow at the moment. The lights are still on, so currently still under the lights. So it is Adrian Piente that will be leading us in this one. I think he took the win last night in E-Truggy A-Main number 1. And I'm sure he'll be looking to seal the deal in I don't want to say A-Main because there's only one final for E-Truggy for these guys. So for the sake of it, I'll say A-Main. But it looks like it was Adrian that took the win last night with Harold in the 2, Nicola Crescenti in the 3. So I think Adrian had a pretty good battle yesterday in Nitro Truggy. Am I right, Matt? Pretty nail-biting finish.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, he did have a good finish. Well, no, that was Daniel.
Oh, it was Daniel? Ah,
yes.
My apologies.
Yes. Is he in this one?
No.
No.
It's Adrian.
It's Adrian, the younger of the Parientes. Both incredibly fast, talented racers in their own right. But yeah, Adrian's the younger of the 2.
But where can they watch the final from yesterday, or are we posting this on RC Racing TV?
Yeah, if you missed the Truggy A-Main yesterday, Nitro Truggy A-Main,
and the end is worth it.
You need to watch that race.
Absolutely worth it.
And we will be uploading it as its own clip to YouTube in a bit, so you can watch the whole thing.
So I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but all I'm going to say, it was pretty nail-biting last lap, so definitely check it out.
Nail-biting / confusing / yeah, all the recipe that you need, really.
And you do have to be very crazy, so
exactly.
it obviously matches up with the slope, the turn of the race. So this is E-Truggy A-Main number 2. Adrian Priente will be starting on pole. So I'll let these guys go into the countdown. Cass RC saying good luck, Carol. And best of luck to him.
Richard Corentin, Pedro Gómez, Nuno, Panagiotis Tercis to Marshall, okay, Brian.
And nice to see a Brazilian representing E-Truggy. Let us know who he is, we'll give him a shout out.
Gracias. Alex Valls. Alex Valls a recoger. Alex Valls, necesitamos que
We're having a martial roll call. That's what's happening right now. It's these early starts.
Drivers ready.
Oh.
10 seconds.
I think we're going to 10. So good luck to Vinicius Vargas in the 9 spot.
5, 4,
jumps up from Cullen before there from Morgan. So off and underway for the A main E-Truggy leg number 2. So it looks like Adrian's making a pretty quick start. He's not messing around in this one. So he approaches the top section for the first time over the step up. Good air, getting some good air. Good go there. So getting good air over the double section. So he goes through he now gets through the centre section with Harold in a 2. He's definitely starting to break away a bit, but as I say that, it looks like Adrian gets a little bit on the dust, and the next thing you know, Harold is right back on his tail. But Adrian, an absolute pretty talented driver. Done really well in the A mains for, well, I say you haven't started yet, but the A main for E-Buggy and being in the main for Nitro A main. Buggy, sorry. So he goes through the centre section. He goes through, sorry, not centre section, the left-hand section. Right section, I can't even talk today. To the top section. To the step up. So the gap in a moment, he's already got a 1 second gap to second place Harold. So Adrian going to the left-hand section for the second time, goes over to J Concepts J. He's not extending as quickly as I thought he would. So we'll see the gap this time by. It looks like he got a little bit wide there. The gap is extended by 0.5 a second to 1.5. So Adrian just did a 44.7 that time by, and Howard did a 45.2. But I'm sure once these guys get into a groove, that'll be it. Adrian Piente out in front. The Techno Machine going through the centre section now. It still looks like it's pretty loose offline. As these guys seem to be going a little bit wide here and there. Don't know if the track is still a little bit slippy. We did have a little bit of rain just before this heat in the Pro Buggy B main. So the gap is 2.6 now, so it definitely looks like Piente's getting in his rhythm. And it looks like we have a broken car there. So unlucky for that car there. So Adrian for the step up. We'll probably follow Adrian for another lap, and I think we'll probably go to the next closest battle, will probably be second and third, but we'll do that at the end of this lap. So Adrian navigating through traffic. Over the left-hand section. Matrix banners over to J Concepts J. So I think it's like a pretty good lap from Adrian, and it is a 44.2. So let's go one car back to Harold. At the moment, this is the next closest battle on track. So I think it's Harold there in the red and blue body with the yellow wheels and wing. So Harold definitely wanted to seal a second place spot on the podium. And Niccolo definitely wanting to have that second spot. But the gap at the moment between those two is about 2.5 seconds. So I think it's safe to say Niccolo's got a little bit of work to do, but there's still 6 minutes on the clock and anything can happen. It looks like the gap has extended, or my timing system is frozen a little bit. So the gap is extended to about 2.5 in Harold's favour. So these guys running some E-Truggy action. Especially when you compare these cars to the buggies, they're so much bigger, obviously. But it looks like the guys like in tyres. I don't know how the guys glue them up because they're so using pretty big tyre bands. So the gap at the moment is maintaining about 2.6. So I think we'll go one car back, Matt, just to give Niccolo some camera. We'll go to the top section. Going over the step up. So Adrian's lead is about 4.8 seconds at the moment. So he's pretty much starting to extend and get into a groove. Looks like a back mark getting in the way there. So it's Nicola Crescente in the free. I think the gap's going to be extended this time by, and it is. The gap between second and third is 3.1. So with about 4 minutes left to go, anything can still happen. But we are past halfway distance, and looks like Nicola just gets on 2 wheels there just before the step ups. These guys are navigating traffic now. Hopefully they shouldn't be a factor, and they're not. And hopefully these guys here will do the right thing and let them through. And it looks like I can't tell if Howell's had an error with the traffic or not.
No, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, well, maybe the cars are pretty similar. Paint scheme. So no, it's not. Howell is safe in second.
Howell's here.
And the gap between second and third now is 4.6 seconds. So I think for the last minute, I think we'll go to car number 1. Go to our leader who's in the center section there, Matt. He's going towards the left-hand side now. So that is Adrian Piente, the Techno man. And he's just on his, starting his 9th lap now, and that was his fastest lap that time by was a 43.6. The track definitely starting to gain some more traction and grip and getting quicker and quicker. Looks like it's a mark. Someone having to get to a marshal there. Matt saying earlier on that is probably the worst place you could be to have a crash. I think Matt had a good name for it, if I'm not mistaken.
It's had various names, like I think we were calling it the Valley of Doom at one point.
The Valley of Doom. That's probably the last place you want to crash.
Yeah.
Because you can't, because the undulations are a lot bigger than it looks in camera. Once the car's down there, not even the marshals can see it that well unless they saw that car crash. Exactly, yeah.
Once you're down there, you're
doomed.
No one can hear you scream, that's the thing.
So that's 2.5 minutes to go. It is a 6-second lead in Adrian's favour. The gap is not as big as I thought it would have been. But he has seemed to check out for the most part. But he's not completely clear. A mistake could potentially bring him back, but I think now he's in a rhythm, he's in a groove. He hasn't really got much pressure, so I don't think he's going to have an error, but anything can happen. He's got about 2 or 3 laps left to go. Goes with a Scampi also sweeper. And with a double towards the top end of the track, and lap to traffic not being a factor in this one. The gap is almost 8 seconds, so Adrian's pretty much gained almost 2 seconds on his last lap that time by. You can just see the amount of dust piling up on the outside of the track. It was a fresh green track for the start of the weekend on Friday. You can see the track has really started to groove in now. Especially for yesterday, we were seeing the guys get into the 40.5 second lap times. I'm not sure if we'll see a 39. My bet was we was going to, but I think maybe once the sun comes out, once we're into the finals, it's definitely a possibility. So he's going to be starting his last lap after this. So he did gain about 0.6 of a second last time by. And he approaches to J Concepts J, the penultimate time. That traffic luckily didn't get in his way too much. So he goes over the double-double section for the last time. Through the Scampi also sweeper. Down into the double again to the top section. I'm going to assume Hill had a mistake because the The gap is now 10.3 seconds, and I'm hoping that car won't be a factor, and it wasn't. So that is time. These guys will be finishing as they cross the line. So Adrian's got about 3-4 corners to go, and I'm sure he'll be pretty clear, and he'll go with the rumble strips. He does that smoothly, and he comes down to take the win of A main number 2 of E-Truggy. And I believe that is him towards the end there in the Techno hat. And it will be Hell to take second, Nicolo in the 3, Elliot in the 4, Maximum in the 5, Gillies in the 6, Vincius in the 7, Nicholas in the 8, Bastin in the 9, Eric in the 10, and Nicholas Moretti in the 10, Cyril in the, sorry, that was in the 11, Cyril in the 12, Jerome in the 13, Andrews in the 14, Morgan in the 15th, and looks like Nathan Chudy was the man that looks like he lost the wheel, so a bit of bad luck for him. So next up is E-Buggy 35 plus. Although my screen, this was his on the schedule. Unless there's something else I'm missing. So I think this is A main number 2 of 35 plus for E-Buggy. Looks like my screen is saying it's Nitro B main, but it is not correct at the moment. I'm sure they'll get that rectified. So there we go, as I said that. So it will be the Konstantine's apologies for that. Brothers are starting 1-2, Harris in the 1, Costas in the 2, Julian Labquet in the 3, and then Julian Maresas in the 4, Thierry in the 5, Oliver in the 6, Christophos in the 7, Maximum in the 8, Lois in the 9, who I think took the win in E-Buggy Sport just about half an hour ago. And Nicholas Moisey in the 10, Gillies in the 11, Java in the 12, Bruno in the 13, Nicholas in the 14, Stephane in the 15, and I'm gonna stop and let the timer go down.
5, 4, 3.
So here we go, the start of A main number 2 of 35 plus. E-Buggy brought to you by Euro RC, J Concepts and Scampi Rosso. So Harris has a clean start. I think it's a regulation order for the top 3 or 4. So Harris and Constas making a quick getaway from the 3 and the 4. So commotion on the rostrum. I'm not sure what's going on there, but it is Harris in the front and Kostas in the 2. And it looks like Kostas finding an alternative line there, but he doesn't lose too much ground. So after the first lap, the gap is about 0.7 of a second. And I say that it's a lot closer now through the Scampi also sweeper. And it looks like Harris makes a mistake, catches the pipe. And that puts Kostas into the lead. I'm going to check and see if he won leg number 1 yesterday. And so it looks like Harris actually did take leg number 1 yesterday. So Kostas did take 2. So it is the brothers that have won leg 1. And, well, I'm not going to say I've won leg 2 yet. We're only a minute and a half in. But Kostas did get 2. So these guys are going through now. And it looks like another mistake from Harris that puts him down into the 3 spot now. So the lead for Harris extends to 2.6 that time by. With, my apologies, Julian in the 2. So these guys going through the centre section now. There's Kostas in the front. Still getting a little bit loose there, touching the pipe. I don't think it cost him too much time. But Julian not letting him pull away too much. So you can see him in the back, towards the back there. He goes over now. So the gap looks like, I'm gonna guess, is about 2 seconds as these guys cross the line. So the gap has gone down to 2 seconds. Julian doing a 46.6 that time by. So I'm going to keep with these guys. It seems to be the closest battle on track at the moment. So just Kostas in the lead. Julian in the 2. Kostas over the step up. Through the centre section. These guys are 3 minutes, almost 3 minutes quickly down. 7 to go. So it is the yellow car of Julian in 2nd place. And looks like the gap pretty much maintained, but it's about a 10th in, sorry, my mistake, I'm yawning. 2.1 in Kostas' favour. And it looks like a small bubble from Julian, which is going to let Kostas get away a bit more. So we'll see what the gap is like after this, and we might see if we can find the next battle on track. The thing is currently battle between Harris and Terry in 3 and 4. Let's see what the battle is this time by. Why did I say that? Looks like Julian's made some ground again, so... And he has, because the gap is now only 1.6. But it definitely looks longer than that now. He's either had another bobble. Maybe something happened off camera. So Kostas is in the lead. Julian in the 2, Harris in the 3. Thierry in the 4 and Julian in the 5. So the top 5 started off top 5, but their positions have changed. And I have a feeling that it's Harris who has actually made some ground and is behind Julian now. And I just saw Batmark getting in the way, so I am going to say that it's actually Harris now moving up into the 2 spot, and it is. So the 2 brothers now back out in front at the moment, and as Harris going through the navigating through traffic, having that car get out of the way, and he does by crashing, and he does tag. Oh, he tags the second place man there, which was Harris, but now it's going to be Julian again now. So these guys are going to have to do a lot of hard work to get back into reaching distance of Kostas. But we're just past halfway distance, so there's still plenty of time for these guys to catch up and make something happen, but looks like the battle is going to be between Harris and Julian. Sorry, Julian and Harris, as these guys are crossing the line now. So I think if we focus on the battle for second place, James, which is these guys coming through the Scampi Rosso sweeper. And it looks like Harris had a small mistake because the gap looks like it's extended in for Julian there, as Julian goes around the 180 over the step up through the centre section. Clips up, he seems to get on a pipe, but it seems like he's done fine. He's saved it okay. So the gap for our leader is about 3 seconds at the moment. And the gap between second and third does say it shows 5 seconds at the moment, but I don't think it's that big because I can see Harris just in the back of the view there. So the gap is this time by. The gap is 2.7. So Julian did have a 47.0 then. Harris had a 47.6. So there's 3 minutes to go. So anything can happen in this 35 plus A main E buggy. So it looks like Julian just going through traffic now. And I think the leader's got through traffic as well. Looks like that he shouldn't be a factor. I thought it was going to be a factor then, but he got away unscathed. Over the J Concept J. It looks like the gap is going to be pretty maintained, and it looks like Julian's made a small mistake. Well, actually, a quite big mistake. So that does close the gap now with Harris being able to catch up a bit through the Scampi Rosso sweeper. So about 2.5 minutes to go. This Julian in the 2 and Harris in the 3. Konstas is pretty much checked out, but his gap is only 3.5, so anything can happen if he has a mistake out in front. So traffic hopefully shouldn't be a factor, and they're not. Thank you very much. And I'm not sure who that is, but it looks like Harris gets back into the lead. It looks like Julian trying to get out of the way of that car that needed marshalling. So these guys have probably got 2 laps, maybe 3 if they're lucky. So go over the URC double section now. So Harris did take the win in leg number 1 yesterday, but it looks like he's going to be settling for second place at the moment unless something happens to our leader, Kostas, who's out in front with a 6.9 second lead. So he's pretty much checked out with probably a marshal's worth of crash as a backup in his pocket just in case. But he has been driving pretty consistent in this final, so I don't think he's going to make touch wood of an error. So these guys, it's the battle for second there with Harris in the 2 and Julian in the 3. So see what the gap is this time by, but the gap was about 7.3 last time, but I'm gonna say it's going to be quite a bit bigger this time by. I guess it's going to be 0.9 of a second. And it's and the gap is 2.5, so I was definitely completely off there. So it is Harris in the 2, Julian in the 3. These guys got a minute to go. These guys are going to step up. And there's the yellow car of Julian now getting through traffic. So they're not completely clear yet. As you can see some batter markers in front, but until then they should be okay. There's Harris in the 2, Julian in the 3. So these guys are coming to start their last lap now. So these guys go to the URC double section, and the gap is 0.9 of a second. So we have a battle on our hands for the second place spot here. Looks like Harris getting wide, and that just allows Julian to capitalise on that and get right on the gearbox of Harris going through this top section over the step up. Hopefully this lap car won't be a factor. This is our last lap. It'd be a shame if he gets in the way, and I think it's holding up a little bit, but the gap isn't pretty maintained. That car, get out the way. That is your third spot behind you. So the time is expired. These guys going to the top left section now, and it looks like Julian just caught the pipe. So unless these guys have a mistake over J Concepts J or over the rumble section, your winner is going to be Kostas with Harris in the 2, Julian in the 3. So looks like Kostas will be your winner there of leg number 2. So the brothers both having a leg win each and a 2. So this will be decided in leg number 3 later on today.
Nice to have a nice, a good race. Bit of an actual race happening. Hopefully we'll get more of that as the day progresses. More battles on track, that's what we want to see.
Exactly. Today is all finals. All finals action we'll be bringing to you guys. So that was 35 plus. So now we have eBuggy Sport Camp coming up. Then intermediate. And then we have Pro eBuggy leg number 2. So Ongaro took the win yesterday. Canas ended up taking second with a pretty good overtake on Birkin Killick. So I'm sure that they will be looking to seal the deal there. So don't go anywhere. That final will be up in approximately half an hour. But right now we have eBuggy Sport leg number 2. And ignore what is on screen. I think the guys will be changing that. Unfortunately, it's not eBuggy Pro at the moment. But we have eBuggy Sport leg number 2.
Yeah, I don't know. The timekeeper has selected that, so there we go. It's been updated.
There we go.
Yeah, we just see what the timekeeper's putting on the screens around the track. You're watching Buggyland. It's finals day, and we had a little bit of rain, but oh, let's have a look. That's what it looks like in Madrid this morning. And we've had lovely mornings in Madrid. And is the rain coming down again? No, the rain's not coming down, but it is quite windy and overcast, as you can see. This coverage is brought to you by EuroRC.com, jconcepts.net, and Scuderia Scampi Rosso. Whole raft of event supporters scrolling across the bottom of your screen. It's been a wonderful Buggyland so far, and should deliver a fantastic set of A mains and races up and down the rankings. But if yesterday's Nitro Truggy A main is anything to go by, hopefully the rest of the A mains will be
thrilling
on a par with that. Yeah, we shall see.
So this is your starting order for eBuggy Sport AMA number 2. So it was Ilian Fernandez that took the win yesterday, Jules in second, and I believe it was third spot. Borgia took third. So these guys are just getting lined up now. I think we're waiting on a marshal. Okay, so these guys are lined up and all set to go. This is your eBuggy Sport AMA number 2 about to start, and it's Jules on pole. So we'll let these guys go into the 10-second countdown.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the delay is here. The little rain will be perfect for the track. Oh.
Drivers ready. 10 seconds.
I don't think the rain will hurt too much. Make it more interesting.
The sun's trying. I can see it in the distance.
6, 5, 4, 3.
Here we go. So it looks like a terrible start from the pole man. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what happened there, but I'm going to assume that is car number 2 in front or someone else. My apologies. once these guys cross the loop for the first time, I'll be able to give you a full running order, but that was definitely messy towards the front and the back there.
1-4-3, I think, is the order at the minute.
So it looks like Jules got lucky there to keep his number 1 spot there. So I'll wait for these guys to go across the loop now. So it is Jules down in front, and the car number 4 in the second spot, which is Antimo. Is that Antimo? Is that how you pronounce it in second place? Antimo, my mistake. So it looks like an error there from Jules, which I'm assuming is going to put Antimo into the 1 spot from the 4. I believe it is. So pretty good. Well, I don't want to say good start. Pretty messy start there to this aim main e-buggy sport. So these guys now going for the left-hand section now. Over to J Concepts J. So that is Jules. So that is Antimo out in front at the moment, with Jules in second. So he's definitely going to want to catch up to the leader. So 2 minutes quickly into this, and he gets a little bit squirrely. It's definitely going to cost him time. So Antimo with a step up through the centre section. Longs that double there into the 180 to the left-hand section. So it looks like Antimo is the fastest man on track. He only won in the 45-second lap there. Everyone else in the 49s and 48s. For saying that, I have a suspicious feeling that Jules is going to put in a pretty good lap that time by. So Antimo does a 47.0. Jules does a 46.1. So he did bring the gap down by 1 second. And as I say that, the battle for the lead is starting to form here. So it is Antimo out in front with Jules in the number 2 spot. He's going to be wanting to get back into the lead. And as I say that, that wish comes true, and he's now back into the lead as Antimo made a mistake on the landing there. So Jules will be now looking to extend that lead there, and another mistake from Antimo. Isn't going to do him any favours there. So he drops down to the 3 spot. So I think that's going to be the car number 7 of Christophos, now into the 2nd spot. So I think the lead now will be 4.6 seconds. And it's actually the car number 3 of Elliot in the 2 now. So I'm going to say we go 1 car back, James, and we can follow the battle for 2nd and 3rd. These guys go over, going for the step up. And Elliot getting on 2 wheels there. That allows, I believe, Antimo back into the 2 spot. So I'm assuming these guys are all battling for 2nd place. Looks like a freight train starting to form between these guys, and looks like Elliot managed to get through again. And looks like Antimo pretty much tagged Elliot there. I wonder what the refs are going to say about that. And it looks like the ref just told to wait, but it looks like it's Ilian. Sorry, I'm clearly getting confused. So it's Ilian in a 2 spot now. Christophos in the 3rd, going over the step up. These guys are battling for the 2 spot. It looks like Ilian went a little bit wide there, but wasn't enough to capitalise. And he goes wide again, and that's going to allow Christoph into the 3 spot. These guys are pushing halfway distance, so Christopher's making a quick start to go from the 7 spot to the 2. We'll see what the gap is for him from 1st to 2nd. It's a 10-second lead, so he's got a lot of work to do to get into the top spot, but Ilian making another mistake there. So that's going to cost him a bunch of time. So Christopher's going to be able now to have clear track and put some laps down to potentially see if we can catch up first. So it looks like Jules has just done a 45.4. So it looks like Christophos is really going to have to put the hammer down to try to bring that gap down. So we'll keep this battle for now. So it looks like the battle for third, I think, will be the next closest battle on track. So the gap is 8.5. So speaking of Ilian has put the hammer down with a 43.9. So he's a second and a half quicker than Jules' fastest time, and this is a 45.4. So Ilian, with 4 minutes to go, it's going to be tight. He's going to really push and not have any errors to really bring that gap down. But I think this lap has been pretty clean for him this time by. So it looks like a lap car there looking to be marshalled. So for the left-hand section, over to J Concepts J. So see what the gap is this time by. I think this is a good lap from Ilian. And it is. It's a 44.4. So the gap has come down by about a second. With 3 minutes to go, I'm going to say these guys have maybe 4 or 5 laps left to go. So I think Ilian's really going to want to miss an error from the first place man Jules if he has any chance of taking the win here in leg number 2. But you can see he's really pushing, he's getting on the power in the corners, trying to drift it when he goes a little bit wide, but his lines are looking pretty good at the moment. It goes through the left-hand section, over the A Concepts J. White car hopefully shouldn't be a factor, and I think he got lucky there. So it looks like Ilian brings the gap down again by another second, so the gap is 6.7, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, and he makes a small error, but it might cost him, and he gets squirrely, so I don't think it's going to be the best lap from Ilian that time by. But he's got a huge 13-second gap over second place, so he shouldn't have any pressure from third place, so he should just be able to put his head down and just push. I'm not sure. I think Jules is about to cross the line at any moment now. So Ilian is just getting through track, through back markers, and that back marker did a good job getting out of the way, but this is going to be a bit of an off lap for Ilian. He went wide and had a few, I don't want to say oopsies, but saying that he has maintained the gap to 6.8, so he's got about 3 laps to go. He's really going to have to put the hammer down to try capture the car 1 of Jules, who's out in front at the moment. So we go for the step up, through the centre section. And he gets those lines pretty good that time by, so hopefully it should be a pretty good lap from him, but you can see he's absolutely pushing it, and he's nailing that centre section. I'm going to say, as long as he gets the rumble strips and the J Concepts J well, this is going to be a pretty ballistic lap in my opinion. So he goes through the rumble sections this time by, and he does it clean. And that time by, he does a 43.7. But so he brings the gap down to about 6 seconds dead, but I think with a minute and a half to go, it's not going to be enough unless Jules has an error. And he gets through a back marker that time by. So it'll be this lap and one more. So it looks like the techno machine of Ilian at the moment as he navigates through the centre section. The blue car, yellow wheels and wing. So I just heard there's 1 minute left to go, so these guys are going to be starting their last lap now. I'm feeling Jules might be able to get through for another lap. And in fact, I think these guys are going to get through for another lap, and they do. So the gap is 5.1 seconds. They've got this lap or one more, so the gap is coming down. So Ilian's really going to still have to keep on plugging away as he is now, but Jules may have to consider starting to push. But I think with a gap of 5 seconds, I think as long as he just keeps it neat and tidy, he should be okay. So Ilian through the centre section. I think he's got a pretty clear track, and I think I just saw Jules having a little bit of issues through traffic. So he's starting to get into view of the car number 1 of Jules. And the gap now is 3.1. So these guys are starting their last lap now. So that was a 33.6 last time by from Ilian. So he's going to be pushing. These two are in view at the moment, but there's a back mark in between them. So It is Ilian in the 2 spot. He's going to be hunting down the car number 1 of Jules down in front. There's a back marker in between them. Looks like the gap is coming down and down, so Ilian's really going to have to nail these few corners here and hope for a mistake. And he's drifting into the 180s there. And hopefully the back marker should let him through. So as long as Jules doesn't make a mistake, he is going to take the win here in leg number 2 of E-Buggy Sport, AMA number 2. And Ilian just trying to send it for the last lap, and it's not enough, but Ilian comes around and takes 2nd place, but that does mean Julian comes and takes the win. So to be fair, that was a pretty good charge there from from Ilian to bring that home in 2nd. So Ilian does. So it looks like these two now both have a 1 and a 1, both Ilian and Jules. So this will be going down to AMA number 3. So next up will be E-Buggy Intermediate AMA number 2. So we are just getting warmed up here with Intermediate E-Buggy AMA number 2. And this is brought to you by EuroRC.com, J Concepts and Scuderia Scampirosso. So this is leg number 2. And I believe Nicolo took the win yesterday and he's starting on pole. With Mirko in the 2. So the 2 Italians taking 1 and 2 yesterday. So I'm sure these guys will be looking to take a win again. And then Julian will be pushing them around.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So I think these guys are just getting lined up. So next up is, after these guys, will be E-Buggy Pro. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be bringing you action from leg number 2. Ongaro took the win yesterday in leg number 1. Canas took 2nd place with Birkin in 3rd. I'm sure Ongaro will be wanting to seal the deal. But Canas put a good charge in yesterday, so maybe today could pan out differently for him. But for now, it is Nicolo starting on the 1. So I'll let these guys go into their countdown.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
So here we go. So it's Mirko Cartini out in front. Looks like an error from the 2nd place man. So that's going to let Mirko run away in the 1st spot and be able to make a gap. So I'm trying to see who our second place man is. I'll be able to tell you once these guys cross the line, but it looks like it's Nicolo still hanging on to the free spot with that mistake. It looks like Mirko's making a quick getaway here out in front. So these got a battle for second place at the moment. So it's a four-way battle. So it is car number 4, Kevin, at the moment in the second spot with Nicolo in the 2. And I think Nicolo's had an issue there because he dropped down 2 spaces. So it is Mirko, Kevin, Harris and Julian. So these guys navigating through the center section now. And Mirko's looking to extend his lead. It is 2.6 at the moment. I have a feeling it's going to be more than that this time by. It sounds like someone's getting a stop and go. So it looks like Mirko, with a minute and a half down, he's got a 4.2 second lead already over Kevin. It looks like the battle is currently for second, but more looking like third place at the moment. So it is the third spot man of Harris Constantines, who's just been pipped by Nicolo. So Nicolo now takes the third spot there. So he's going to be looking to try to redeem himself after that first lap mistake. So he's chasing down the car number 4, Kevin, which these guys are going over the left-hand section for the second time, this time by. So to go over to J Concepts J, does it nicely over the rumble strips. These guys crossing the line now, so the gap is 0.4 to second place Kevin. So it is a pretty good battle at the moment here. And I just say, they just almost look for a line on the inside, but he can't make it stick. Kevin closes the gap there. So these guys are in the top section again, and it looks like this guy's going to step up for the center section. And Kevin and Nicolo making an error. So he's going to need to be marshaled. That's going to put Harris back into the free spot. And a mistake from Harris now. So that's going to let Kevin pretty much run away with second and put Nicolo back into the free spot.
Yeah, I think this is 3 and 4.
It's 3 and 4. So I believe this is going to be, I'm going to say Nicolo and Diego, and it is. So that's the battle for third spot, and that's second place at the moment. Just going in a double towards the top section now. So we are with car number 3, which is Nicolo Crescenti. He goes over to step up, and it's safe to say Mirko's checked out. Got a 7-second lead already, so he's checked out and gone. He's just going to be saying see you later. He doesn't need a push. He's just going to be on a Sunday afternoon drive, more like Sunday morning. While the battle for second place is about 2.9, so Nico just looks like he has some good pace, but it looks like a few errors unfortunately putting him back a bit. So it is Kevin Pascua at the moment in second, going over to step up. The gap is about 2.9 at the moment. I can't tell if there was another mistake there from Nicolo, but I think the gap so is probably gonna stay at this for now. We're approaching halfway distance. So don't go anywhere because we do have A-main number 2 of eBuggy Pro coming up. So Kevin going on the double now. The gap is 2.5. So Nicolo has gained about half a second on our second place man at the moment. Looks like Kevin getting a little bit sideways, but doesn't fall down. He has a mistake. He mistakes. That's going to put Nicolo back into the 2 spot now. So the gap sort of, and we can put a replay there. Looks like the top section. Looks like he just sort of nosedived into the landing there, gets stuck in the pipe. So I think our battle now, so the battle should be between those guys, and it's definitely closed up. So it's going to be Nicolo in the 2 And Kevin in the 3, so these guys going with a J Concepts J. So all that hard work Kevin has done now, he has to be the chaser. He's going to be chasing down the second place man of Niccolo Crescenti. So the gap is 1.4. I think, being truthful, Niccolo has the better pace, but he has had a few mistakes, so it is still wide open with about 4 minutes 30 left on the clock. So we'll probably stay with these guys for a while. However, Mirko Cartini is checked out, gone. So he's see you later, alligator. So it is Niccolo Crescenti in the 2. I think the gap is definitely has extended in his favour. So the gap, we'll see what it is this time by. So this is 2.3 in second place between second and third. These guys go to the top section now. Over the step up. As he goes for the 180s in the centre section. Mirko's just done a 43.5, it's the best lap of this race. And we'll see what second place does this time by. So basically Mirko is second a lap quicker than these guys, with Niccolo's fastest lap being about 44.5, so about a second quicker. We've got a gap between second and third now is stabilising and actually growing. So the gap is about 3.5. So Kevin's still hanging on in third. So yesterday Niccolo did take the win in leg number 2, so he is looking to go second in this final at the moment. And Mirko, who took second place, is looking to take the win in this one unless he has a catastrophic error or issue. So they've got about 2.5 minutes to go. So Niccolo going over the double section. We'll keep the camera on Niccolo for now. I think at the end of this lap, Matt, we'll go to our first place man for the last 2 minutes. So the gap's extending even more to... The gap now is about 4.5 between second and third. And we just had the 2-minute call. Go to the left-hand section, over the doubles, through the rumble strips. So we find car number 1. I'm going to assume it's through the top end of the track, Matt. Our first place man. I think for the centre section now, Matt. So there's our leader. The orange and blue machine. Looks like a Mugen going round. He goes over the double, over the J Concepts J. He's got he's got about a minute 10 to go. So he's got this lap of one more. He's done a really good job just getting sideways style points right there. He made a great start. Not messing around, just from the get-go, tone to tone. And I don't think he's had any marshals, so it's going to be a pretty clean run for him. So he did finish second in leg number 1 yesterday, so he will have a 1 and a 2, but so will Niccolo. So this will be going down to leg number 3 to decide the overall win here in intermediate E buggy A main. So Mika going through the left-hand section now. Over the J Concepts J, over the double, over the rumble strips. And he's starting his last lap now, so he's going over the Euro RC double section. Over the Scampi Rosso sweeper. He goes through the left and the right section. Over the double. Going towards the top end of the track. And he's got some bad Malcolm in front of him, but I don't think... hopefully it shouldn't be a factor. I think there will be a factor, but as long as they don't get in his way. But he's got quite a big gap that even if something happened, he would probably still take this one quite comfortably. So he's approaching the left-hand section of the track now. Over the double, clinches the pipe, but over the J Concepts J. No harm, no foul, and he comes around now to take the win of intermediate A main number 2 here in electric buggy. And looks like Nicolo will take 2, Kevin in the 3, Constance in the 4, Harris in the 5, Julie in the 6, Diego in the 7, Andre in the 8, Christian in the 9, Pablo in the 10, Morgan in the 11, Julian in the 12, and Alejandro in the 13, Diego in the 14, and Frederick in the 15. It looks like Jan and Lawrence were either did not start or had some issues. So next up is Pro E-Buggy A main number 2. These guys getting started up. So we had a thrilling final yesterday in Truggy A main. Be sure to check out RC Racing TV for the coverage of that final. It's definitely worth a watch. Pretty fantastic and dramatic ending, with Daniel Piente taking the win. So Ongaro did take the win yesterday. Canas taking 2. I believe Birkin Kellett taking 3. So Birkin having a pretty good weekend where he TQ'd round 1 of both electric and nitro buggy. He took 3rd place in A main number 1 yesterday. So I'm gonna let these guys do their warm-up laps. So this is your starting order. David Ongaro on the 1, Birkin Killick on the 2, Oscar Navarro on the 3, June Carlos Canas on the 4, Daniel Piente on the 5, Burak Killick in the 6, Adrian Piente in the 7, João Figueiredo in the 8, Ricciardo Montero in the 9, Marco Barufalo in the 10, Josemi Sanchez in the 11, Alexander Chesson in the 12, René Savoy in the 13, Clement Boyle in the 14, Mark Desorts in the 15th, and Manuel Santa in the 16. These guys getting all set up here for A main number 2, with Burak giving giving us a yawn there. It's been a long weekend here at Buggyland. We've been going pretty much the last 2 days, 15 hours each day. Starting racing from 8 AM all the way up to 11. But I think today we're scheduled to have a little bit of an earlier finish.
Okay.
I think with Nitro Buggy A main starting at, I'll find out now for you guys, at 4:15. But I'm going to let these guys go to the countdown.
6, 5, 4, 3.
So Pro Buggy E main, leg number 2 underway. So Ongaro makes a pretty clear start. I think it's regulation order for the start as it stands. So Ongaro going up the step up. So he has Birkin pretty much on his tail as it starts, but I'm sure once these guys get into a rhythm. And then, Birkin almost clipping the end there Ongaro, but he did the right thing. He held back. No harm, no foul. So Ongaro going through the top left section over the J Concepts J over the double section for the first time. So I think it's regulation order at least for the top 5. So these guys are going over the Euro RC double section, and Ongaro looks like he's made some ground there towards the last bit of that lap. Looks like Burak Killick making 1 place from the 6 to the 5. So it is Ongaro starting to stretch his legs from the looks of it through the top hand section with Birkin in the 2. I'm going to say that's June Carlos Canas moving up to the 3 spot, so he's definitely going to want to try push now, take the win here in leg number 2. So it is Ongaro taking the win in leg number 1, and he is your current IFMA world champion. In fact, 3-time consecutive champion in Nitro Buggy. And Birkin makes a mistake. That's going to cost him 3, 4, 5 spots. And that's all that's going to do is let Davide Ongaro extend his lead now. So he's got a 2.1 second lead over Giancarlo Canas, and he has just done a 42.8 there. So he's definitely starting to extend, but I'm sure Carlos Canas is definitely going to want to push and try to catch up with Ongaro. So it looks like the battle. I don't know what's happened there. I'm hearing some commotion in the back, but Davide Ongaro is just keeping it nice and smooth. Carlos Canas in the 2, and looks like the battle here for 3rd place. Looks like Borat trying to get on the inside there, but couldn't make it stick. And he tries to get through Oscar Navarro, sorry. And it looks like the referee's making some calls there. So let's stick with Giancarlo Canas for the time being. I think he's got a black shell this time by. So the gap is 2.4, but Ongaro again has just put his fastest lap for 42.6, so he's starting to extend more and more. So we're going to see if Carlos has anything to respond with this time by the S-Works driver. Going through the centre section now. Over to the left-hand section. I'm not sure what's... My apologies, I don't know what's being shown on the screen now, James. Just bear with us, my apologies. Our team's just having a small issue there. And I think we've lost the running order on the right-hand side, James. If that's going to be an issue, we'll fix it towards the end. Oh, there we go. No worries. So it looks like looking good. The gap is stabilising at the moment at about 2.6. So still Ongaro, Canas, Birkin Killick in the 3, Daniel Piente in the 4, Riccardo Montero making it to 5 from the 9, and Barullo also making it to 6 from the 10. So it looks like the current battle at the moment, I'm going to say, is probably for the 2nd spot between Canas and Killick. These guys go to J Concepts J. And looks like the gap is getting shorter. Looks like Birkin having a little bit of a bubble. So the gap at the moment for 2nd place is 1.7 between 2nd and 3rd. And Davide still looking to extend his lead. It's still 2.8, but it looks like Ongaro, he's just getting into a rhythm, and as we know, that's what he does best. Once he's in a rhythm, he's gone. That's it. Game over. He doesn't tend to make many mistakes. So that's going to mean that Canas is going to absolutely have to throw something at it to try to catch up with first man Davide Ongaro. And this might be a good lap from him. Well, I can see he goes over the left-hand section, over to J Concepts J. The J Concepts driver, and S-Works driver, the Spaniard, going over the double-double section now. So the gap, so looks like Ongaro is still extending his lead about 10th every time. The gap is about 3 seconds. And it looks like Birkin's made about a 10th as well. So he's about 1.5 behind Canas at the moment. So it looks like Canas going over the step up, and so is Birkin. To navigate through the centre section, over the double doubles. As they approach the left-hand section of the track. And it looks like they're going over the J Concepts J now. So it looks like Birkin's definitely made some ground on Canas as they come around this time by. So the gap is 1.3. So, and that Birkin has just put the fastest lap of the race of 42.3. So he has made about 2 tenths on Canas that time by. And it looks like Canas has also made about a 10th on Ongaro. So the gap is now 2.8 between the first 2, and a further 1.3 between 2nd and 3rd. So Canas definitely trying to push as hard as he can to try gain some time on Davide Ongaro. Ongaro is in front at the moment. He said when he was in the front yesterday, he felt pretty relaxed. Didn't feel like he had to push too much. It sounds like he's doing exactly the same thing here this time by. But I have a feeling the gap is going to get shorter this time by, and it is. So Canas does a 41.9 that time by, and the gap goes down to 2 seconds. So Canas made about half a second that time by, and the gap now between 2nd and 3rd is definitely extended now to 2.3. So our gap and battle for the lead is definitely between Ongaro and Canas here, with a gap of 2 seconds. We're going to see if Canas can do the same this time by, but Ongaro looks like he's starting to respond a bit and put the hammer down a bit. Or actually, as I say that, looks like Canas is doing the same. So we'll see what Canas follows up with this time by. So they're going. So Ongaro over to J Concepts J now. And so is Canas. So he's going over the 180 towards the loop this time by. So the gap is 1.7. So Canas is making another 2 attempts that time by. So if these guys going through the right-hand section of the track now, and guys going towards the top-hand section. So Canas is throwing it down as it stands with about 3.5 minutes to go. So see what they respond with this time by. But Ongaro just doing what he does best. He's just keeping it calm, cool and collected. He's going through the centre section now. The gap between second and third is still about 2.3. So it looks like it is still the battle for the lead at the moment. With about 3 minutes to go. Be interesting to see if Canas has anything to respond. He goes over the rumble strips this time by. Goes over the lip Ongaro does. So does Canas. The gap is still 1.7 that time by. They have near identical lap times that time by. Both have 42.6s. I think they went a little bit wide over that double there. So that might have saved a 10th for Canas. But he's got going over the step-ups. Going through the centre. And the gap definitely seems to be closing. At least it does visually for that centre section. So it is Canas. I'm going to say it's going to definitely made some ground on Ongaro. So there's still 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. And I definitely think it has. So definitely the battle is still on for first place here. Looks like a better line. A few small off lines there for Ongaro, which puts Canas now absolutely puts him about 0.6 behind Ongaro. So it is the battle for the win here. So it is Ongaro in the 1, Canas in the 2. And these guys go in the top section now, so there's 2 minutes to go, and Canas is absolutely throwing it, getting on 2 wheels there. Oh, the step up. So Canas is absolutely on his tail, and Ongaro catches the pipe, but I think he's managed to keep it. So Ongaro is definitely going to have to try keep it clean here and try not to make a mistake. But Ongaro, with all his years of experience, he knows how to lead races, and I'm sure he'll be able to do it here as well. So Canas is going to be throwing everything at it over the J Concepts J, over the 180 through the rumble strips. And I think the gap is going to be even closer this time by, and indeed it is. It's 0.3 of a second. This guy has got, I'm going to say, this lap, in fact, maybe 2 laps after this one. So we're going through the Scampi Rosso sweeper. He just passed the Scampi Rosso sweeper over the double, over the top section that time by. You see the guys are keeping it absolutely pinned through the top section there into the left-hand section towards the top of the track, so through the centre section. Canas looks like getting slightly inside a line there. So it's one thing to catch Ongaro, but is he going to be able to make a move? And I think he has a double steer into the 180 there. So it might cost him a little bit of time, but I don't think it has, because the gap seems like it's still pretty similar. So these guys are going through for their 13th lap now. So the gap is still about half a second, but these guys are still nose to tail. So it's going to be this lap and one more. So these guys are going through the tops, going through the right-hand section now, over the double, through the top-hand section of the track. So as they go through the X-ray banner, through the step up. Looks like Canas has gone onto the rear gearbox on Ongaro there. So is he going to make a move? And he doesn't. I thought he was going to make a move there, but he doesn't. Ongaro closes up there, keeping a really tight line, not making an error an inch. A gap there for Canas, but he did make a gap there, but it looks like Canas didn't have the grounds to make it. So these guys are coming through the rumble strips now. So this is going to be your last lap now. We're going over the Euro RC double section. Oh, the Scampi Rosso sweeper now. That is the buzzer time has expired, so they're going to be racing to the line. Canas throwing everything he can now. He's absolutely on the rear gearbox of Ongaro there. They're going to be doing the 180 now, going through the step up through the centre section now. Canas is throwing everything. He's getting that absolutely inside line, but Ongaro just isn't leaving any space for Canas to capitalise. So these guys are going through the left-hand section now for the last few corners of the track. They're steering well early there, Canas is. So they're going through the left-hand section now. All the guy's got to do is go over to J Concepts J and through the 180, and he just a little bump there from Canas for the last lap. If we get a better drive when he doesn't, and David Ongaro takes the win. Took leg 1 yesterday, he's just taken leg 2 now, and he's going to take the overall win here in Pro Electric Buggy. So Canas definitely gained some pace in that e-buggy A main then. It was an absolutely thrilling battle there. I think we're going to have an interview.
Congratulations. That was pretty hard, having Canas right behind you that time.
Yeah, I mean, we struggled also yesterday morning with the track when it was wet. So today I thought was the same, and it was the same as yesterday. But I tried to keep my rhythm. It was faster like yesterday morning, but we see in the nitro car with the nitro car. I hope the sun come up and then we'll see. Yeah.
You don't want any more rain?
No.
Okay, best of luck for the rest of the day.
So massive congratulations to Davide there. He did really well to keep Carlos Canas right behind him towards the end. I thought he was going to make a move, but Davide knows how to win a race. So, but it looks like Davide is focusing more on the car and setup when it's more dry outside. I don't want to say it's wet, because it's definitely not wet outside there now, but it's still a little bit colder track temperatures. So I don't think I'm going to change his car too much from what I gathered there. But it looks like Canassi had a bit of a rough start to the event, but it looks like now he's found something in that SX car. So it'll be interesting if he finds more pace towards the final later on. So the main final will be starting, I believe, at, bear with me, it will be starting at 4:15 local time today. It'll be an hour-long nitro final there. So we're now going into the first nitro finals of the day. And this is going to be the B main for Nitro Buggy Sport. And I think these guys are just getting warmed up. These are the first time the Nitros are coming out on the track today. So this is your Nitro Buggy Sport B main about to go out. I'm just trying to see what the orders are for the finals. So these guys are just getting warmed up at the moment. So we have a few bumper ups from yesterday. So it looks like from starting in position 12, looks like David Vincent, Sarah Sanchez, Amar Telez, Jesli Bozu and Lauren Abada are the guys that bumped up from the C Nitro Buggy C main yesterday. But it will be Avio Gonzalez that will be leading us off, with Uwe de Vaz in a 2 spot, with Christopos Palancas in the 3rd. So it looks like Birkin click there. Gonna help Uwe does what? Get tuned up, started up for this Nitro Buggy Sport B main. So going into 10, so 25-minute final. So off and underway. So it's Javar in the one, and looks like first spot Christoph trying to make a move for the second spot. It looks like the car number 2 of Uwe has a mistake as well. So that unbelievable, and it looks like third space also makes a mistake. No one wants the second space spot at the beginning of this final. So it looks like Javar's going to make going to have a pretty good start, be able to stretch his legs a little bit, and I will be able to confirm what is your running order once these guys go through. So it is Javar at the moment going through the left-hand section over J Concepts J. I have a feeling that's going to be the car number 4 or 5 of Bastin or Anara, and it's Adrian, and it's actually car number 6 of Adrian from the 6 to the 2, with Anthony from the 9 to the 3. So it looks like Uwe from the second space to the first spot now. So it looks like he's made a pretty good start there. This is the person I'm thinking. I believe he is a VRC world champion here. So he's out here racing here at the Buggyland 11. So he navigates to the top left section of the track. Over the J Concepts J. As he comes down the straight, the start finish for the second time. Almost gets on the pipe but saves it. So it's in the 25-minute final. So these guys will have a few pit stops. And there's still plenty of time in this B main Nitro Sport final. And I believe the top 5 will bump into the A main for Nitro Sport. And it looks like Uwe is definitely doing that. He's looking at a bump up spot at the moment. So I think we'll finish this lap with Uwe, and I think we'll see if we can drop down to the car before, which will be Adrian. So let's wait for our second place man, car number 6, so faster straight away now. I think he's starting to gain a pretty comfortable gap in front of Anthony 2, who is in third. So it looks like the gap at the moment between second and third is about 6.3 seconds lead, and our leader has a 5.5 second lead ahead of second. So it looks like the closest track is for the third spot. So I'm actually gonna, and looks like third spot, I'll pump up Amar Teles from the 14th to the 3rd. So I'm actually going to say to James, we can go one car back. It looks like it's about 6 seconds back. So we'll wait for him to come to the center section any moment now. So I think that is your third spot, man. The car number 14 had an absolute fantastic start. Going through the left section now, and he does have car number 11 of Artem, who is at the moment chasing for the third spot. The gap was 1.6 laps on by. Looks like the gap now is 1 second, and my apologies, it's not Artem in the fourth spot, it's actually the car number 8 of Jan. So it is Jan going across the top section now. Over the step up. As he goes across the center double doubles. So almost 5 minutes into this B main at the moment, so we should be seeing some pit stops happening soon. So this is finals day today at Buggyland 11. And we are RC Racing TV, brought to you by EuroRC.com. If you have a winter project and want to buy new kit, cars, spares, wheels, tyres, you name it, definitely check out EuroRC for all your RC needs. J Concept, they're having some of the best tyres, bodies, wheels, accessories in the industry. And also a huge thanks to Scuderia Scampi Rosso for supporting the channel, and to the Buggyland crew for bringing us out here to help for us to bring coverage to you of the Buggyland 11 event. So it looks like our leader's already got about a 10-second lead as it stands. So he's definitely looking to run away with this one as it stands. But anything can happen in these long finals. So let's have a look at our comments section. Nice race. Yep, that was a really good race between Ongaro and Canas. And we'll also see them later on in the Nitro Pro Buggy final. And again, stick radios will be out of stock. I think the issue with the stick radios is just the demand for it isn't as the same for wheels. So I don't know if somebody, for example, the companies like Sanwa and Kava can justify making the radios. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a bigger demand than I thought, but I know it's a lot bigger in the UK. And I think in some parts of Europe and Asia, a lot of guys use stick radios. But to be honest, it seems like everyone these days seems to be using wheel radios. But is it faster to move the stick than a wheel? I'm going to say yes. I'm personally a wheel guy, so I feel I can be more precise with a wheel because you have a bigger range of movement. But there are plenty of guys like Ongaro, Neil Cragg, those who are actually world champions in their own right. So they're clearly showing that sticks are still a really good option. I think most guys are going towards wheel these days, or a pistol grip, as it's commonly known as.
We got any battles at 5th and 6th yet? Well,
let's have a look. So we have a not for 5th and 6th, but we have a battle for, I'm going to say 6th and 7th. Should we go watch them?
Yeah, whereabouts are they?
Okay, so I'm going to let you know when they cross the line. So it will be car number. Will be the car number. I'm going to say car number 16 when he passes the line.
Eight and 11 have just gone through. 8
and 11. Okay, so I think that's 6. I think that's your battle just going through the Scampi Rosso sweeper now. I'm going to say it's those two there.
I think that's 16, the orangey one.
So, yep, I think that is. So that is your 6th place driver at the moment. It looks like he's got Anthony chasing him down in the 8.
Yeah, that is 16.
So it looks like, can't say that's a lap car or not, but I have a feeling these guys are actually battling for 5th. And it looks like they're all going over each other as they go over the top left section now. I believe that is, we'll see, that might be Lawrence going through, and he's just let the car go through. So those guys were actually fighting for the last bump up spot, I believe, or 6th place rather. And it looks like it's had a flame out. One of the cars there have had a flame out, so it looks like it's still going to be. Looks like car number 16 has now dropped, of Lawrence, dropped down to 8th place. I think that's car number 3 of Christopher's in the 7. And Dario uses stick radios. Well, there you go, and also Masami uses stick radios. So clearly there's a lot of guys that have obviously had a lot of success with it. Spectrum radios today are so much better than the old AMs and FM, no interference. Yep, yeah, definitely now a 2.4, even Spectrum as well. No more interference, makes it a lot easier for us guys. I actually never raced before the 2.4 gigahertz era, so I was lucky enough not to be part of that, but I know a lot of guys were. So we're about 10 minutes down, so it is still Uwe in the lead, and he's got about 11-second lead over second place Aniara. And then Adrian in third, who's a further 16 seconds back. So I think we are still following car number 16 right now.
We are.
And he's about 1.5 seconds behind car number 7 of Amir Telez. So I think these guys will be looking to do their second pit stop soon. Goes over the rumble strips. So the gap has extended a little bit to 2.9. So Lauren definitely needs to put the hammer down if he wants to get through to Amo's in 6th place, and then potentially to Carlos, who's at the moment your last man to bump up in this final.
Like 3rd and 4th may have been battling, but they've just changed position.
So it looks like battle between 3rd and 4th is about 5 seconds. He did have a 54, looks like Adrian did have a 54-second lap then, but he might have gone and just had a pit stop.
Yeah, I think it was a pit stop that just stopped that battle from taking off.
So I'm not really sure what the next closest battle is, but I guess we could go to, let's go to car number 3. I think they'll be going towards the end of the lap now. Probably going over the start-finish line now, James. I think it's the car with the yellow wing. And it is. That is your first spot. Yellow wing, blue car, white wheels. Going through the Scampi sweeper. Just towards the right-hand side of the track, James. So that car looks like, I think he had a mistake. So I'm going to assume that's a...
He did, he crashed at the end of the double-double.
So that could mean that Adrian, which is car number 6, might have got through into the 3rd spot. So this means this will be the closest car. Looks like he's got back through, unless that's a lap car. I think that was 3rd spot. I think that's car number 11, now in 4th spot. Or maybe, I thought that was an 11 sticker, but maybe it wasn't. But, so it is Adrian, I believe. I want to make sure it is Adrian in the 3, or if it's someone else I'm thinking of. Sorry, so it's Artem in the 3 and Adrian in the 4. So the gap between 3rd and 4th is 2 seconds, 2.3 seconds. So these guys got just over, we are over halfway distance. They have got about 12 minutes to go. It looks like a healthy lead. Adrian has between 5th place. But he does have a bit of wiggle room because the top 5 do bump up into the next final, which will be making the main show in Nitro Sport A main. But this is your B main at the moment on track. So still Artem in the 3. So the gap is coming down now between 3rd and 4th. So and looks like 3rd place had a mistake. So that's going to let Adrian back into the 4th. So it's not going to cause too much harm because he's still going to bump up as long as he doesn't have more mistakes. But it does put Artem, so it just put Adrian into the 3rd spot. But it looks like now Adrian's driving with vengeance because he's closing that gap pretty quickly. This is definitely the closest battle on track at the moment for 3rd spot. So Artem going over the left-hand section, over the J-Concept J, through the 180, over the rumble section. The guys come round as down the start finish line now over the Euro RC double now. And it looks like Adrian getting a better line and makes a move, and he gets just a little bit squirrely towards the end of there, putting Artem back into the third spot. You can see like the bumps as the track's starting to evolve now, the bumps starting to catch out everyone through that sweeper. You go a little bit wide, you start to catch the right, you can really lose speed and corner speed through that. And in this case, costing Adrian a spot. Having another small mistake with Adrian there. But it looks like Adrian's kept it smooth for those two corners to kind of make the gap back. So still Adrian in the 3. Sorry, I'm probably getting absolutely confused here. So okay, so Adrian's coming. So Adrian's that car there, car number 6. So looks like the X-ray machine. He comes in now. So I'm not sure if Artem has pitted again or not yet. So I hope you see after this lap or two if you're going for pits. There's just under 10 minutes left to go in this final. So we are following car number 11 of Artem. So I believe he did bump up from the C main, so he definitely will. He'll definitely be getting his money's worth here, and is currently looking to get an A main spot, provided he doesn't have any issues or any major mistakes. So I'm trying to see where Adrian is. I don't think Adrian has pitted yet. So I assume he's looking to pit any moment now. However, I have a feeling actually that is Adrian behind, so maybe he has pitted and maybe he had a slow pit stop. So maybe Artem had a slow pit stop, so I keep getting these guys confused. So I believe Adrian, we'll see now, and I think that is Artem in the 4th spot, so he must have had a long pit stop or maybe an error exiting the pit lane. So they're coming through the left-hand set, so Adrian comes through the left-hand section now. But looks like Artem seems to be really good at racing with vengeance. So it is Artem in the 4 and Adrian in the 3. So these guys are fighting the current battle for 3rd place. And it looks like Artem. So Adrian getting just a little bit wide on the high speed corner there. So these guys going through the centre section now. These guys, this is the battle for 3rd place. We're going over this left section for one more time. Going over the J concept J and around it. It looks like he's gone wide, so that's going to let Artem back into the 3 spot. So Adrian's still in a 4, but I think he's definitely got a comfortable lead over 5th place Christophus by about 10 seconds, and I think Christophus also has a pretty comfortable lead over 6th place. So about 6 minutes to go, unless he has a flame out, something catastrophic. He should be your 5th and final bump up. It should be the 5th and final bump up spot up there for grabs. So these guys, seems like it's a pretty good battle between these two for 3rd spot, but they don't really need to fight each other for the spot because they're both in a bump up spot. I don't know what's happened there to Artem, and he might have flamed out. I think he has. So that might have cost him. So that's probably going to put Christophus back into the 4th spot. And it looks like Adrian has had a flame out. So as I said, he was in a good spot. That might have cost him a bump up spot there. We'll have to see. I'm not sure the marshal managed to get into the pits fast enough or not. So that does. So we are still following car number 11 of Artem Gomin. Oh, and he comes into for his pit stop now. This should be his final pit stop any moment now. And he sends it pretty straight out the pit. So trying to wait for the timer to respond and see what happened to is it
should we look for position 6? He'll be panicking for the bump up, maybe.
Let's go with that.
What car number is that?
It'll be car number 14. So
about halfway round.
Should be about halfway round. I think he should be crossing the line soon, and that should be the 6th place of Amartales.
That was 8.
So I think that's.
I think he's the next one to cross the line. Now.
Okay, so
yeah, 14 just gone underneath us now with the orange front. And blue in the white rear, I think. So I think that's 14.
So I think these guys are batting for 6th place, but they do. So it looks like Christopher does have he's got a pretty comfortable lead to about. Well, I don't want to say lead, but a good gap, about 16 seconds. So he shouldn't have, unless he has an issue, he should be pretty safe in the bump up spot. But there is 3.5 minutes to go, and anything can happen. So it looks like Artem has saved his bumper spot in the 5. So we're going to see what the gap is to Artem and Amar. So it looks like it's Bastin now to the 6th spot. That's car number 14 of Amar, just had his pit stop. So he should be good for the rest of the race. I believe he's going to be in the 8th spot after this, or 7th. So he's going through the centre section now, and it looks like he's the Techno machine. He navigates through to the top section of the track. So Amar is now actually into the 8th spot, so I don't know if that's a lap car in front of him or that was, or a back marker. He's going to go with back marker. So I think for the last 2 minutes, let's go to our leader, which will be Uwe Desois. And he's car number 2, so I think he's going to be coming towards the start-finish line any moment now. So that car's going to the Euro RC double-double section. So he is your leader. So I believe he is a VRC world champion in his own right. The VRC being a very popular RC game for simulator. So if you ever want to give RC a go, and you have a computer, you can download the VRC game. You can create a free account. You can have a go at RC yourself. So it's Uwe going through the top left section of the track. He's going to have this lap and one more. He goes over the J Concepts J over the doubles and now through the rumble strips. And it looks like there is a battle for 3rd spot. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that, if we should go follow that or if we should stick with the leader for the last lap.
I think it's either leader or whoever's in 6th.
6th is 10 seconds back, so it's not really a battle.
May as well stay with the leader.
We stay with the leader because this is all of these guys are bumping up.
This is true. So We'll stay with the leaders. We'll stay with the leader here as he's navigating through traffic. With 30 seconds to go, and he almost gets tagged by a back marker. So he'll be coming through now to start his last lap as he goes over the rumble strip now after the 180. So he does. So he's on his last lap. So he's over the Euro RC double-double for the last time. As a back marker has a bit of an issue there with the landings. Goes over the left-hand section of the track. You can really start to see all the ruts starting to grow, especially on the landers now. And now his time has expired. These guys will be finished the laps they are on, and Uwe should, I think, even if he doesn't finish this lap, I think he will take the win and bump up. So he goes to the left-hand section now, over the step up, and around the left-hand section, over the J Concepts J, over the double. He goes over the rumble strips for the last time. He comes around to take the win of the Nitro Sport B main. And it looks like your bumper-ups will be Uwe, Aniara, Adrian, Christopher and Bastin. With Artem looking like that flame-out cost him a bump-up in the end. Unfortunate for him. That is his Buggyland event done.
Big holler from Bastin there in front of our camera as he bumps up.
So he'll be happy to be bumping up into the main show for Nitro Sport. I'll take a quick whiz and I'll be back.
So thank you for joining us all day today. It's finals day. And we are racing all the way up until 5 p.m. local time, which feels like a pretty early finish compared to the previous 2 days of finishing at 11 p.m. Get your comments coming in. Good morning to Dave Bowman, an RCTV hero. It's amazing to have you along. Lutash is talking about, there's lots of radio chat going on. A lot of steer wheels in our shot right now. I can see one stick radio, and I think that's fairly representative of how things are in the sport. 80% steer wheels, I would say, maybe 85, 90%, but a few notable top drivers still running the traditional sticks, along with a lot of British drivers and a lot of Japanese drivers in Asia as well. Lutash is saying, I think there's a new Sanwa radio, a new Sanwa stick radio, the Gemini Sport's coming out soon. Lutash likes the R1. And some retro chat about crystals as well. I remember crystals. John Moore, hello to John Moore as well, RCTV hero. Why don't you join the channel? That would be amazing. We've got a few minutes now. If you're watching on YouTube, down the bottom, I think left of the player, you should see a button that says join. If you hit that, it costs you $5 a month. You only have to join for 1 month, and you can cancel. We'll send you an exclusive RCTV sticker pack. I'll get mailed to your house, but also you'll be helping support this live stream and the future events we do. You'll also be a hero and help us keep creating more content and hopefully growing the sport and the hobby. So for your consideration, if you would agree to be an RCTV hero, that'd be amazing. All you have to do is join the RC Racing TV YouTube channel and really help us out and help us keep growing and moving forward. So we've got a few moments now. We're going to move into the intermediate B main. And after that, it will be the Pro B main. That's how it runs. footage there from, I think that was the first day. I think that was Friday qualifying. Friday practice, sorry. When it was sunny, and now it's all overcast. So, yeah, let's hope the sun comes out for finals, because it's a bit cold. It was raining briefly this morning. And it looks like Will's going to be back. Buggy's not yet released. So welcome back, Will.
Cool. So we are getting warmed up. I believe this is going to be your intermediate B main. About to go up. So pit lane is open, and these guys are about to get a lap or two in. So this is your starting order for the Nitro Buggy Intermediate B main. There will be Jesus starting on the pole. So it's just top 5 that bump up. So hopefully 5 of these guys will be making the main show in Intermediate. So these guys are just going to get a lap or two warmed up, and then they'll be lining up on the grid. So this is RC Racing TV, brought to you by EuroRC.com, J Concepts and Scuderia Scampirosso. So massive thanks to those guys for supporting the channel and the show. And a special thanks to the Buggyland 11 crew for bringing us out here, so we're able to give you some great coverage of the event. So this is finals day today, and we have the main final starting at 4:15 local time. So stay tuned. We have plenty of racing action still to come. After this, we do have the Pro Buggy B main, so those guys will be wanting to make the main show. So I believe we will have Keenan back in around an hour and a bit. So we have Keenan from the No Name RC podcast. My producer Matt is looking at me saying he's cold. Bless him.
Yeah, I think we need. If I'm your producer, then I need my producer to bring me a drink.
Where's our other producer when we need him? Or is he on a camera?
He's putting the cameras back out because we brought them in because of the rain. Oh, I bet we might have a race start soon.
Well, when he comes around, I'll give him the sign that we need to be caffeinated.
Yeah, I might go for a Coke Zero this time.
Ooh. So this is your Nitro Intermediate B main about to start.
Okay, marshals out, drivers ready, 10.
This guy's going to 10, so it will be G starting on pole. Kostas in the 2. I've seen that name a lot. He must be doing quite a lot of racing, getting his money's worth. So off and underway for B main intermediate, and it looks like a relatively clean start towards the front, but it looks like a bit of a kerfuffle through the back. So it will be Jesus in the 1, Kostas in the 2, and Diego in the 3. These guys going over the step-ups for the first time. And it looks like these guys are starting the top 3, more like the top, I'm going to say the top 3 making a good start. They're not looking to break away just yet, but it looks like definitely Jesus looking to break away a little bit, at least within the first lap. So we go over J Concepts J for the first time, over the double, over the rumble strips. He gets a little bit sideways over 180. So it is, oh, my apologies, it's actually Kostas at the front and Jesus in the 2. I didn't realise they swapped positions, my apologies. So this Kostas that is currently looking to go number 1 in this one, and Jesus in the 2, and it looks like it'll be Pantagotis in the 3 from the 4, Jan from the 4 to the 5, and Diego drops down from the 3 to the 5. So we are following your leader, Kostas, at the moment, over the left-hand section. He's definitely looking to stretch his legs already. He has got a 1.2 second lead out time by, but I'm going to assume he's about 1.7 this time coming around now. So he goes over, he does a 44.9. And he actually has a gap of 2.7 seconds, so he's really sending it now. So I think if we stay on the battle for second as you are, Matt, this will be the next closest battle on track. So they are about just under 2 minutes down. 23 minutes to go in this Nitro Intermediate B main. And the top 5 from this will go into your A main to make the main show an intermediate here. So it looks like Kostas is looking to extend his lead as he goes across the line now. Jesus comes through now, so... Oh! I don't know what's happened to Kostas. He's looking to drop all the way down the order. He must have had an error. He must have had an error, or maybe he's had a flame out. I'm gonna assume. So it actually puts Jesus back into the 1 spot. So started car 1, now back into the 1. I'm trying to see what's happened to Kostas. He had a pretty good lead and was looking to extend quite quickly. But so it looks like your battle for the lead are these two out in front at the moment. I think the car 3 there, Diego, got a little bit wrong. Cut the track but waited. That is the right thing to do. So the top 3 going over J Concepts J, over the rumble strips, over to the start-finish line. So there's Jesus in the 1, Pantagotis in the 2, Diego in the 3, Christian in the 4, and Jan in the 5. But Kostas is still showing in 7th place, so I'm not sure he came in for an early pit stop or so. But he is 0.2 behind the car 6 of Antoine. So we're going to keep the battle with Jesus here at the moment. This is your leader going through the double away from us. Over the left-hand section. Goes over the double, over the J Concepts J. So I think that's top 4 in camera view just there. So this is Jesus and Pantagotis 1 and 2, and getting there's a good airtime there for car number 4 there. So he's starting to. Yeah, he almost had a smoother line there, but I think he caught a rut and he lost a little bit of corner speed there. So as he goes into the top section now, another whip where he goes for the step up. Through the centre section he goes. I think now think he's now starting to stretch his legs a little bit. And as he goes through the left-hand section now, so Kostas is actually 0.3 behind 5th, which is the bump-up spot. So I think let's keep following this battle for the lead. It looks like a few people are getting to the pits now. So let's say that Kostas is actually now back into a bump-up spot. So maybe he had an early pit stop, I'm going to assume. So we'll see once these guys are going across the line if we have a realistic running order.
Oh.
And a mistake there, so I think that's Diego now back now into the top spot with a small bobble there from Jesus. So these guys going across the top left section now. Over the double, over the J Concepts J. So it is Diego at the moment in the lead. I haven't seen Jesus cross the line yet, so I'm assuming he's in the pits. Oh no. So the top 3 are, let's just follow the battle there for for second, third and fourth. Looks like Jesus getting a little bit wing high there, but doesn't have any issues. And it looks like Kostas now is actually back down into the 10, so I think he's not looking good at the moment for his Buggyland venture. So second, third and fourth crosses the line. So Diego looks like he's actually looking to extending his lead by a bit. So all these guys at the moment are going to bump up. Looks like Noon, and then it looks like a mistake. Another mistake from Jesus there. So that's going to drop him down the order. Probably going to put him into 4th spot. He's starting to. He's in the bump up spot for now. And looks like Christian really going off road there. Really showing that these cars are actually off road going on the side there. So he's going through the top left section now. I think that's going to be the car number 8 of Christian. But he's done well to make up to the second spot now. So these guys going through the Scamper Water sweeper now. So I think I'm trying to see if there's any other battles going on track at the moment, but it doesn't seem to be. So we might just continue with these two for now.
So this is car 3. Who should we focus on?
I think you're currently following car number 8. But I think we could probably go back to the car with the green. There you go. If you keep following that car with the yellow wheels and the green and yellow body. Yellow. No.
This one.
That's the one. I keep thinking it's green, but it's not. It's blue. So that is. I think that is
car 11.
That's car 11. So that's actually. So I think we actually want to go one car back. Sorry, my apologies.
These two.
So these two are battling. I think at the moment for. I think these two are battling. I'm going to say for 3rd and 4th. Going over the step up. I think that is Harris in the 4, and it looks like I thought he was going to get through there, but he doesn't. So he's made a small error, but he's back up to the 3rd spot, which is good to see. We're going through the left-hand section now, over the doubles. He looks a little bit nervous there. He has a double steer. I thought there was going to be a gap there for Harris to go through, but looks like he opted not to. Looks like Harris is in the pits now, unless I'm thinking about someone else. I think my time will be a little bit out because I'm sure that is Harris, or at least the car that was in front. So that is. This is the car number 9. So yeah, I think at the moment with that pit stop, his car number, he's in 4th. So saying that, I think there is a battle for the lead now. So if we're going to find car number 8, if you can, Matt, I'll see if we can find him on track. Car number 8.
Is it 8 and 14?
the 8 and 3.
So these two.
I have a feeling it is them two. I recognise the colours, so I think it might be them two. It looks like, oh, they've taken each other out. What's going on over here? Marshall trying to get there he can. I really would have waited if I was that other car, and I think he's actually flamed out. I'm not sure how accurate my timing is. I'm going to try to see if it's what cars these are going round. So it should be car number 3 if you have eagle vision, Matt, and you're able to see a wing sticker or anything.
Wow. Yeah.
Probably not.
Hang on.
So it's saying car 3's finished started the line now, but I don't know how accurate that is.
8 and 7. I can see car 8.
So okay, so yeah, that's good. Whereas
car 8's here.
8 and 7 are
this is 8.
battling. Okay, so let's stick with 8 for now, because the gap between him and first is 6 seconds anyway. But the gap behind, so third place is 1.7 behind, which is going to be Nuno Casal, which I believe is Ongaro's mechanic, or one of his mechanics. I'm going to say, but he's running the Associated there in the first spot. So he's definitely looking at a bump spot at the moment. With we're approaching halfway distance, but we've got about 14 minutes to go. Looks like Christian gets it, cases both those doubles on the landing, but I think he didn't have any issues there. So however, that has allowed Nuno to really chase up. So the battle is definitely now starting to evolve between these two. As they go through the step-ups now, step up, through the centre S's. I guess the pipe needs a little bit of time, but it looks like these guys are starting to push, so the gap is definitely going to be less than a second for sure when the guys come through now. Sometimes these guys don't make a mistake. So I think Christian was the last to pit, so I'm not sure what Nuno's strategy is. So they're coming through now, so the gap is 0.6 of a second between second and third. So Nuno getting a pretty good line through the S on the right, over the top hand section. Again over the step up. Goes through the centre S's. The gap seeming to maintain quite a bit. They don't really need to fight each other because obviously they're both in a bump up spot as it stands. So sometimes it's better just to keep going and not push if you don't need to. You don't want to have an unforced error or potentially break your car or put more strain on the engine. As he's saying that, he did get, I think he had a pretty good line there. It looks like Christian had a bit of a slower lap that time by. But they both get a 46.1. The gap is has maintained at 0.6 of a second. Nuno going a little bit wide there, that's definitely going to cost him. It seems like Christian's a lot better for the centre, better for the right hand side, while Nuno seems to be a lot better for the centre section. As you can see, he had that little going wide there, but Nuno straight away back pretty much to the same gap he had at the beginning of the lap. So they're going for the 180s now. Go over the double away from us, and he looks like saying that Christian catches the pipe a little bit, but I think he's no harm, no foul. And I thought he should be getting in the inside there, but he doesn't. And I'm a happy man now because my producer's come now with more coffee. Yippee-ki-yay. So we're going through the Scampy with a sweeper now. Looks like he's having a double steer there. Nuno getting a better line that time by, so I think the gap is smaller. It did say it was 0.5 that time by, but it definitely looks shorter now. And someone's revving it pretty high, so I don't know if someone's on their roof or about to flame out. So we've got just over 11 minutes to go. And I think we'll follow these guys for a little bit longer. And I think there is a battle for the final bumper spot evolving, but we'll stay with these guys for a little bit. Okay, so Nuno goes into the pits. So I think Nuno's going to probably have to pit one more time after this. So Christian, I think will be looking to pit soon, but he might be on a different strategy. So Christian's through the centre section now. Diego's pretty much in the lead and gone at the moment. He's got a 7-second advantage over Christian. So we're going to see when Christian comes in for fuel. He came in at about on the 16-minute mark. So he's going to go for another lap. So if he can make another lap or two, then we might not have to pit again, but it'll be a little bit on the tight side. And Nuno's still in third, so they had a good pit, so he's still back there. So they're both. The problem is Christian's definitely going to need to pit at least once. Nuno probably going to have to pit twice. So it's going to be quite tight to see. So I think if Christian goes into pits now, then we're going to assume he's going to have another stop after. If he doesn't, then he might be trying to go all the way to the end. But like I said, these guys are in second and third. They're already in a bump-up spot, so they don't need to push really that hard. Okay, so Christian just come through for another lap. So providing his lap time is going to be another 45. It's going to be on 8 minutes 30. So I think he might be lucky and be able to make it without another spot. I mean, sorry, without another pit stop. My apologies. So we're going to see when he goes into the pits. My bet is going to be this lap. Otherwise, I feel like he might be pushing it, and he might be looking to flame out. He goes through the top left section now. So Nuno is still behind there. So Christian goes over the rumbles, and he does come to the pits now. So let's see where he puts up against Nuno. I think Nuno has just passed him for second place. So Nuno will be second now. So the gap looks like Nuno must have had a really good pit stop because he has a pretty big gap.
Is it car 7 the one that's right in front of him?
I'm not sure. I don't think that is.
Yeah.
It is car 7.
So this is car 7 and car 8. They were battling before the pit stop, weren't they? For second.
I think, yeah, they were. So I'm just trying to see because I think there is a battle forming for the final bump spot between car number 1 and 13. So
that's fine then.
I think the gap between them is about 15 seconds max. I think if you're trying to look where roughly you are now, I'm going to assume that's going to be the battle between that gaggle of cars. But we are looking for car number 1 and number 13, who are, I think, in a tight battle. So I think these guys will be crossing the line in a moment.
Here's 13, just come out of the pit lane.
Okay, so is that car number 13?
This is 13, yeah.
Okay, so that's 13. So he has dropped down a bit, so I'm actually not sure if he had a, how do I say? I don't know if that's, I'm assuming that's his final pit spot, so he might have, that might be his final position. So if we try find the car, so the battle between car 5 and, well, between 5th and 6th is about 4 seconds, so there's not really a close battle at the moment, to be honest with you. There's, actually no, scratch that. It is a battle between the final bump spots. So let's find car number 1, which is Jesus. So we're looking for car number 1. So I think you should just stay on the stop. Okay, there we go. So these guys, I believe, are fighting for the final bump spot. They really are, because that's I think that is Harris that has probably got through. If that is Jesus behind, I think it is. So with 6 minutes to go, I'm assuming these guys don't need to pit again. So okay, this is the battle for your final bump spot. So it is Harris Constantine's in 5th, and it's going to be Jesus in 6th. With 5 minutes to go, I'm going to guess these guys have pitted already. And anything can happen, so Harris just get it a little bit wide, which allows Jesus to make a little bit of time. It looks like Jesus is also getting some battles from behind as well, and that is the brother of Harris, Konstas, now in the 6th spot, and he's looking for any way possible to get through to get to 6th and then chase down his brother. I'm sure they will be racing hard, and looks like he gets through the inside. Oh, now he goes into the pit, so I have a feeling that's going to be the end of the battle for him. So let's go back to car number 1, which is Jesus going over the double section now away from us. So the gap between, he's going over the step up now. So actually, if you follow that car that you are now, so that is the 5th spot of Harris. Okay. Actually, that's the 6th car, so that's 6th spot there. So you can see the gap as Harris goes towards the left-hand side. So it's going to say that it has extended in Harris's favour to about 2.5 seconds, unless that's another driver in between, which I'm not aware of. So Harris is crossing the line now, and Harris does come into the pits. So it's going to make things interesting. So that does put Jesus back into 5th spot. I can't remember if he has pitted yet or not. But I'm going to say that just put Konstas then back into contention. And Konstas is making a mistake. No, sorry. He just makes a mistake. That's really going to close me. Marshall, aye. The Marshall slipping there. That's going to definitely cost him some time. That's going to be interesting to see now who takes the final bump-up spot in this intermediate B main. As I said, the top 5, and he makes another mistake. He begins to lose his flow. So I think that is Jesus now out of contention, especially after he had a pit stop. So it's just the car number 5 of Harris in the final bump spot as it is. So Harris crosses the line. So we go towards through the sweeper. It should be coming out. So that car there, the white, red and blue going away from us, that is your final bump up spot. So there's 3 minutes to go. So it's still, so whenever I feel like that's the end of it, there's still action going on track.
Which number car?
You were following it. It's on the left-hand side. It'll be Harris. So it will be the car going through the matrix banners now. Over J Concepts J. So that is your final bump-up spot there. Actually, it doesn't look so. It looks like he's gained the spot. So it's actually car number 5 now who's in the final bump-up spot. So it's between El Adriado and Christian. So I'm going to say if you drop a car back, they're going to the top section now, Matt. So actually if you stay there, and I'll tell you when they come through, it should be the car number 6.
That's 6, yeah.
Okay, so that's number 6 now. So he is actually he is in the final bump-up spot. The Christian behind the car number 8. So it's just 2 minutes left with this intermediate B main. So the top 5 will be making it into the main show for intermediate here. So car number 6 comes through now. So we'll see what the lead is. So Christian is 2.1 back. So he has got... Oh, I don't know what's going on with my cameraman. Okay, so yeah, that's the car. That's our 5th spot there. The guys behind him will be chasing him down to try to get the final spot, which is where car number 6 is, which is who we're following is now. So it looks like he will have this lap and he will have the next lap and one more after that. And Christian will be trying everything to try close the gap. I have a feeling the gap is closing. Let's see if it's closing or not. And indeed it is. It is 2.3 seconds, so that has a batter marker in front. Get out the way. This is the battle for the final bump-up spot. So that is the purple car with the white wheels. I believe he is going to be pushing hard to try to get it towards the car number 6 there, who is in the final bump-up spot. So hopefully that lap car shouldn't be a factor. So it'll be this lap and one more. So they have a car in between them, but that is a lap car at the moment. So they go towards the top left-hand side of the track. Over to J Concept J. And the back marker did make a mistake, so I hope he's not going to cause a mistake for Christian behind. So this is the final lap. So Christian's going to throw everything at it if he wants to try get into that final bump-up spot. So they go through now, the right-hand side of the track. Christian's definitely making that gap smaller and smaller. He's really going to have to push it for the next half of the lap. So hoping these back markers will not be a factor for car number 6. And looks like he's having to slow down. Get out the way, get out the way. You want this battle, and these guys are neck on neck, so they've got a few more corners to go. They're going for the left-hand side of the track now. Over the double section through the matrix banner, and he flips it. That's going to cost him the chance of the final bumper spot. And it looks like car number 6 makes a small error too. And he makes another error, but he's only going to get through the rumble strip now. And car number 6 makes it into the final bump-up spot. That's going to be Algiardo who takes it, and Diego taking the win there. He will be starting 11th in the main final, with Nuno being 2nd, Pantiokos in 3rd, Harrius in 4th, and Algiardo in 5th. Unlucky there for Christian, for he was going to have a chance there, but he just misses out, and that'll be the end to his Buggyland venture. It's a great showing from the guys there.
Wow, that was fun when we got there.
That was a good battle towards the end there.
Yeah.
I thought he was really going to throw it in, but
it's
the pipe.
It's so funny when they feel like they've got a chance. You really see the nerves kick in sometimes, and they go, "Oh, I could do it," and then they just destroy their own progress, their own race. It just starts to fall apart.
they do, and like it happens to me at the best of times in the world when you're racing and you're in that last spot and you've got a lap or two to go and you've just got to throw it. You've always got to risk it, and I see why they do it, but I guess that is what it is, and that's what separates the pros from the rest of us.
The pros from the Joes.
From the Joes. We'll say that. And these guys are intermediates, so
indeed, yes,
they are bigger caliber drivers. So this is your Nitro Pro B main. So we have a few big names in this one. So we have David Todd, Robert Battier. Looks like he had a bit of a rough time for qualifying. Brian Baldo, Pedro Gomez, Iker Telez, Marc Dessois, Ricardo Montero, Nacho Sanchez, Hugo Ibanez, Alexander Chetin, Manuel Incenta, Clement Bauder, Oscar Bauder. Both Baudos having a rough time this weekend. Danny Battle, Alex Bowles, and Alberto Garcia. So let these guys get warmed up. This might be a pretty exciting race, actually, because there's definitely more than 5 guys here that can make who are normally capable of making the main.
You're watching Buggyland live from Madrid on RC Racing TV. Thanks for tuning into our little RC channel on YouTube, potentially on Facebook. This event is title sponsored by EuroRC.com. If you have any RC purchases you need to make over the winter, go to eurorc.com, wherever you are in the world, because they ship globally. So very favourable shipping rates too, very prompt, fantastic customer service, everything you need from an RC store. So go to eurorc.com and check them out.
What more could you want? And also to our other sponsors, J Concepts and Scuderia Scampiroso. So a special thanks to those guys for helping support our channel and the show.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And a raft of other event supporters scrolling along your screen. It's still not really warming up. It's getting more windy. It's not rained, which is good, but yeah, it's not, the sun is not cracking through the clouds like it would usually be at this time of day.
No, yesterday was, to be fair, we were pretty blessed the last 2 days. We were quite, almost basically clear skies. So it's looking a little bit overcast at the moment.
This could be in the UK right now.
This could be the UK right now.
Waiting to release the cars from the pit. Oh my word, look at this. It is really, I mean, that, we've got some big jumps. That is going to affect some of the cars going through the air in the jumps. So that would be interesting to see how that affects things.
So, John Moore, there is live timing. If you go to
rctv.1,
you will be able to find the live timing and some more information on our website. You can also listen to the audio-only version of our stream today. So if you're maybe doing some long drives and you want to hear us talk about some racing,
indeed,
you can tune into the audio-only version of our stream. So it looks like a pretty stacked field. So there'll be David Todd in the 1, Robert Battier in the 2, Brian Baudo in the 3, Pedro Gomez in the 4, Ikea Telez in the 5, Mark Cazar in the 6, Ricciardo Montero in the 7, Nacho Sanchez in the 8, Hugo Abez in the 9, Alexander Chetin in the 10, Manuel Sente in the 11, Clement Bodo in the 12, Oscar Baudo in the 13, brother of Robert Battier, Danny Battle in the 14, Alex Val Camba in the 15, and Alberto Garcia in the 16. So this is your B Main Pro. The final Nitro A Main Pro, will start at 4:15 local time. But stay tuned because we have plenty of racing left to go. We still have leg 3 of all the E-Buggy A finals to come up. So we have plenty of action left to go.
I think there's something that's been a bit confusing through the timing system, that this is Pro B Main 1, but there is only one.
Yeah, so the Nitros only have one A main.
Yeah, so it's a little bit confusing, the fact that it calls it B Main 1. There is only one B main. It's not like there's 3 B legs of a B main. It's just it's the only B main.
Could you imagine 3 legs of a 25-minute?
Yeah, we'd be here for the rest of the week.
We would be here for the rest of the week. Today is finals day. So it's been an amazing event so far. We should have some, if you have any finals like yesterday in the Truggy A main, we should be in for a treat today. It looks like a lot of the top guys here going to put down these guys. I just saw João Figueiredo, Murat Kilic, to name a few. I'm sure there's probably another 1 or 2 I'm missing. So we are just getting started. So the top 5 will be bumping up into the main show. I think it's safe to say a few of these guys probably had qualifying not go to their liking, so they're definitely going to want to do everything they can to bump up. But it will be David Todd starting on the number 1 spot, narrowly missing out on the A main direct.
You say these are bump up as well? Top 5 bump again?
Yep.
Awesome.
So top 5 bump up, and this is the pro class, so this should be pretty interesting. There's quite a lot of guys here that I'm gonna let these guys count down. Here we go, B main pro buggy underway. Looks like a pretty clean start at the front, a little bit of chaos towards the back. I think it's going to be regulation order, at least for the top 4, maybe top 5. And it looks like a move on before the step-ups. I'm going to try to see which car that is, but it looks like at the moment it's David Todd, Robert Battier, and Brian Baldo are your top 3. I will confirm the order once these guys go over the timing loop for the first time. So it is David Todd going over J Concepts J over the double section. These guys going through the rubble section now as they go across the line. So it is David Todd, Robert Battier, Brian Bowder, Iker Taled, Pedro Gomez, Ricardo Montero, Hugo Bez, Mark Desar are your top 9 at the moment. I'm going to focus on them for now.
4's flamed.
And the car number 4 who was car number 4? Pedro Gomez. He was in the 5th spot for the second, but he's going to drop well back down the order. So the current battle looks like to be David Todd and Robert Battier. Robert Battier, previous IFMA world champion, right behind David Todd there. So I don't know if I'm sure he knows a thing or two about winning finals. So these guys coming around now over the Scampi Rosso sweeper. And David Todd running the Mugen. Robert Battier running the Miyako machine. And Brian Baldo running the S-Works. So these guys trying to get into a groove a bit. These guys into the low 43s. I'm sure it will start to pick up a bit more. The track is starting to warm up a bit. It was a bit wet this morning. Don't say wet, but we did have a little bit of rain for the e-buggy finals. So I'm going to say now the track is getting back up to grip. It's all nice and dry. I can't see any rain. So we're all set. So Robert Battier really closing up now. The gap is 0.3 of a second. I think Brian Baldo's a little bit further behind, so maybe he had a mistake, a bit of a bobble. So we'll focus on these two for now, but your current top 5 is David Todd, Robert Battier, Ricardo Montero from the 7, Mark Desal from the 6, and Hugo Abez from the 9 to the 5. So it is David Todd going a little bit wide there, but not wide enough for Robert Battier to make a move. So it is a long 25-minute race, so these guys don't really need to push that much. But obviously these guys are racers, and racers like to win, and that is why we do this. So the gap is 0.5 of a second now. Looks like David is extending his gap by 0.2 of a second. So you guys are starting to get into a groove now. And Ricky, it looks like Brian Baldo must have had an error or maybe a flame out, because he's well down in the pack. So it's Ricardo Montero in the 3, Mark Desar in the 4, and Hugo Abez in the 9. Sorry, in the 5. Sorry, it's car 9, that's why. Looks like Clement Boda from the 12 to the 8, so he bumped up from the C, so he's going to be trying everything he can to potentially get into a bump-up spot. And looks like Battier just clips the pipe there, so the gap now extends to 1.4 in David Todd's favour. David Todd, I thought he was going to, he almost lost it then, but he saved it. Managed to save it in the air, so. About 4 minutes quickly down. The Clement Boda moves up to 7 now, so he's getting closer to that bump up spot. I'm sure the French listeners will be happy to hear that. So just David Todd going on again. And he's maintained a gap of 1.4. So we'll keep with these guys for now. The Ballet does have a 7-second lead over Mark. But saying that, looks like Ballet started to reel in David again. So they're going through the left section now. I think, to be fair, the gap's probably going to be maintained at about 1.4 as they go over the rumble strips. And David Todd comes into fuel at the 4-minute mark, so it's a bit of an early stop, but it could be a not scenario, I can't think of the word, but could be a plan he's trying. Maybe to sit the pit earlier, maybe have a longer last tank. So it is Barrier in the lead at the moment. I'm assuming he's going to have a pit stop any moment now. I don't know if he traditionally goes for longer runs or not. But he's coming through now the left-hand section. Over the J concept J, over the rumble section. And he comes and he opts to stay out, so he's going through the Euro RC double-double section. As he comes through the S's on the right-hand side, over to the top of the track. Or Ballier having some style points there, correcting the car in the air before the step down. So it is Robert Ballier with David Todd in the 2, Mark Desar in the 3, Hugo Arbez in the 4, and Ricciardo Montero in the 5. And Clement Boda is picking up the pieces, and he is in the 6th spot. He is 3 seconds behind Ricciardo Montero, so it's looking like he might have a good shot. He might have a good shot of making the main show here, which will be good for Clement Boda. Traditionally a 10th scale driver, but I see he's been doing a lot more 8th scale recently, or at least in the last year or two. So it would be a good for him to make his. I don't know. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if this will be his first big Nitro Buggy International A main. I'm sure maybe someone will be able to clarify that to me. So Rob Barrier is still in front of the moment, and he hasn't gone for a pit stop yet. So he is going towards the. So he is going towards the 7-minute mark. So I'm assuming he's going to come in any moment now, and he comes in now. So Rob Barrier comes in. So it's going to be, you're going to see the gap between him and David Todd. So Rob Barrier is out, and I think David Todd will still have the. I think he will have the lead. I see. Once I can see him on camera, so I see a car going over the double away from us. So I'm going to assume that's David Todd, who I believe it is. So David Todd still has the lead over Barrier. So he's pretty. He has some pretty good pace in that Mugen going round. So just like Barrier, though he's still hanging on to second. So there's definitely no slouch at all. But these guys are in a bump-up spot, so you could argue that they don't really need to push. Robert rocks, old man, in front of all of us. You know it, Rob has been in the sport for a while. I know David Todd's made a mistake. He's made a mistake. David Todd's made a mistake. So luckily he doesn't flame out or anything. So and Barrier, he makes a mistake as well. Oh my God! So these guys are making mistakes after each other. Luckily, it's not for a bump-up spot, but it is for the win of the main. So I'm sure these guys will want bragging rights and an extra trophy to take home with them. So David Todd, although had a mistake, does manage to keep in front. Barrier managed to get in front briefly, but makes a mistake. So we'll keep with these guys for a little bit, I think. I think there will be a gap building up between 5th and 6th. So I'll see how this goes for another lap. I'm going to see if Matt nods to me and see what he thinks. Do you think we should go see the battle for 5th and 6th? So I think we're going to leave. I think it's okay. Let's do another lap or two with the front two, because they're basically batting for the lead.
Todd just made a tiny error which has brought them back together again.
So for now, let's stay with these two.
I'll keep an eye on Clement Boda and DeSwart in the battle for 5th.
So I have Matt looking on that. So Rob Barrier looks like gets a little bit on the side there, but Looks like he saves it. So we're sort of approaching halfway distance soon in about 2 minutes. So still plenty of action left to go in this final. So this David Todd, he had a small mistake, but luckily was able to capitalise on the mistake by Barrier. So these guys are going towards the top section of the track now. We're just step-ups. And we're going through the centre doubles now. So these guys are starting to come down the lap times. They are starting to get into the low 42s, and I suspect they'll maybe get into the high 41s. So these guys are about to start another lap. It seemed pretty even, to be honest, between these guys. They're basically getting almost identical lap times. I mean, Barrier, well, Todd did have a fast lap by 0.2, but the difference is about 1.2 seconds so far. But it seems to me that Barrier seems to be better through that section, as you just saw there, and going through this middle section. Well, maybe David Todd, I guess, could argue, is better for the sweeper and the last section. And looks like a mistake there for somebody. I don't know who that was. But David Todd going over the air concept chain over the double. I'm gonna say the gap is gonna be pretty similar at 1.2, 1.3, and it is 1.3. But David Todd again probably getting another 10th there, like only just. So I'm sure one of these guys will be going to the pits anytime now. My bet's going to be David Todd will go into pits. Maybe this lap, maybe the lap after, because he had a pretty early pit stop before, unless he's pissed already and I've forgotten. So David Todd through the right-hand side, through the left-hand side section, over the double section for the J Const J. So let's see if he comes through now, and he doesn't. So they both opt to stay out. So looks like David Todd is, he did a shorter stop at the beginning. He came in at the 4-minute mark. So I'm going to say it's about the 7-8 minute mark now for David Todd. So I'm going to guess it's this lap. I think Barrier, it's gone, he opted for a longer first pit stop, so he might be trying to save a stop at the end. So David goes over the double section now, over the rumbles, and he comes in now. So, and Robert opts to stay out, so see if there's a good clean pit stop. A little bit of a slow grab, but it shouldn't be too bad, but nice and smooth, and he's straight out. So David Todd now is into the 2 spot, but we're still waiting for Barrier to pit. And it looks like Clement Boda from the 12 to the 5th is in a bump-up spot now, but he does have about 0.8 behind.
He was chasing Ricardo Montero, so somebody's pitting. The battle was between car 7 of Montero and Clement Boda chasing him down.
So I believe they're now battling for the 4th spot, if that's the case.
So, but pit stops may bring them back into that position again. I'm not sure.
So I can't tell if Barrier just went into the pits then or not. And no, Barrier is still out in front at the moment. I have a feeling Barrier is going to try save a pit stop overall at the end. But it looks like David Todd is just throwing in a hot lap 41.4. So like I suspected, these guys are getting quicker and quicker, and I think the track now, with the afternoon slowly approaching, is getting hot. So
maybe we should go to Clement Boda, who is back in the 5th spot. He's being pursued by Baldo.
So let's go. Let's find a car
directly in front of us. The yellow and green car with the white front being pursued by Baldo for that 5th position.
So let's follow these two now. This is for the final bump-up spot. I'm not sure if that's Oscar Baldo directly behind him or not. I have a feeling it is, because it looks like an X-ray machine, which Baldo runs for. So these guys going across the rumble section now. And indeed it is, but it looks like these guys are actually in a bump-up spot already. So I don't know if someone had a bad lap or if they were catching up or someone's gone into the pits. So I'm going to assume for now
Baldo there is in the final bump-up position currently.
I'm going to assume that for now, unless something changes. So, it looks like Baldo was trying to go on the inside there, but it looks like Clement had the line there. So it's Clement Baldo running the S-Works chassis, and it's Brian Baldo running the X-Ray. Looked for a move there, but he couldn't make it stick. Baldo running the pipe there, but luckily he was able to save it. So we are watching these guys.
There we go. The pit stop has brought Boda back into position 5.
Okay, so it is Ricardo Montero in the 4 and Clement in the 5. So Clement is holding on to that final bump up spot for the main final later on. That'll be starting at 4:15. But right now, Clement wants to be focusing on the racing, which he is. And Baldo's doing everything he can to try force Clement to mistake. Clement a little bit wide there, but I think that was more of the better racing line. You don't want to, kind of want to go a little bit wide and cut in the top left section. So here is the battle between Clement Boda and Oscar Baldo. So Clement Boda, traditionally a 10 scale driver, making his stride in 8 scale, and Oscar Baldo definitely a long time 8 scale racer. He tried to go around outside, but doesn't make a stick. And he kind of cut the track.
You had to wait there.
I would argue the ref should tell him to wait, but he might have. I can't hear anything coming from the ref, so I think it's just race on. So Vincent cheering on for Clement. I'm sure we have many French viewers wanting Clement to do well here. So Clement going through now, so he's got 8 minutes 50 left. It looks like at the front it's still Robert Badier, and it looks like David Todd must have had a mistake because the gap is 9 seconds, but he's in a bump up spot. So we're gonna keep on with these two, with Clement Boda and Oscar Baldo. And Baldo making another mistake. So he's gonna have to keep pushing and try gain that back, to gain the gap back. But it seems like catching up might be easy, but it's one thing to overtake. So he's got 8 minutes 20 left on the clock, and I'm assuming these guys are coming into the pits any moment now. So as I say that, Clement Boda's in the pit, so you'll want a clean pit stop. And Baldo's in as well. So Clement's through and Baldo's through. So no pit change, so no order changes in the pit stops. These guys are back out through the Scampi Rosso sweeper. So it looks like maybe Baldo had a slightly better pit stop because he's got the gap a little bit smaller. So if you stay on the step ups coming to that centre section now, James, so that those two guys are, if you go 2 cars forward, sorry.
So I completely lost them in the pit stops.
No worries at all. So it is Clement Boda still out in front, so he's got 7 minutes 30 on the clock. I'm sure he is dying for that time to go quicker. So I think Clement might be okay for the rest of the race. I don't think these guys will pit. I'm not sure what kind of pit, one times these guys are doing. So I'm going to hope that these guys will have enough. But it could be interesting. We could maybe see some flame outs in the last minute if that's not the case. And that was their final stop. So these guys going through the centre section now. Clement Boda went a little bit wide there. So that's putting Oscar Baldo right into the back, and Clement had a double steer towards the exit there, and I thought there was a gap for Oscar there. So looking to the inside, and Baldo trying to do everything he can. Looking inside, outside, looking inside again through the Euro RC double section. So there's a fantastic race here for the final bumper spot. And Clement Boda's doing everything he can, and he touches the pipe, and Oscar Baldo goes wide. So that still puts Clement back into the 5 spot. I'm not sure if that's, and I think, if I am right, that is Zanchetin. That's Zanchetin. So is Zanchetin also in the mix for the final bump up spot. So I don't know what happened there. There's a move out the way. I think that was a lap car getting in the way. That was really unfortunate, affecting the battle there. I think the referees had a hard time trying to call them through it. And it looks like the lap car doesn't know who's faster there. So I think that is Alex Zanchetin. So I think that's Alexander Chetin in the red and the blue machine behind. So good news for Clement Bode now. He has a little bit of space on the track, but but it's still not over with 5 minutes 40 to go. So it is Clement Bode, Alexander Chetin, and Danny Battle and Oscar Paldo. So it's a four-way battle for the final bump-up spot here in the Nitro Pro Buggy B main. So these guys will be doing everything they can to bump up to make it into the main show later on today. With A main starting out 4:15 local time, and that will be an hour-long A final. So it looks like it'll be fifth, sixth, and seventh here going across the line, and indeed it is. So we've got about 5 minutes left to go, and it looks like Oscar's gone a bit down the pack. So it looks like that lap car really cost him. Hope he doesn't want to have some strong words for that lap car after this race. So Alexander Chetin really now on the gearbox of Clement Bode. So I have to give it to Clement. He's done an absolute fantastic job keeping really clean. Hasn't really put a wheel wrong so far now, but Alexander Chetin, a long-time racer. I believe he took a brief break, but he's back into it. So he's got a lot of experience under his hands. Clement Bode, a super talented driver. We're getting the grips with 8 scale pretty quickly. Believe me, I don't know how long he's actually been racing 8 scale for. So it looks like Clement Bode it's almost the second time he's clipped that pipe, and it almost cost him. So he's got 4 minutes 14 on the clock. So this is the current battle for the final bump up. So it's just the Frenchman Clement Bode from making the bump up to the C main straight through to the B main, and he's looking to make it straight through to the A main and make it a good weekend, because I believe he made the A main in Pro Electric as well. We're going over the left-hand section, just under 4 minutes to go. So it is Clement Bode. It is still, and it looks like Alex is coming to the pits. So Clement is really going to have to push if he is going to have one more stop. So it looks like these guys are, I'm going to say, making about pitting about 6 or 7 minutes. And it looks like it's going to be Danny Battle behind Clement Bode now. I'm unsure how he is on his pit strategy, but Clement Bode, best thing for him to do right now is just keep it going, keep it nice and smooth. Maybe being a 10 scale driver, you could argue it's going to be a bit smoother on the throttle, a bit smoother on the gas, and maybe have a better fuel mileage. But I have no idea about that. So Clement Bode going under the rumble strips now. Looks like Danny Battle going to the pits. So I assume he'll be behind Zanchetin. I'm not sure where I think Zanchetin is going through the sweeper now, but it looks like he's gained some time. So if Clement does pit, he could be in fear of losing that final bump up spot. So Vincent saying go, 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 and that's exactly what Clement needs to do now, just go, go, go. I'm hoping he will not need to pit. So we'll see what he does now. He's got 2 minutes 25 on the clock. So I'm hoping he's got someone on the mic to tell him he doesn't need to, that he's got to just keep trying to go. It's going to be touch and go whether he makes it. There's Clement Bode through the sweeper he goes. Over the double, to the double away from us now for the top section. So it looks like, as it stands, it's Hugo Abez in the 6th spot, but he actually is behind Clement Bode now. So it's looking like he's closing that gap pretty quickly, and I'm not sure if Abez has made a stop or not. So we got 2 minutes left to go. So it's still Robert Battier in the 1, David Todd in the 2, Mark Desarts in the 3, Ricciardo Matera in the 4, Clement Bode in the 5, and that is the last bump up. Sort of Hugo Abez in the 6, Alexander Chetin in the 7, and Danny Battle is currently in the 8th spot, but I think he's a little bit further behind these guys. So Clement Bode's got 1 minute 20 to go. I'm going to guess he's going to try to do the rest of the race without having to pit. And I think that's truthfully his only chance of potentially making the main show here. So he's going around the left-hand section now. So the good news is he will have, well, I don't want to say good news because he's got 2 laps to go. So he'll be coming through for his 3rd to final lap now. So he will have this lap, one more, and that will be his final lap after that. So I think he's pushing it. I think he's pushing it quite fine on his fuel economy, but I think at this point he has to just send it and do it. He can't afford to really pit, otherwise that's him out of a potential A-main showing. So he goes through the double-double section now, through the 180s in the middle. So he's got this lap and one more with about 15 seconds to go. So as long as he doesn't have to pit and he keeps it clean and on 4 wheels, he should be good to go. And it looks like, I thought he was always going to go pit, then he always turn right slightly, but it looks like he hits his final lap. So this is the battle for the final bump up spot here for the B to make it into the main show for the A main Nitro Buggy show. So this is the final lap. The buzzer has gone and the time has expired. The Pro Buggy does start at 6:15 later today local time, but I'm going to continue with these guys. So Clement Boda, all he has to do is keep it clean and on all 4 wheels. I think there are some lap cars in front of him, so hopefully these guys will not get in the way this time. And Clement Boda going through the left-hand section now over to J Concepts J. Here's a J Concepts driver, so he'll be making Jason happy. Goes over the Rumble section now, and Clement Boda makes it from the C main. He makes it from the B main now, and he will be in your Pro Nitro Buggy A main later on today. So Clement Boda there will be super happy to make the main show. I think Mark Desard there also a bit of a cheer from him as well, so he's going to be making the main spot as well. So I think Matt's going to go do an interview.
What a crazy race!
Yes, I made a really bad start, so I started at the end of the grade, and I made no mistake, the good pit stop, so it's crazy. There are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 maybe, so I like a clean one, and yeah, I'm really happy to bump it A-main for sure.
Did you need fuel at the end, or were you good?
No, I take just 2 pit stops. Yeah, 8, and so it's crazy. Yeah, I'm really happy to bump in A-main now.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So a massive congratulations to Clement Boda. You can see how happy he is. I didn't realise he had a pretty bad start, but looks like his fuel, it looks like he must have really good fuel mileage, and he had a good strategy there. So for him to make the A main, it's a really big achievement here. So I'm assuming it's going to be one of his first, or maybe the first few of his first big international A mains here in Nitro Buggy. So he'll be glad to do that. So the Nitro main final will be starting at 6:15. So stay tuned, as we have lots of more racing coming up. So this is your Nitro 35 plus B main about to start. So I'm going to. So I think all these guys are going up. So while these guys are getting warmed up, I'm just going to take a really quick break. So stay tuned while these guys get ready.
And we are back. Thank you for joining us, everyone. I'm sure you know by now that we are RC Racing TV, bringing you the Buggyland 11 race live from a cold and windy Madrid in Spain. Thank you to the sponsors, Euro RC, whose video we were just playing then, J Concepts and Scampi Rosso, and of course all the local sponsors that you can see scrolling across the bottom of your screen. We are getting ready for Nitro 35 Plus B Main. You can see the drivers there on your screen, getting ready for their warm-up lap. We'll be back with we'll be back with commentary after he's just had a quick break. Bless him. He's had a lot of coffee to keep going in these very long days. You see that beautiful shot there of our pit lane. All the mechanics having prepped the cars. They'll return the car shortly to the pit lane and then walk them over to the starting grid. I think they get, is it 2-3 minutes warm-up laps, get the engines nice and hot and ready for the 25-minute race ahead. Just want to say thank you to Buggyland for inviting us along and being able to bring this event to everybody. It has been an awesome, and I'll admit it, very tiring event. Some crazy long days. Not so long today though. We'll be finished just after 5 today. If you're watching on YouTube, get involved in the chat, say hello, ask questions. We'll pick those up. I need to stop saying will. We'll pick them up on his return. And don't forget, if you haven't already, and maybe you want to further your support, you can subscribe, that's free. If you want to show your appreciation and support that little bit extra, you can become an RCTV hero. And you might be asking yourself, well, what's that all about and how do I do it? Well, I'll tell you. You, on YouTube, look underneath the live stream video and you'll see our logo, and just to the right-hand side of that is a join button. Click the join button, follow the on-screen prompts, and you will become an RCTV hero. That gives you priority follows, it gives you early access to content, a free exclusive RCTV 2024 sticker pack, and you will get welcomed live on air with a air horn, one of 5 choices that could sound something like this. That could all be yours, but no, seriously, we do appreciate the support that the heroes give us, and all the proceeds that come from the hero scheme, or memberships, I should say. Scheme sounds a bit sinister. From the memberships goes back towards investing in new equipment, replacing damaged equipment that we get quite a lot, funnily enough, when we're covering these events that are covered in dust, or we get rained on, or they get taken out by 1/8 buggies. So yeah, it's not a money-making scheme by us per se. It is literally just so that we can bring you bigger and better coverage. So yeah, if you don't want to, that's absolutely fine. Still enjoy the free live streams that we bring you all out through the year. But if you want to show your support, then please do. That would be incredible. This is our last RC event of the season. We've covered all the EFRA events. We covered an IFMAR World. We've covered numerous ETS live events. And
don't forget EFRA races.
That was my first one.
Ah, my bad.
That was my EFRA A's. I wasn't going to go to specific schematics. There you go. We'll turn your mic on. Say again.
I'm all right now.
Oh, I knew you'd do that.
We've made him shy.
No, he's just predictable.
Ah.
So yeah, Nitro 35 Plus B Main 25 minutes, 16 drivers, 5 bump ups again.
Yep, I think 5 bump ups. So this says Group A though, so I'm actually quite confused with that. No, it is B main, my mistake. I thought it was A main for some reason. This is B main, so top 5 guys will make it to the main show for 35 plus.
It's looking very windy.
It is. It doesn't look like it's affecting the cars much though, from what I can see, especially over the doubles in front of the rostrum. I'll let these guys go down. I don't know what the guys. Looks like there's an error. There was a small issue there for our leader Costas. He doesn't get put down. I'm assuming he's flamed out. So it will actually be Christian Blier that will take the lead after the first few corners. I think for the most part, it's a pretty clean start. Looks like the car number 3 of Julian getting a little bit wide, trying to let room for Davy Bales to get through, but it looks like he hangs on for now. So it's going to be Costas out in front. He's already starting to stretch his legs a little bit. I'm still kind of curious what happened. No, sorry, it's not car number 1. Sorry, not Costas, it's Christian. Sorry, that's starting to stretch his legs a little bit. I don't know what happened to Costas there. I'm assuming he must have either had a flame out or maybe an electrical issue, but it looks like he started now, so I'm going to go with that. So looks like there's a big change to your starting order, and it looks like the car number 10 of Jan has moved up to the 4th spot. So, and the car number 5 of Anthony from the 7th to the 5. Cedric, the car number 13 from the 13 to the 6. So those guys are, other than Cedric, are in a bump up spot. So Cedric will definitely be trying everything now to get into a bump up. But it's a 25-minute race, and it's not one in the 4 first corners, so anything can happen. So it looks like car number 2, Jesus, they're getting a little bit wide. Looks like they just got on the dust and tried to save it. So you see what these guys do this time by. So it is Julian now in the 2, it is Jesus in the 3, it is Jan in the 4, and Anthony in the 5, who's currently holding your last bump up spot. So he has a 2-second gap to 6th place with Cedric at the moment. So I think at the moment we'll probably stick with the lead cars. So I think that is car number 2 of Christian Villar going round now. And he goes across, goes in the pipe a little bit. Over the tabletop he goes, across the concept J, over the rumble sections. Look a little bit rough over there, must have caught a rut. Now it looks like a rollover from, I think it's going to be Jesus. So, so he had a little rollover, probably cost him a little bit of time, but he's still in a bump up spot, so he's all set for now. Meanwhile, Christian is really looking to stretch his legs. After about 2.5 minutes down, the gap is about 2.9 seconds, so I expect that to grow. Meanwhile, looks like Jesus is putting the hammer down after that small rollover, small champion's roll by the start-finish line. So he's going to be pushing, but these guys don't really need to push since they are in a bump-up spot. I know they are racers, and obviously we want to win, but I guess at times it might be worth looking at the bigger picture. That is it worth pushing? You know, putting all the strain, having the extra chances of a mistake, just to finish that extra position higher. And also remember, they've got a race to make places in afterwards if they make the main show. So maybe I'm thinking too logical about it. It's all about racing, and you just want to race, and that's what it's all about. So we are following car number 2 of Julian Tadella, running the Kyosho machine, the white, blue and orange machine with a white wing. Well, white stickers on the white wing, more rather. There's Jesus in the 3 spot, Anthony in the 4. Looks like Cedric is now in the 5th spot, so Jan must have had an error or an early pit spot. So who's this coming in? Looks like
stop and go.
Stop and go for
what? That's the longest. Oh, he's gone for a stop and go and then flamed.
Oh,
what a nightmare.
Do we know who that was?
No, somebody I was following. Somebody in the top 3, I'm pretty sure. So who we got now?
So
this is the leader, car.
Yeah, so if you follow that, so that's the leader, Christian, going through the 180s at the moment. As he goes over the double section towards the right-hand to the left-hand side, over the matrix banner. You can see just how much wind there is. You see those matrix banners, like a lot of them are just flapping around, but it seems for the moment it's not affecting the cars, which is probably the most important thing.
Somebody will be dropping like a stone now through the timing.
That's who I'm looking for.
If someone had a... Am I right thinking someone's had a small error or a mistake? Oh, I think Cedric has had a... I think it was Cedric who had that issue.
Stop and go, and then the flame out.
Yeah, and that was kind of 13. So he had a 1 minute 13 lap. So I'm gonna guess that was him. So bad luck for Cedric because he was in a bump up spot. So that actually moves Davy Bales to the 5th spot.
Ow!
And someone, I don't know, I felt a bit of a thump on the rostrum. I don't know who. I don't know if someone's not having a great day or something else happened.
That was a buggy that hit the building we're in.
I would hope so, or someone's really hurt their hand, because that was a good thump.
That was a... Maybe someone got the bullseye. Anyway, so this is Christian getting through traffic, and I'm hoping he'll... Yeah, yellow card needs to get out the way, because that is traffic. I've noticed this traffic's been a little bit of an issue here. It's cost a few guys in that B main pro buggy a spot or two, especially Brian Baldo. So it's a bit of unfortunate for him. I don't think any of the Baldos actually made the main show, which is a bit of a shame. Bit of an unlucky weekend for him. So let's see what the closest battle is on track. So I'm waiting for these guys to come through now, and I'll see if there's anything going on. So looks like the battle between 2 and 3 is probably your next best battle. So I think it's that car that you just saw with the sweeper. If you stay where you are now, Matt, those cars going with that small double.
These two.
So these two going through now. I believe Julian had a bit of a roll or a bit of a kerfuffle on the sweeper. So he's now in the 1st spot. So the car in front, I believe, is Jesus at the moment. Car number 6. So these guys go for the centre section now. So these guys always put a move on there. Jesus did. But it seems like a lot of guys, the better line to do is sort of to go a little bit wide as it sort of goes tight and then carries on to a long left-hander and you kind of cut in. So it looks like a bit of another mistake there from Julian. So that's not going to do him much well. But I'm going to assume that Christian's had a mistake because that's now brought Jesus well into the gearbox of Christian now. So this could be the race for the lead now. So Jesus going through the step-ups. It looks like he has the edge on lap times with these guys. His best laps are 44.4. And Jesus' best laps are 45.2. So now maybe that Christian's in reaching distance. It's a bit easier to gauge and follow.
What car number is Jesus? Is he 6?
Jesus? His name is Jesus. So Jesus is number 6. So I think that's the...
He's got a back marker in between him, has he? That middle car there, because this is Jesus in car 6.
Ah.
And then the leader is this car, right?
Yeah, so the leader, so I believe it's those 3 that you see now. They are the lead pack.
Got you.
So that is Julian in the 2 and Jesus in the 3. And it looks like Julian's making more ground on Christian. So it seems like Christian's, once he gets it together, he has the edge. But it looks like a few off laps here and there is kind of costing them. So it is Christian coming through now. He has got some lap traffic he's going to navigate through now. Hopefully they won't be a factor. I think the car behind Christian is... I think he's not fighting for position.
No.
So I think Christian's got pretty clear track. I think it looks like Julian and Jesus. And
where's he going?
And Christian's made a mistake, and he's made it into Death Valley, as Matt calls it. But I think luckily Death Valley didn't swallow him whole too much, and he managed to escape.
Just on the wrong side of Death Valley. Then you have to take a trip back across.
A little dip, but it looks like luckily he saved it. So I'm not sure if Julian and Jesus have pitted. So
he did, yeah.
So I think that means Christian, when he pits, will probably be behind them. So that would have definitely cost him some time there. But he is still in a bump up spot. So it looks like I think that's a back marker catching a pipe and making a mistake there. So it is Christian out in front. Looks like Jesus and Julian are 2 and 3. I'm guessing either Julian... I think Julian must have made an error because he's 2.5 seconds behind now. Or maybe he had a longer pit stop. So I'm not sure when Christian pitted, but I'm assuming he'll come in anytime soon on the next lap or two. I'm assuming he must have pitted quite early at the maybe the 5 or 6 minute mark, and we're just about 10 minutes over now. So maybe he's got another minute or two to go. So Christian going through the step-ups now. And it looks like Julian has had another mistake because he's now 6 seconds down. And we're trying to see if there's a good battle for 5th place. And it looks like at the moment, Anthony wants Rosen, I'm going to assume it's that, he's in a safe place, but he's got a 16-second gap to the 5th spot. So, good. Just following Christian now. As he goes over the doubles, now going towards the top of the track. He goes through the centre section now. So we're about halfway through now. And I think Christian still hasn't pitted, so I'm quite curious to how that's going to play once he goes into the pits. But he has, for saying that Christian does have a 13-second lead, so I don't know if the 2 and 3 guys in second and third had a mistake or not. So that means Christian might be taking this one pretty comfortably, even after that pretty big kerfuffle. So here we go. Christian through the top section of the track. I'm trying to see what the next battle is on track because it'd be good to see what else is going on. So it looks like potentially car number 1 is making quite a lot of ground, but he is 10 seconds behind at the moment to 5th place. So we'll see how he does in the next lap or two, and if he's going to pull in a bit more, we'll definitely try to get him on camera. I think that will sound like a good plan to me. Christian's doing everything he can. He's running a nice smooth race, nice and consistent. He's not doing any heroics. Exactly what you want to do. So I think now there is, let's find the car number 4 of Davy Bells. And I think he will be about halfway through the track or coming towards the matrix banners any moment now. Towards the top left map. Unless that is the car you've already found him.
Potentially.
So it's Dave, I think that, I'm going to go down as Davy Bell. So he is he's currently running 3rd. He's 6 seconds behind. But he has Julian behind him, which is 1.2 seconds behind. So I think Julian now is going to be throwing everything he can. He's going to be throwing absolutely everything he can to try get up higher. But just saying that, car number 1 cost us. I think Roger was right. He was 10 seconds behind, but now he's only 1.7 seconds left. So that is car number 6 looking for the final bump-up spot. So I think if we drop a car or 2 back, Matt, we're going to see if we can try to find car number 7 and car number 1. So I think these 2 guys are fighting for... I think it's actually going to be the cars before this, Matt. My mistake. So I think if we stay at the beginning of the track for now, and I'll tell you when they go by. So I believe there should be these 2 cars here, and it is. So So Vocho, if that is your buddy's car, let us know so we know getting the right car. So I think that is the blue car. So he is in the 6th position. He's just brought in a gap of 10 seconds a few laps ago. And he's now basically going to say maybe less than 2 seconds behind. So we are following car number 5, which is Anthony in the car number 7, and it's Kostas in the number 1 car. So Kostas just touching the pipe a little bit there, coming in a little bit too hot. So Anthony comes through now, sky high. So this is the battle for the final bump spot, I believe. There's still 10 minutes to go, so anything can happen. So Christian still is leading this, followed by Jesus, Davey, Bales, Julian, and Anthony, which is who we're watching now, which I believe is the red and white car. And that is the blue car of Kostas behind. So I can't tell these guys are going through traffic or there's a lapped car. And he makes a mistake. So that's going to be Kostas now to the 5. So he's now in the final bump up spot. So he's got 9 minutes to go, and it looks like he got a little bit. He almost got a little bit delayed on the trigger, and he gets caught a little bit by Anthony there.
Sounds like he's been told to give the position
back. And I think the ref says he's going to have to give position back, but I don't know. Looks like Kostas' car doesn't look right to me. He had a few off corners, unless he just got on the dust, but it doesn't look like Anthony is giving that position back yet. So I'm not sure if the referee is going to maybe add some time at the end, or maybe give him another little nudge about it. I want to say little because he's pretty vocal. There's 8 minutes to go, so there's still a lot that can happen. So Kostas through the rumble section. You can see how much corner speed he's capturing there. He made a heap of time there on Anthony that time by. Anthony going through the top section now, through the step up, and I don't know where Kostas is. I have a feeling Kostas is in the pits, or I think Kostas has actually has had a pit stop, so I can't see unless he's had an error. We'll wait for the lap timing to see what it comes up with. But I think that is now Anthony into the pits, if I'm not mistaken. And it was Anthony, so Anthony is into the pits now, so we'll see now if Kostas is close behind or not.
He's right behind him, I think.
Okay, so he's right behind, so they've both done, assuming their last pit stop, so they should be good now for the rest of the run. So this is your B main and the top 5 will bump into the main show later on. It looks like Anthony got a little bit caught by a back marker, and the back marker again. Is this... Actually, that might have been Julian. I have a weird feeling that could have been Julian, who was in the 3rd spot. Let's see, kind of lands on the wing. That could have been Julian, but...
Red car, you have to wait. Someone has a stop and go. Red car has to wait.
So I think because Anthony didn't wait, I mean, Anthony's already kind of been done for then for getting hit by the back marker. The back markers look like they're being a bit... I don't want to say...
he's done a drive-through.
Oh, he's done a drive-through, so... But I think it's safe to say that's probably it now for...
So this is car 1, is this correct? Is this
so this is car 1.
Bump up.
Yeah. So this is car 1, so this is he's in the 5th and final bump up position. So I think... Oh, so this is the car that flamed out at the beginning. So he had really bad luck.
Yes.
So he's made it straight back to the 5th spot. So fair play. So he's probably quite a lot of angry laps there. Get back into a bump up spot. Looks like he probably just narrowly missed it in qualifying. But he's showing that he can do it also in finals as well. through the step-ups now. He's got about 5 minutes to go. So Christian is basically in a world of his own with about a 14-second lead. With Julian in the 3, Davey in the 3, Julian in the 4, and Kostas, which is who we're following now, in the 5. So he comes around again. And we're about to hit the 5 minute. We're about to hit the 5 minute mark. And it looks like Kostas has an 8-second lead gap now to 6th place. So as long as he doesn't have any issues, hopefully with traffic or a flame out, I think. And he should be fine, but as I said, he makes a small error. But luckily he gets on his wheels. A bit of a champion's roll. So I think it cost him a little bit of time, but he has got an 8-second lead at the moment. That's what the timing says now. So I'm going to assume they'll go probably back down to 6th, but he's still got clear space. He's still got 4.5 minutes to go. But anything can happen. But he's coming through the doubles now. And yep, you are right. He was last after the first lap, so he's done really well to get back into. He was dead last, as a matter of fact. So he's done really well to get back to where he is now. So we are just watching the 5th place in the moment, the final bump up spot. I think we will follow him for another minute or two, and then we'll finish off with our leader. It looks like at the moment he is in lead, but I'm assuming Christian's just had a pit stop. So I'm sure that will change once the cycle pit stops are done. So, about 3 minutes to go here in the 35 plus B main. It's brought to you by Euro RC, J Concepts, and Scuderia Scampioso. So the main final will start at 4:15 local time in about 4 hours. So we still have plenty of racing action to go. We still have the electric buggy A mains. Davide has wrapped up the win in Pro Electric Buggy. But I'm sure we'll still see a thrilling show for the leg 3. So we've got about 2 minutes to go. I think
we should make sure this guy finishes in 5th and doesn't mess up the bump up. He's worked so hard.
He has worked so hard, so...
And he keeps rolling it in the same part of the track.
He does.
I don't know.
Maybe the nerves are getting to him. I think who was our race leader, Christian, has had an issue because he's dropped just all the way down to the 9th spot.
Oh, so does that make...
That means Jesus is actually the one taking the win. Is actually on top at the moment. So I don't know what actually happened there. Maybe I'm going to assume it was an error or a flame out.
So who's in 5th place now?
So at the moment, it is car number 7. And I'll see
if we can find 7 then, I guess.
I'll see if we can find the gap. I think the gap is pretty long between the two, so or pretty big between the two.
About halfway round.
So he will be car number 7 when he goes by. It might be the green car. So we're going to the final minute here of the 35 plus B main Nitro Buggy. So I think if we can go with our leader for the final lap, Matt. So I think if we go towards the top end of the track, follow Jesus, then we can find him.
On the loop.
So I think he's that car in the... No, someone else.
7's in the middle again if we wanted to follow the bump up guy.
Yeah, go on. Let's follow number 7.
So that's 3. That's 4. That's 14.
So I'll tell you when he comes over the loop then.
So we'll probably get him for the last lap now. So
just went over.
So he's starting his last lap.
One of those two.
Okay, he's not got 7 on his body then. But
7 and...
So I'm going to assume...
I guess it's the second one of the two. I think.
This is 5 and 8 on the body shells.
Oh, that's another 8.
Yep. So... yeah.
Well, that's the end of the race. Due to...
There you go.
Due to stickers.
You can say what you like about EFRA, but at least the stickers are always correct. You can look for a sticker and you'll know that's the right car.
So there you go.
So we had 2 car 8s and we couldn't follow car 7 because didn't have
Good.
7 out there.
And good morning.
Hey, Lefty.
Look who it is.
You missed you missed some good action this morning, Lefty.
I did watch the end of the B main while I was preparing my coffee for this morning. So,
blimey, how big's your coffee? It's a long time to prepare it. The whole B main.
Well, I watched the end of the B main.
He has a grinder.
And then I got dressed and came out to the studio. All right, but it looks windy there. Very windy.
Yep, and cold. Windy and cold, and we've had some rain this morning.
Oh, all types of unforeseen Mother Nature interruptions.
We've had all of the weathers.
Apart from sunshine.
What's the temperature like then there right now?
It's like UK temperature. We could be in the UK.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not.
That's
not
good.
What you want. It's not. Well, I tell you what. It's not what Ongaro wants, and it's what Canas does want. Canas wants it to be like this.
Mm.
And Ongaro
Really?
wants it to warm up. Yep.
Why does Canas want it?
Well, but
his tyres are good.
Yeah, tell us why.
The colder, wetter track makes him fast. He's always faster in the morning when it's wet after they've wet the track.
That's those J Concepts tires.
And Ongaro struggles when it's like that.
You know why is that, right?
Tell us.
Because Canas is now on the J Concepts tires, and those tires are very good. They've been designed there in the southeast, where I go to race a lot, and they always have cold, damp mornings at races usually, and as it progresses throughout the day, because a lot of the races are indoor as well, and so the colder the temperatures, the better they would be. So that makes sense.
Does make sense. Oh, good.
All right, so I saw that Robert bumped up, as well as a few other people. There was an exciting race between Clement Bode and Zancatine for a while, then Hugo Ibanez. I caught that last, I would say, 5 minutes while I waited. So that's good. Do we have an LCQ? I'm surprised we don't.
I don't think we do, unfortunately.
Oh, no, we don't. I didn't see it in the at all in the schedule, which is unfortunate because LCQs are very fun.
They are fun. Unfortunately, I don't think I see one.
You guys are like, not another race. We're trying to get out of here at 5.
It's been a very
There's Morrow.
long weekend.
And this is just 3 days.
Yeah, it's 3 days, but the days are very, very long. So as they say, you have to be very crazy to do Buggyland, which is their motto.
Hey, Bill, did you see the last lap pass by Rifkin at the track in Australia?
I was just watching it now, actually. That was a pretty,
I just watched it too.
It's a pretty good pass, but I couldn't tell if he got too far on the inside. So he landed on the grass or if he actually landed on like inside the racing line on the downside, but he got it near.
Yep,
he basically got it perfect.
Yep, what a beautiful track that is. I am so looking forward to the Worlds there.
So Rifkin's always been pretty good on the low meets. I mean, everyone thought because he won Utabi, he would just be a high grip hero, but it's obviously showing that even at Hoodie Arena, he did really well in the low grip stuff. And even at Hobby Action, I know, what's his name? Taylor obviously won. He was probably the next best, I would say, in both 2-wheel and 4-wheel. I think even behind Norton Garo. So I'm sure Spencer will be one of the guys to watch there. It'll be interesting to see who else will kind of he will kind of come out the gates there. I think it's too early to say though.
Well, they all have a year to go over there and get some practice on that track. What's up, Vincent Verdun? So they should take advantage of that and go over there and at least go to the warm-up and get some practice on it. So Australia will be a busy destination for 10-scale off-road racers over the next year, I'm sure. Is this our first of the third leg of the B finals for electric?
Yeah.
I believe so.
So this is the beginning of the e-buggy legs, the final legs. I think three of these guys have already wrapped it up. So I'm assuming they're just going out now for more of the fun of it.
For more run time.
Exactly. Get their money's worth. So how's your calendar looking, Lefty, for the rest of the year? What have you got
so
next?
I have pretty much nothing going on in October after this, which is pretty good. Just actually will be, recording podcasts and stuff like that, working like that. And then I have a very busy end of the year. So I go to Alabama Manufacturer Shootout in the beginning of November. And I go to Carpet Champs right after that. It's just not me, it's the Elite RC Productions crew. Then we have a Florida RC Championship race either before Thanksgiving or after Thanksgiving. Going to celebrate Thanksgiving in the USA. And I have the Florida RC Championship race, which is pretty big. In Florida, it's a very big series of 8-scale racing and 10-scale in Florida. And it has full production as well. So I'll be going to that. And then I'll finish it off with the Brent's Buggyland. Brent's fall ball race, which is in Lake Waccamaw, under a roof in North Carolina.
Oh.
So busy, and then January it starts all over again. So busy. End of the month, end of the year, and looks to be a busy 2025, especially if we find out the dates of Montpellier, right, Matt? Or
Chased them
James?
Again. I chased them again yesterday. So
got a plan. It would be great if I could come right from the States there. That would be perfect.
Let's do it.
All right, let's get ready to start.
6, 5, 4, 3.
All right, and this is the start to the third B final of the e-buggy sportsman class. So, Will, I have to ask, are we going to get back into 8-scale racing? You did dabble into it for a little while.
I don't know if I told you, but I did end up getting one of the Hall brothers' old associated car. It's a B4.1, so I actually did a test day with them at Hearts like a few weeks ago. So I have actually...
E-buggy or nitro?
Nitro. No, I couldn't let you down,
Okay,
especially
very
your Nitro to Glory.
I mean, e-buggy's a lot easier, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but if I'm going to do 8-scale, I feel like you just got to do it the real way. You get a Nitro.
Oh, that's a great way to say it. Great way to put it.
But yeah,
all right, so...
let's carry on with these guys.
Sorry about that. I do apologize. That's good, Will. You should do some more, probably next year, once things warm up a bit. Do the national series.
Yeah, I think I might do
or a few races.
Definitely going to do a few races. Now with the Winter Series in full swing and with EOS and MK, pretty much all the practice will go into that really. So it's going to be a busy indoor season, at least for Temsco in the UK.
Good. MKGP looks great too. Would love to attend that one day. All right. Let's see who's wrapped this up. Do we have anybody who has won this? Because right now we have no scoring. I don't have any scoring. Let me fix this.
I'll be able to tell you if this, if there's a winner already.
Oh, we've lost a car in the pit of doom. Number one's down.
Oh, we're in the pit of doom.
There's always a pit of doom.
So it looks like a winner isn't decided. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong finals.
All right, there we go. Now I have my scoring up. I had the wrong thing. We have Luis Moran out front, followed by Eugenio.
I think that's going to
Jeremy Gazelle and Eric. Morning mates, Rivkin talking about the invisible speed in that Australian track walk. I'm gonna have to check that out. I just haven't had any time to see anything. I just saw that there's quick snippets of the laps, but I did see he did a walkabout. I was supposed to have Rivkin on the podcast next week, maybe. He messaged me and asked to come on the podcast.
He messaged you?
Yeah. This will be good.
Do you ever get people that often ask you to come to the podcast, or is it normally you going to ask people?
I ask most of the people. I do have people ask, but I can't have everybody on there. So I kind of, I want to interview. I also like to interview people that I'm interested in interviewing as well. So.
Have you ever got Cav or Brock on, or are they not really that?
Yeah, I've had Cav on a couple of times. I don't think I've ever had Brock on. But I've had a few 10-scale people or drivers on there as well. But yeah, I kind of now just go, and there's some people that I want to interview that I've been asking for many years, and hopefully they come on.
There we go. What about Mayfield? Have you ever had Mayfield on?
I've had him on before. It was probably the most popular podcast. Now I have to have him. I'm going to have him on again with video. I had him on and it was just audio only.
So, I think we actually already have a winner decided in this one.
Okay.
I think it was your leader here.
Who is probably not our leader now after that mistake.
I'm not sure what's happening now.
Well, that guy that carved the gray wing is Luis Moran. He was in front, but he made a mistake, so he should be probably... He did have a 1.3 second lead.
Had another mistake.
Oh, no. Another mistake. That lead is now going to be a deficit. But did he win A1 and A2?
Yep, he won A1 and A2, so to be fair, this is just extra laps for him. I'm sure he's probably not that upset up there with these mistakes, so you can just go around and maybe go for the hot lap.
He's actually down in second after those two mistakes. So, a pretty different format here, having triple B mains. I know they had it last year. What we did see at the Euros, which I thought was pretty good, where they had a LCQ, and one driver bumped out of that to the A final. Maybe that's something we can adapt as a bump up privilege. I would probably take two out of the LCQ, send them up, just to make things a little bit more exciting, give the people in the B main another chance. That's why I think I like Nitro Racing as well, the possibility of bump ups. So, what's up, Basher NZ? He goes, what podcast? I've not seen in a few weeks. I did release one 2 weeks ago. And we were supposed to, because Bill, you're actually supposed to be on the next one, because we're going to talk about the Euros.
Oh yeah,
and,
I forgot you mentioned that.
You be prepared. Be prepared. Be prepared. So, Yeah, we'll get together and record one of those with Max. Lots to talk about at the 10 scale Euros. Lots to look at. And we'll probably be splitting that up as well. And it'll be going out to one half will go out to the public first, and then the other half will. The other part with all the juicy stuff will probably be put up to the Patreon, and you would have to, if you're not a Patreon or YouTube member, you're going to have to wait about a week to hear about it. All right, so we're following second place, but as you said, he actually has won this already, Will?
Yep, so I think he's just out there just enjoying himself, to be honest.
He might as well. You can see that the wind and rain has kind of washed away that black line we saw developing in the sun yesterday. It's kind of now almost bleached to an extent. That would be from just the rain. Was it a lot of rain, or was it just a little light sprinkling?
It was just a little, I think it was kind of a bit of a sprinkle, Matt, wasn't it? A little bit. It was only for a few minutes. It wasn't long.
Yeah, just a smattering.
A smattering. There we go. I was looking for a cool British word to describe the rainfall.
We have many words to describe rain.
A smattering of rain.
I mean, the track definitely was... Oh. The track definitely...
That was me, sorry. Hit my microphone.
Did you headbutt it or something?
I did, actually. I did headbutt it. I did. I was reaching down to get something, and I headbutt my microphone. We have Jeremy Depeau out front, but this man who we're following the leader, 2 minutes left to go, has actually won this already. But yeah, much different, the track. It looks a lot looser. It looks dry.
Yeah,
believe it or not, the wind looks like it's dried it out.
It definitely looked it this morning. I'm just looking at the lap times from the second leg of e-buggy. Even Ongawa's fastest lap was only 42.4, so the track was definitely slower this morning. I could see it even in the early heats, the guys, like especially with the 180 section where it's kind of looking now. The guys are double steering quite a lot, struggling to get on power, just trying to get through there smoothly. So kind of unsure if we'll see the same lap times today unless the sun comes out, because it's still overcast. It doesn't look too bad in the camera. It looks like it's the sky, but it is actually, I mean, it's just blue sky, but it is actually quite cloudy. But I guess
there's no sun beating down on the track. No heat generating in the track.
No, but I guess like what you were saying earlier, that might work in Carlos's favour, because Carlos had a lot more pace in that final in e-buggy. I think if the conditions stay like this for the main final, it could help Canas a bit more. But I don't think the temperatures are meant to be going that much higher, as far as I'm aware.
Nope, not today.
All right. So we're not going to see that black. We're probably not going to see that black line form that we saw over the last week. So we shall see. Does J Concepts tires, that softer compound, more designed for running out in the cold or damp and dry, because it gets cold and dry, and that's where it looks like it's getting at this moment. So we shall see. 24 seconds left in this race. We are currently following this white and orange, flow orange car of... We have no idea.
Car 2.
Jeremy Depeau. What's up, Jay Smoker? Ridiculous. And we got my buddy Mike Hill, K Swap Shop. We had a vehement argument about 10-minute pits last night. Vehement. Even my conversations outside of RC are about RC. That's how crazy things get.
You're so RC.
I know, I have issues. I really do. I have issues, but I love it. All right, so Luis Moran going to take the win. He already has won the overall, and he just sealed the deal. And that is our first Triple B final for e-buggy, Sportsman e-buggy, as we get ready for our next race. Hey, Will, do you know the ridiculous one, Jay Smoker? He isn't paying attention. If you ever did meet Jay Smoker, you'd never forget him. Ooh, he wants to know who K-Swap Shop is. Ooh.
I'm just moving on to camera, so I'm going off mic for a sec, and I'll be with you in a sec.
Sweet. All right, so next up should be intermediate B final, third leg. So they're doing 3 legs for both electric classes. We have David Todd, who did not make it into the A final. He'll be disappointed about that. Brian Baldo as well, Hugo Ibanez, Iker Tellez, Oscar Baldo, Ivan Navarro, Richard Corentin, Alex Valles, Nacho Sanchez, Tom Sartell, Nuno Casel, Pedro Gomez, Pangiatis Terrace, Gabrielle Astorino, who's not her, Alex Dars, who I haven't seen either, and Danny Battier is not running electric. So these drivers will get out to the track and get on their warm-up here shortly. And I'm just looking at the track, at the chat. Jay Smoker is in there talking to K-Swap Shop, and he doesn't even know who he's talking to, but I do.
Who's talking to who? Are you talking to me?
Jay Smoker is talking to K-Swap Shop, but they don't know that, but he doesn't know he knows who that is.
Because everyone's got secret
But I do.
code names.
They're talking about Hondas. Ooh, somebody getting some extreme heat into their tires. There's Mr. Baldo. He just looks like, he's just like, all right, let's just warm up these tires. Let me put my hands back in the pocket because it's cold, and I'll see you in a bit. I gotta come back. What happened?
He's back to warm up a bit more.
Canas looking on, of course, with the Baldo brothers driving the J Concepts rubber now. So going over there to see how they're making out, what tires are probably going to go on, to take some hints for his upcoming final. There's Brian and Oscar standing right next to him. Brian with the beard, Oscar also with a beard, but with glasses and a hat. There's Pedro Gomez. There's David Todd. Iker Tellez. Lots of young talent looking to put on a show for us. Let's see what they can do. Very long countdown to start this race. I remember last year there was quite a bunch of confusion with the lady saying "Salida, go," and then the turn going. So people were confused.
I saw that comment, but I didn't see that happen.
So last year there was a lot of confusion with the start the girl would be like "go," and then a second or two later the turn would go. So the drivers were very confused at when to go. I remember it actually cost JQ the start of his race.
Because he waited
twice.
for the tone rather than the Salida.
It was confusing. Salida. David Todd out front right there in that white and dark blue Mugen. Let's see what he can do. Can he put on a show? He's very fast. Not happy to be in his B final. Probably thinks he should be in that A final. Let's see what he can do as he looks. Let's see. He might actually. Let's see who wrapped this up. Todd out front, followed by Brian Baldo. And that looks like Hugo Ibanez right behind him. Iker Tellez in that green car. So this 4-pack is slightly pulled away from the rest of the crew. Todd making his way up over that double with a very hard-charging Brian Baldo right behind him. And Hugo Ibanez in that green Techno. Iker Tellez, 15 years old. Todd, 15 years old, 16 years old now. So lots of young talent on display from beautiful Spain here at the Buggyland 11. Todd getting a little bit sideways, slamming that car on the ground, picking up some speed as he goes up the hill. Through the Laguna Seca corkscrew. And he's running those Pro Circuit tires. Whoa, four-wheel drift around that 180. That looked impressive. And he is pulling away from, I believe that's Iker Tellez. So Iker Tellez has now got himself into second, that green car, and he's chasing down David Todd. So 2 young Spanish drivers, Mugen out front, Techno right behind him, Tellez coming by. That was a 42.4 for Tellez, that by to a 42.9 for Todd. So we are on the cusp of a very good battle as Tellez pulls right up behind Todd, but goes a little wide, loses it in the fluff. Todd still in the lead, and now right behind Tellez is a very hard charging Ivan Navarro and Oscar Baldo. So we have Techno from Techno. Sorry, we have a Mugen from Techno and 2 X-rays chasing him as it looks like it might be Ibanez now in the mix right behind these guys. Oh, Ibanez having a look as Tellez got past Todd in that 180. So Todd going backwards now into third. So Tellez out front right behind him, Hugo Ibanez and David Todd. Oh, Ibanez makes a mistake. That's going to send him out now. Todd has some clearer to chase down the younger Tellez. Tellez making his way, just slamming the brakes, scrubbing some speed. Can Ibanez pull back up? Oh, and they get entangled in each other. And that was 50-50, I would say. And Tellez gets away with it, but now Todd has Baldo and Ibanez right behind him and Navarro. So these 2 cannot make a mistake. Tellez making his way up over the double through the worn-out rumble strips now. As you can see, right down the center is the smoothest part. On that slippery concrete through the double double-section, David Todd is very close. That was, I can't see lap times, but fastest lap time is right now Hugo Ibanez, 41.9. Ibanez is in 4th, it looks like. Tellez pulling out a little bit of weight, going very wide, using all the real estate, almost skitching that pipe. And he is very good through that Laguna Seca. Very good e-buggy driver. He's getting a lot better in nitro buggy is Iker Tellez. David Todd, and there is Oscar Baldo, Ibanez, and Navarro. Tellez looking to pull away ever so slightly. I need to go. We'll have a look after the race to see who wins this overall. Todd losing a little bit of ground. He's 9/10 of a second back. That was a 45 flat to a 44.5 that time by. Sorry, 42.2 by Todd and 41.3 fastest lap of the race by this young man in that green and white Techno. Making his way up and over the double, avoids the pit of despair. You don't want to flip or go off the track there. And that's exactly what Tellez does. And he's going to give that lead back to Todd. And it bunches back up as Ibanez is now going to take the lead. And he gets by as Tellez makes a very youthful mistake in the doubles. He has the pace to pick it back up. We have a replay. Let's see as Tellez goes off track. Todd makes a mistake. Ibanez is about to capitalize on these 2 young drivers' mistake. I'm not sure how old Ibanez is. And he makes a pass, and he is now in first. Hugo Ibanez, right now, who are following that car of the yellow wheels, black wing, as he makes his way up around the matrix right-hand side of the corner. And hard charger behind him is David Todd. Iker Tellez has lost a little bit of ground to these guys after those crashes. He does have 5 minutes and 30 seconds to make up some time. So let's see what Tellez can do. If not, we do see him dropping back a little bit further. Todd, nope, there's Tellez, sorry, coming through the corkscrew. So Todd gonna have to put on the afterburners because that's exactly what Tellez in that green car is doing. And Ibanez driving a very smart race, very smooth, and trying to let these 2 young Spanish drivers battle it out behind him. And there we see Todd getting squarely, almost hitting the wall. Very hard. That red section is actually very polished concrete, very slippery. If you ever watched the Montpellier GP, you'll see that blue section of track that they have. That's exactly what it is. Let's stay on second, as he just doesn't seem to have the pace to catch up to Ibanez. Maybe Todd will have a second win as he whips that Mugen around that 180. He goes a little bit wide, and he gets out in that fluff, and you can see how, and that's going to be a Todd. It's going to have to let Tellez by. Tellez is by in that green car. Can Tellez, with 4 minutes and 26 seconds, click on some very fast laps and chase down Hugo Ibanez? Tellez with the fastest lap of this race, a 41.3. He'll need a few of them in the next 4 minutes as he comes by, and Tellez is now 4.6 seconds back of Hugo Ibanez, but he has a clear view in front of him and nobody behind him to pressure him, as Todd has resigned himself to third. But no mistakes like that. Tellez pushing extra hard, trying to catch up to Ibanez, making small little bobbles, which is going to cost him. As he makes his way through the Laguna Seca corkscrew and up and over that 180. And he has a lot of track to make up. He needs Ibanez to make a mistake. And Ibanez is putting every he's making every move count, and he isn't making a mistake and as he's taking over the lead. And Eicher going very wide. This is going to be a longer lap for Eicher this time by. He's now 5.6 seconds back of Hugo Ibanez. So Ibanez out to there you see Ibanez just making his way up the middle section of the track. And here's Tellez in that green and white. It's going to be Hugo Ibanez from Eicher Tellez, Ivan Navarro, Pedro Gomes from 12 up to 4, Alex Valles in 5th, David Todd now down in 6th, Richard Quarantine, Nacho Sanchez. And yeah, David Todd having an issue. He's just dropping down. He's now in 10th. So he looks like to be done and out of this race, unfortunately. Both Balders out, so not sure what happened to them. They were Brian and Oscar were early in the hunt, in the mix earlier, but now are completely out of the race, it looks like. We are currently following Eicher Tellez, who is now 5.2 seconds back. Let's find Hugo Ibanez. Let's show him some love. He's right there with that green. He's going up the middle part of the track. Yellow wheels, pink. Nope, let's just hold right there. There we go. You just missed him. There is Hugo Ibanez.
Green with yellow wheels?
Yellow wheels, pink and white. Black wing.
Cool. Got you.
There we go. I did say green for some reason. And Ibanez looking quite dialed out there. That was a 40. Ooh, wow. Eicher with a 41.2 that a couple of laps ago. He is absolutely a lot to make up. 4.8 seconds back of this man. There you can see Eicher just coming into shot. Any mistakes by Hugo, and Eicher can be right there to pounce. There's Eicher. But Hugo is putting one foot in front of the other, looking quite smooth, quite calm and collective. And he should be good. But with 1 minute and 47 seconds, anything can happen. And Ibanez can give his locked up victory away. Coming into some lap traffic here, that might cause us some issues with 95 seconds left to go in this race. Ibanez smoothly through that double-double, able to maneuver that e-buggy, slam it on the ground, carry the speed that he needs, and progress through that. I love that section of the track. This part of the track I also like with the corkscrew. Very drivers coming, flying through that, making some passes there. And Ibanez is about to be embroiled in some traffic. And there's Tellez. He's hoping that he makes a mistake and he can capitalize on this. That's the only way Tellez, I think, can catch him at this point. And Ibanez playing very smart, not forcing the issue. There we go. Opens up for him. And luckily he gets by as that green and white car was zigzagging across the rumble strips and could have been a very similar situation that we saw between Rivkin and Lutz at the Worlds 3 weeks ago. So Ibanez showing some very mature driving there in traffic, waiting patiently, not forcing the issue, waiting for his opportunities. That was a great way of great school, a great class on how to operate and maneuver through lap traffic. And he's going to be rewarded with one more lap. Eicher should get one more as well. We shall see. Eicher just not being able to latch onto that black wing of Ibanez and make it a race here at the end. He did a good job in the beginning. And Eicher should get by for one more lap. So he does have one chance. He needs this gentleman to have a failure or a bad crash. But Ibanez, who got out to that lead, never looked back, has correctly put one foot in front of the other and looks to be rewarded with a very good victory here in B3. Ibanez making his way up over that double. With a 7.4 second lead over second. Hugo Ibanez will take the win in B3. And let's see where that actually sets him in the overall as we look for Sportsman E-Buggy. Nope. Was that intermediate E-Buggy? I do apologize. And we have Honda chat going on between two guys that know each other, but one doesn't know he knows who that is. Maybe they know who each other are now. All right. Intermediate buggy. Let's have a look and see how it all shakes out. Oh, no, that was pro. I'm highly confused. All right. Okay. Finals. That is summary.
David Todd, Hugo Ibáñez y Iker Tellez, por favor, al podio para hacerse la foto.
Oh, so David Todd being called over for the podium or picture. I wonder if he won. I'm trying to. Do we have results there?
Not right in front of me.
All right. Let me put my glasses on. One minute, everybody. Just trying to figure out who won this. I think it might have been
glasses.
David Todd.
You have glasses.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
I need them. I need them to look at this small text. All right. So intermediate finals summary. Final 3. Oh, that's not going to work. Okay, here we go. Nope. I have an idea. IFMAR should ask ASCII World Company to transfer LiPo and e-cars to be able to fast plug in new HV format in order to change as Nitro to make 45 minutes. Nah, I don't think that's interesting at all. I think that I like e-buggy 3 10-minute finals. And if you do that, all the e-buggy guys that complain about needing a pitman to run Nitro will then need a pitman to run e-buggy. And it's not about the batteries. It's about the electronics that can hold up for that long of time. I have plenty of e-buggy only people that really do. We want longer mains and stuff. I'm like, yeah, but then you need a pit person for that. And that's one of your biggest complaints with Nitro. And I'm sorry, fumbling around to get batteries in is not as fun as watching somebody do a 6-second pit stop, fuel stop. And there's a chance of it not being full. And there's a chance of it flaming out. I can't find results here on Everlapse. If anybody can, let me know. I'm trying to find the... You were right. Where's SaySkew? He was saying that Everlapse, it makes it a little bit difficult to find USA type results. And with AAA mains, it's made to find. Even though that's not USA, it's IFMAR style. So that's my thoughts on the e-buggy thing. I think we should stick to double mains. We can go up to 15-minute mains. That'd be good. And that way you can get 2 mains and get 30 minutes runtime, or 3 mains and get 45 minutes runtime. But I wouldn't be against seeing a quick stop e-buggy race. I wouldn't be against it. I don't think it should be the norm. All right, I think Parente might have this already wrapped up. This is the 3rd e-truggy final. It's Adrian Parente, Harold Sandoval, Nicola Gracenti, Morgan Masur, and Elliot Dehis. Your top 5. Checking for turn marshals. If you're enjoying the coverage brought to you by RC Racing TV, say a big thank you to these sponsors by going over and spending some money there. Just RC, no BS. EuroRC.com, JConcepts.net, and Scuderia Scampi Rosso.
10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Oh, it's windy there. Really, look at those matrix banners ripping through. Windy, windy, windy. As we get ready to go, e-truggy. And there's Harold and Adrian Parente breaking away from the rest of the pack. Adrian pulling away from Harold slightly. Adrian in this aqua and white e-truck. Let's just watch him because it's very entertaining to watch him race. E-truck is flying here at Buggyland like they fly at most tracks. Three-wheeling around that corkscrew. Just having fun. Four-wheel drive, drifting it around the 180s. That's funny, Bachelor. That's hilarious. My arms are 1.5 out of 2. I would say that's about right. Adrian flying through that double-double and just putting on a show. I think he's just going to go out there and try to get the fastest lap that he can. And let's see. We saw him on the cusp of a 39-second lap yesterday. Let's see if he can do it. E-Truck is not struggling for traction out there. Not one bit. Last time was a 41.3 for Adrian. Let's see what he backs that up with. A 40.8. Let's stay on Adrian. Let's see if he can complete his chase of 39-second lap. Even with the track being slower. Adrian Parente, the younger of the Parente brothers, makes his way through the double to the rumble section. He gets up and does an endo. That's going to cost him a few tenths. That's not going to be a 39-second lap, but just a slow 41.5. Harold Sandaroff just behind him, just threw down a 42.4. The 3 Philosophies of Velocity by Jay Smoker.
Just to let you know, looking at the summary on Everlaps, I've sent the link to you, Lefty, but Adrian Parente has looked this up. He came first in the first 2 legs. Harold Sandaroff came second in the first 2 legs, and Nicolo came third in the first 2 legs. So there's the first 3 drivers finished in seeding order for the first 2 legs of this race. So there you go.
A 41.1 that time by Adrian, so it's 1-1 for him, 2-2 for Harold, and a 3-3 for Nicola. Good morning, Dana Tino. How are you doing? Good morning, Daniel Liu. He says, good morning to RC Racing TV from California. He's up early. Smoker hasn't gone to sleep yet. It's 3:40 out there for him. He's probably watching motocross or something. Adrian is embracing the drift and never lifting, Smoker. Velocity of Philosophy, #1. By Jay Smoker. Do you want to hear the Philosophies of Velocity, Matt?
Yeah,
well, I can only say I can't say them completely because they contain words that can't be said here. But basically, these guys are embracing rule #1, philosophy #1. Embrace the drift, never lift. And that's exactly what Adrian Parente is doing around this track with his Techno e-buggy. Practice for guys that don't know how to race. And brakes are for people that I can't use the word, but it begins with you guessed it. 3 Philosophies of Velocity by Jay Smoker. He lives by them. You ever watched him race RC cars, you know why.
Sounds strong.
That was a 41.8 by Parente that time by. He is absolutely flying right now. Just cool to watch him. Maybe we'll drop back and follow Harold for a little while. He's a good friend of mine. Let's see how he's doing. He's got a 12-second lead up. He's got a big lead on third, which is Nathan Chudy. Harold will be red and white, red and blue, yellow wing, yellow wheels. Going through the 180s now, I believe. Out to the back left-hand side of the track. Nope. That's not him.
What's the description again, Lefty?
Red and blue, yellow wing, yellow wheels. Car '2. There, he just went across the loop. Just went across the jump. He's
Oh,
yellow,
white
bright
wheels
yellow
on.
wing. Oh, does he? He changed it up.
Just got taken out there by a bit of lap traffic, I think.
All right, that is definitely Harold right there. Second time running Truggy. What up, Big Ty? You're up early too, 3:40 in the morning over there in California, as well as Daniel Liu and Jay Smoker. When I raced with my old 8E Truggy, I had a badly worn front. Oh, let's see the story. Front differing and could not get a replacement. I did the last heat without braking, full drift into turns, and it was a bit slower but fun. The Truggies would ruin pinion gears and ring gears very fast. Those big tires, slamming the brakes, all that inertia being stopped puts a lot of strain on the gearbox. Especially an E-Truggy, that's what makes them so much fun. Somebody getting reprimanded by the referee. Not sure who it was. We're currently following the young man from Israel, Harold Senderoff. He's had a very fun year of RC. We met Harold in Guarda in Portugal, and he has been Guarda. He went to the Euro Bs, he went to the Euro As. He came over to Wicked Weekend. He's now here racing at Buggyland. He's talking about coming to some more American races next year. This young man traveling a lot, doing RC with his father, and it's good to see them. When he does well, they're happy and giving each other hugs. And he's busy. When he went to Wicked Weekend, he practiced all day. I came to Sport Course Stack Pilots and say hello to my friend Adrian Bertine. I don't know if Adrian's here. Have you seen Adrian today?
He's not here.
He's not there. All right, 2 minutes left to go. We're currently following Harold Sandoff. Let's get back on our leader, Adrian Parente. Let's follow him for the last 2 minutes as he entertains us with some extremely fast laps with an E-Truggy. He should be coming up to the double-double soon. So if we just go to, there's Parente. He's past the double-double. You almost had him. You had an aqua and black car. That's Nathan Chudy, I believe he's getting by. Adrian Parente just having fun, pivoting that car excellently on one. It's almost like the one wheel stays there and he's just able to pivot that car completely around those 180s. Full chat. And this is going to be a 40.7 for him. Fastest lap. So in the last laps of this race, Adrian Parente is throwing on some flamers. It's Parente, Harold Sandoff, Nicola Grisenti, Nathan Chudy, Morgan Masur, your top five, followed by Maxime Cordabouf, Elliot Dehis, Bastian Weichert, Gilles Morabi, Nicholas Moisey, Vinicius Vargas, Nicholas Mariette, Jerome Choke, Eric Masur, and Cyril Mahasti. Your top 15. Everybody's still running. That's good. Always good. Let's give that RC Racing TV feed a like on YouTube. There you go. Don't forget to do that as well when you come in. We got 435 people watching and only 72 likes. Let's up that like content, people. If you like what's going on here, support it. It's free. And Adrian, on his last lap, a 40.7. So he just went faster each lap. Let's see what his last lap is going to be. He was not able to get into that 39-second lap time. Maybe if this would have been yesterday, when the track was very good, with that beautiful blue groove, we could have done it. And that's a 41.8 for Adrian. And he already wrapped this up, but now he, he's pretty good young man. 87 likes. Come on, guys, get that like count up. Let's go. When is the Nitro Main? It's the last main. The Nitro Main will be I'll tell you right now, smoker. All right, congratulations to Adrian Parente, takes that win, followed by Harold Sandoval, Crescente Nicola, Nathan Chudy Masur, Morgan Masur, Elliot Dehees, Maxim Cordovic, Bastian Weikert, Gilles Morabi, Nicholas Moisey, Vinicius Vargas, Nicholas Marete, and Jerome Chopi. Your top 13. Oh, Eric Masur as well. All right, I will let you know what time the Nitro A final starts. So up next, we will have 35 plus e-buggy. Then we have e-buggy sport. No, that isn't right. Hold on. Oh, that's marshalling. Okay, looking at the wrong thing. Let me get back. 1 second there. Let me bring up schedule for Domingo. Give me a second, guys. I do apologize. All right, so we had E-Truggy. Next up is 35 plus, followed by A3 of E-Buggy Sportsman again? I thought we already had that. Hold on. I don't have the other half of the time schedule. Hold on. What time is it there, Matt? Is it 4? Is it 2:30 there? Or 12:30? 12:50. All right, so I have a 60-minute Pro Nitro Buggy final going on at 4:15 Spain time, which will be 10:15 our time, which will be 7:15 California time. It's currently 6:50 a.m. here, so that means it is 12:50 a.m. 12:50 p.m. Yep, that's right, because up next is 35 plus, followed by a final of e-buggy sportsman. That's where I'm confused. I'm confused here. All right, I could have sworn we just had A-main 3s. All right, I tried to figure that out and I'm lost. But I do know up next is our 35 plus A final number 3. And according to our schedule, we go into Sportsman, Intermediate, and Pro. I thought they were wrapped up. Apparently not. Maybe A Truggy was our only 3 final. I need to drink my coffee. Jason. The brothers Katsadonis are dominating like the Lawrence brothers in Supercross. 3:50 a.m. in La La Land. You really had a big earthquake? Like just now? California, known for earthquakes. Oh, there's Mr. Senderoff, who's probably very tired right now. Man, that wind's coming through. I bet you it's just ripping into your face and all that dust. Windburn is a thing. All right, let's get ready to run. 35 plus. Katsadonis brothers out front, followed by La Paquette. Oh, let me bring up my scoring. Julian Macias, Theriari, Conduent, Oliver Polio, Christoforis, Placacitas, Maximin Cordobu, he's doing double time. Luis Moran, Nicholas Moisey, Gilles Morabi, Javier Gigante, Bruno Harari, Nicholas Marete, Stephane Janete, John Xavier, and Gilles Dorange. Let's go. Harris Katsadonis out front. Brother Costas Katsadonis behind him. And they are off. 35 plus A main 3. Okay, sorry, I got it. No, we're having A finals. We had B finals earlier. Lefty, need some more coffee. Got it. A finals. Third leg of A finals coming up next. And there we have the Katsadonis brothers pulling away from the rest of the pack. Harris in the white car and Costas in the yellow and red car. I'm sure one of our Greek fans will let us know who's the older of the Katsadonis brothers. Harris. Oh, his brother Costas gets it wrong over the double-double, and that is going to allow Julian Macias to pull right up to his rear wing, and now he has to go into defensive mode. Oh, that turn marshal looking. Ooh, that was very close by Macias as he gets in the brakes going up the hill. So now we're following second and third as Harris has slightly pulled away from his brother Costas after that mistake. But Costas trying to catch him up. You are watching the 35 plus e-buggy leg 3A final. Harris that time by for 45.1, 2 seconds back as Costas, a 46.5, 46.8 from Julian. That's our top three. Spread out. They haven't really caught up to each other yet. There's our leader, Harris, making his way up over that top double. In through the pit of doom and through the corkscrew he shall go. No harm, no foul as he makes it through there. And he is starting to pull away a little bit away from his brother, Costas, who's in second. And Costas is just maintaining second behind Julian Macias. So, oh, Harris getting it wrong. Now it's going to bunch back up as Costas should capitalize on that mistake. Costas and the pink and yellow, yellow and pink. Looks like Julian Macias made a mistake behind them as well. Ooh, Costas pretty much jumping almost into the face of that second row of doubles. And we saw Harris make a mistake at the very top right-hand corner underneath the matrix banners. And now the Castadonis brothers are racing each other for the lead once again with 7 minutes and 28 seconds. Both of them getting it wrong. We saw a double pirouette 360 or 720 by Harris, and that gives the lead over to Costas Castadonis. Good morning, John Moore. Hope you're well. Thank you for joining us and enjoy the coverage brought to you by RC Racing TV. We're currently watching the battle for first between the Castadonis brothers. There we have Costas, now the yellow and pink, now in front, and his brother Harris right behind him. Harris losing touch with him. We have our first incident of lap traffic, back markers. Looks like third has dropped completely off the plot and nowhere near to be seen, as that is a great move by Castadonis as he gets by that lap traffic. His brother almost as clean, just gives him a little nudge, has to check up ever so slightly. Now they have clear track in front of them. Can Harris put a challenge to his brother, Costas? Not sure which is the older brother or younger brother here, but right now we know which brother's leading, and that is Costas, right now in that yellow and orange. Black wing, yellow wheels.
We know they're both old.
Okay, they're both 35 plus.
They're both old.
That's not old, but 35 plus.
They're both.
And Costas pulling away slightly from Harris. What was that metric?
No, you carry on.
Oh, wow. Almost a disaster for Costas as looks like some traffic. Oh, is that Harris now right behind him? Nope. I don't know. I'm all confused. When am I not? We are now following a gaggle of cars. I have no idea who they are. That might be Harris right there in the yellow wheels. He is trapped in some traffic. And that was Harris. Let's follow that white car. That's actually second. White car, yellow wheels, black wing. First car going up the hill. There we go. There's Harris Castadonis, and you can see his brother Costas just in shot. Harris going to try and put on that nitro boost with his eco boost. I guess we'll call it eco boost because it's e-buggy. And there you can see Harris. You can see Costas. So Harris has made up some time as Costas has had to check up a bit in that traffic. So now we're about to have a race for first. There is the yellow and orange of his brother Costas. Black wing, yellow wheels. The first car in line. Well, second car in line now. So now Harris and Costas right behind each other. 4 minutes and 55 seconds left to go. We do have a race brewing between the brothers. And there we go. Harris gets Nope, Harris still has a car in between them. And that, yeah, okay, there we go. So now Harris can set his focus on Costas. Costas can set his focus on keeping Harris behind him. Harris, the white car, yellow wheels, black wing. His brother, Costa, yellow and pink, or yellow and orange. Yellow wheels, black wing, now behind some lap traffic. Try to get by on the inside. He gets by now. Will Harris be able to come by as easily as well? Harris getting it wrong in the rumble strips, and that's going to give Costas a mild relaxation. But he can't relax too long because I think Harris has made up for that mistake. Katsadonis brothers coming all the way from Greece to battle each other here in Madrid. Harris was 2 seconds back. I think that's Harris just coming into shot. That is him. Will he be able to make up time to catch up to his brother? 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. He needs Costas to make a mistake. Costas made a mistake early on and has not made one since. Harris comes by. He's 2.1 back. He did just do on a 43.2 to a 43.8. So there is Harris, though. You can see him. 3 minutes and 12 seconds left to go. Harris right behind that traffic. He should be able to make it through. Now he comes through the corkscrew. And that yellow and red car, thank you very much. Now he can set his sights on his brother. Hopefully we can get a great race to the end. Harris putting on the eco boost, chasing down that yellow and orange. That's his brother. That's the leader, Costas Katsadonis. There's second, Harris. Harris getting it wrong in the rumble strips a couple of laps back. Gets it right this time. And that's going to be 43.2. Slightly slower, 1/10 slower than... Oops, sorry, wrong lap time, so it hasn't updated. I do apologize. He's now 2.7 back, a 43.7, so he did lose some time on that lap. Oh, and there goes. Costas makes a mistake. Can Harris capitalize? I think Harris made a mistake too, because he actually did not make any inroads on that lead. But a couple more mistakes like that by... Oh, man, that wind is ripping through. Ooh, Costas having a look. Has to get on the brakes. Smart driving. He has pulled out to a very big lead now over his brother. It's 4.6 seconds. So I think Harris, after making some mistakes, has just resigned himself to second. Not sure how it all shakes out with the summary. But was it starting to be a decent race between the Katsadonis brothers?
By the way, Lefty, I sent you the way to see the summaries.
Yes, let me have a look. You can also go to rctv.1. I assume and check out all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, you sent me a nice video. Thank you. There we go. Thank you so much. Well, right now, we're following Costas Katsadonis, who is leading this race. His brother, Harris, now 5.3 seconds back of him. So Costas, if it stays like this, Costas has some bragging rights over his brother. I beat you. Carry my trophy. Back to Greece. This is 35 plus. E-Buggy, you're watching last A3. So this is our A3, and we will see how it all shakes out. So Harris Katsadonis has a 1 and a 2, and Costas Katsadonis has a 2 and a 1. And if it stays like this, he's about to have a 1, 1, and a 2. So he'll take the overall.
Oh.
I thought they were very similar cars, very similar, very easy to get them. We have a pink and yellow, or looks to be pink and yellow, and another pink and yellow, so it can be very confusing. This is a great track, J Smoker. This is Miguelo built some great tracks. Well done, Costas Katsadonis and unofficially he will take the win in this race, and unofficially he will take the overall over Harris with that victory. So he is the champion Katsadonis brother going back to Greece in the 35 plus class in e-buggy. Well done. And let's get ready for some more e-buggy as we have Sportsman A Final 3 coming up next. And it looks cold and windy in Madrid. Alrighty, so the wind is starting to pick up and rip through. Oh, an old school Losi hoodie. Probably not old school. That's their bashing brand. Quite the contrast from what the weather we had in Redovan 3 weeks ago. Actually, the weather wasn't too bad in Redovan. It did get a little bit warm a couple of days. Generally, it was good. So Costas Katsadona, followed by Harris, Katsadonis Macias, Julian Thierry Conduit, Julian Lapaquette, Gilles Dorange from 17th to 6th, Nicolas Moisey Christoforis, Polata Sikas in 8th, Luis Moran in 9th, Javier Giganto, Gilles Morabi, Nicolas Moretti, Oliver Polo, Bruno Harai, and Jean-Xavier Galliette are your finishers. All right, up next is Sportsman e-buggy A. Let's see how that all shakes out now that I know how to find the summary. Thank you, Matrick. Let's see. So we have Ilian Fernandez with a 1 and a 2, and Jules Stott with a 2 and a 1. So we have another up for grabs, 83 here. So either of those two guys can win it with a victory or a second. Well, we'll see. The next up is Elliot DeHees with a 5 and a 3. So interesting, very interesting. As these drivers go and get their warm up, we will get ready for A3 Sportsman e-buggies. All right, as these Sportsman drivers get ready for their final A3, it's still in the decision of these two drivers between Ilian and Jules Stott. He has a 1 and 2. It's Jules Stott starting on pole, followed by Ilian Fernandez. Elliot DeHees in 3rd. Eugenio Valente in 4th. Antoine Boubillet in 5th. Borja Valverde in 6th. Christoforis Platasikas in 7th, Maximin Corbouf in 8th, Hugh de Zwart in 9th, Thierry Conduit 10th, Bastian Weikart 11th, Jan Rebega in 12th, Vinicius Vargas, Carlos Bonilla. Let's get ready to go here, and they're off. A3 of Sportsman e-buggy. Throughout, Ilian both have 1 and 2s. Good morning, Jason Kissinger, tuning in from Indiana. I was in Indiana in August. Sorry. Oh, July. The schedule for today, I have it right here in front of me. Where you can find it online, you can find it on rctv.one. Boss. rctv.one. Oh! And throughout going very wing high, too wing high, but pulling it out. And no harm, no foul. It's Jules throughout from Elliott. That has Ilian Fernandez in third. If it stays like this, throughout is your victor. He has a 1 and a 2. And so does Ilian. And we're currently following that car of James Throughout. Awesome to see lots of Americans watching the Buggyland races. Some great racing going over here in Europe. I encourage all of my Americans to get a passport and come over and race in Europe at least once in your RC career, RC time. You'll have a ball. Right now, Jules Throughout has a 2-second lead up on Ilian Fernandez. Ilian needs to beat him in order to win it, and Throughout actually needs to beat him if it stays like this. If it finishes 1 and 2, it goes down right here. If he finishes less than second, it goes to, well, depends where Ilian finishes. 8 minutes and 27 seconds left to go. We're currently following our leader, that purple and blue car that belongs to Jules Throughout, and we believe Ilian is that yellow car pursuing him right behind, knowing that he has to push the issue and get in front of him. And that looks like a Lee Setzer type of color car. Nope, it's blue. Blue and yellow. And that is Ilian Fernandez right behind him. So this is the race for first. This is the race for the overall, too, as both of these two drivers have a 1 and a 2. Then it will come down to tiebreaker times, I'm pretty sure. No, it won't, because, sorry, I'm brain fart. More coffee. Ooh, Jules pulling out slightly, or pulling away slightly from Ilian. But Ilian making it back up. And right behind Ilian is Elliott Dehese. He can be the thorn in the side and make this go to a tiebreaker. If Elliott wins, then this will go to the best position, I think. Or best time out of the 1 and 2s, sorry. Not sure. But Ilian making some inroads. There you can see a little bobble by Jules. And another bobble, and that's going to allow... There we are. There we have a race right now for first. This is for first and the overall. Ilian with that blue and yellow right behind the purple and blue. Yellow wing car, best way to describe it. He has a look on the inside, sees he can't make it stick, holds off. He does have 7 minutes. He can just apply pressure until Jules makes a mistake, which we saw him do quite just a few corners before that. As they make their way up to the right-hand side of the track. If you're on the driver's stand, there's uphill, back downhill, back uphill in the middle section. Don't want to fall off either side of that part of the track because it will end your race. And Jules just kind of pacing himself, and Ilian backed off a little bit. And he can apply pressure whenever he wants. He'll probably pull right back up to the rear wing of Jules here at any moment. Just backs off. And let's see what the separation is. That time Ilian had the fastest lap of 43.9. He does a 43.3 to Jules' 43.2. And there we see him right back up on him, applying the pressure that he needs for him to make a mistake and give him that lead. Very good driving by these sportsman drivers. Ooh. We saw Adrian Parente hitting that little pop-up double on top of that middle section, slamming brakes in the face, just scrubbing speed. Oh, and Ilian is applying pressure. Has a look on the inside. He's going to try on the inside again. Cannot make it stick. Oh, what a great pass by Ilian. And now if it stays like this, he will be the overall champion. 5 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Ilian makes his way through the rumble strips. He waited patiently and took that pass when needed. Ooh, gets a little bit squarely through the double-double, able to clean it up now. Ilian, that car off the yellow wing. If he wins this, he will be your overall winner. So this is a battle for the win in this race and the overall win between these two drivers. Ilian looking very cool, calm, and collective out there in front. He looked very cool, calm, and collective, being the hunter as well. let's see. Can he pull away from Jules? Now Jules going to apply the same technique that we saw from Ilian. Apply steady pressure over the course of the race and make Ilian make a mistake. We see Jules losing a little bit of ground coming through that double-double, just losing traction going onto that very polished red concrete. Ilian about to come up into some back marker traffic. This has been one of the deciding factors in a lot of these races for these drivers. Back traffic, and they let him by. Very good. Very good example of letting your drivers by, your leaders by. Good job to that back marker. And he's about to come up on 2 more as Ilian is pulling slightly away from Jules. Oh, he's gotten it wrong twice now in that rumble strip. Was able to control that car as it started to go sideways. That was a 43.6 that time by, and Jules, sorry, with a 44.3. And it looks like Jules making some inroads to the Laguna Seca corkscrew, as we see Ilian making a few bobbles here and there, and that allows Jules to pull right back up behind him. Jules got that yellow wing in his front windscreen, if he was in a full-scale car. Over the doubles to go, lap traffic. Yes, thank you. Very good. Can Jules make it by unscathed as well? Yep, he does. Has to go a little bit wide. 3 minutes and 5 seconds left to go. We've seen Ilian go into defense mode against Jules. They almost match each other tit for tat. And Ilian pulling away slightly against to Jules as they make their way through the corkscrew lap traffic in front of them. Ilian finding a second wind almost. With 3 minutes left to go in this race. Ooh, that is the leader. You heard the RD calling for them to give them space. That red and yellow car.
Oh, no.
I knew that was going to happen. And there we go. Lap traffic. Oh, he's going to have to give that back. He's going to have to give that back. There we go. Very good sportsmanship. These guys do have a 9-second lead over third. They have to be careful. Any more mistakes like that, and the Heath can be a party pooper, as to say. But now, Jules back in front and back in the lead overall. So, 1 minute and 27 seconds left to go. Ilian has to get back in front of him if he wants to take this home. And Ilian looking for he's going to, oh no, I think that's it. That is it. Well, he might still be able to catch up. But a big mistake by Ilian is going to give a little bit moment of relief to this man right here. Jules throughout, who would love to win this. He's going to drive defensively. He's got this lap plus one more probably. But any bobbles, and Ilian's right there. He was 3.3 seconds back. You see Ilian coming into shot. So throughout cannot relax too much. Oh, I think it's over though. Ilian is well behind. I think he got by that lap traffic. He did. But a big mountain to climb. He needs a mistake from this gentleman right here. Oh, maybe not. He's there. Oh, throughout making his way throughout. I'm probably saying that wrong. Makes his way over the double-double and through that traffic. Ilian, 2.7 back last lap. Ilian needs some help from the RC gods. He needs a mistake by Jules. But right now, Jules is about to check his ticket to a win here and a win overall if it stays like this. Makes his way through the Laguna Seca corkscrew one more time for this race. And through these very fast 180s, you can see that line is starting to come up as the track is starting to heat up. Ilian he won't be able to make it back. That mistake has cost him dearly. And unofficially, this man, if it finishes like this, will be your overall champion of the Sportsman e-buggy class. Jules throughout taking the win and unofficially taking the overall win. Well done. Good race there between first and second, but there can only be one, and that is Jules. Congratulations to Jules taking the Sportsman e-buggy A final 3 in overall. All right. Did Robert Battier qualify for the A? He bumped up to the A. So he is in the A final. He won his B main together.
Finish car 5. Finish car 6. Finish car 7. The heat is finished.
Costas, Harris, and Julian, please come to the race control for the picture with the trophies. Costas, Harris, and Julian Paquet.
All right, so just looking at our schedule, we have A final of intermediate coming up at 20 past the hour, and Pro E-Buggy A3 coming up at 1:35 or 35 past this hour. Then we have a 10-minute break for A final practice, and then we start at 2:15 with our first final of the day, first A final in Nitro, which is going to be Buggy, Sportsman, Intermediate, and Buggy Plus, all 25 minutes long. And then we have presentation of drivers and the 60-minute A final. So we have 2 more electric finals to go, this one plus another, and then onto some practice and Nitro finals. You know what? Let's have a look here in intermediate and see how it all stacks up and who has to do what. So let's go to intermediate buggy in Everlap's summary finals. So Nicola Grisenti has a 1 and a 2. Look at this. And guess what? Marco Carrington has a 2 and a 1. Once again, our top 2 drivers go 1 and 1. Harris Katsadonis in 3rd. Costas Katsadonis in 4th. Diego Rivas Carla in 5th. Christian Villar in 6th. So once again, we have a battle between the top 2 drivers, Marco and Nico, for the overall win. So let's see how it all pans out as they get ready to start.
You have to go out, Marshall, Antoine, Didi Bolet, Thierry, Uwe, Maxime, Yerchu, Christoforos, Jan, Carlos.
All right, let's get ready to rumble. Marco and Nicolo.
10 seconds.
Daniel says, I'll be back for Nitro. Awesome.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
And they are off. So Quarantine and that orange and blue right behind him is Nicola. These are our 2 drivers battling it out for the overall, pretty much. Similar as the previous race. Whoever wins this race out of these 2 or finishes better out of these 2 will take the overall win. And they are pulling away from the pack already. Marco was very fast in practice, so not surprised to see him fast here in the finals. Both of these drivers are going 1 and 2. I believe Marco won A1, second in A2, and vice versa for Nicola. What up, Will Ivy? Good morning from North Carolina, US of A. Love North Carolina, beautiful state. Love it there. Would live in North Carolina.
That's a racing incident.
All right, so we have Carantine from Grisente. La Paquette is in third. Costas Katsadonis is in fourth. Alejandro Gual is in fifth. Kevin Pasquare, Pablo Perez, Kristen Vila Harris, Castadonis, Andre Monaco. Uh-oh. You hear the groans of despair. Somebody having something bad happen to them. Right now, nothing bad happening here, but a good race. And there we see Grisente just pulling up through the whoop section, through the rumble section, as these two electric 1/8 scale gladiators doing battle in this coliseum of dirt that is Buggyland. Marco not pushing it too much. Knows that he just has to fend off this driver to take the overall. Nicola looking from the outside in, looking to get past Marco and put some space between them so he can walk away with the overall. 8 minutes left to go in this race, and they have a 5-second, well, first has a 5-second lead up on our third place driver, Costas Katsadonis. So, Marco making up some ground there through the rumble strips. That gap now 1.3. That's a 42.7 by Marco to a 43.4 from Nicolo. So Marco has turned on the fastest lap of the race so far as we watch him make his way. I believe he's driving a Mugen, if I remember correctly. Marco making his way through the skip to the Lou double in these very fast 180s. There you can see Nicola just coming into frame. So he has found some pace. It's going to be a lot closer this time by. Ooh, through the rumble strips one more time for Marco. 7 minutes and 14 seconds left to go. Marco F a 42.4. Sorry, no, he was not. He is now 1.2 seconds back. Nicola is, so he did make up 1/10 of a second. That time by Marco did a 42.4 to a 42.3. New fast lap by Nicola right behind us. So Nicola is putting on the eco boost, chasing down Marco. Marco in that more green and black car, white wing, white wheels. Marco with a clear Wonder Woman invisible airplane wing and white wheels. And I believe that is a Mugen. Not sure what Nicola is driving. Nicolo. And that gap still 1.2, but looks, oh, I'm about to say that Nicolo lost some time, but he's right there now as we see Marco just clipping the pipe, going a little bit wing high, little donkey kick as he made it up over that double, through the Seika corkscrew, and wow, Nicola is there. About the same distance as the previous lap. Some lap traffic coming up. This is when we start seeing things getting interesting. That wind still ripping through, going away from the track, it looks like. So not coming into the driver's face, but going from behind them. I'm sure it makes these cars a little bit difficult to control in the air with the wind blowing so hard. 1.4 is the gap, so Nicola has lost 0.2 of a second to this man. Marco driving very steady, not making too many mistakes, just going fast enough to make our second place driver push hard enough to make those little mistakes. But we have a monkey wrench to throw. Oh, no, not really, because Marco got by them as they both crashed. Will we see the same luck for Nicola? Yes, he does get by as well. No, he doesn't. He's stuck behind these two cars. So that's not second. That's second right there. He is stuck behind traffic. And let's see if they can get him by. Marco kind of got slow up there on top of the hill. So there we go. He's by. Marco makes a mistake, and that is going to allow Nicola by. So Marco making a mistake now loses that first position, gives it to this gentleman right here, and he will be first overall if it stays like this. Nicola having the break that he needs with 4 minutes and 36 seconds left to go. Can he put some space between him and second? He did have a good gap. It doesn't look like Marco has gotten back into the mix. We'll see what that gap is when they come across the loop this time. But there you go. Mistakes. A mistake on his own. He has nobody to blame, Marco, besides himself. That was a complete and total mistake on his own. And that was a 44.3. Costas now up into second. Marco has dropped to third. He might have broke, to be honest. You'll see. So Kostas Katsadonis up to second, but 6.2 seconds back. This man has put himself into position to take the overall win. He has a 1 and a 2, and if it stays like this, he'll have another 1 and take this overall win in the intermediate A final. Third leg of intermediate E-Buggy here. Up next is Pro. We'll have a look and see who's leading that after this. 4 minutes left for Nicolo. And I don't know, my scoring's kind of frozen up, and it looks like, oh my goodness, it looks like Marco Carantine is out of the race. So he broke his car. He was going very slow, and then he crashed on his own, so he unfortunately broke his car, and unfortunately that takes him out of contention for the overall win, because he will finish second, though. He should finish second. So our leader right now is Mr. Nicolo Grisenti, who has a big lead up on Kostas Katsadonis. Andrei Monakov is in third. Harris Katsadonis in fourth. Julien Lapaquette is in fifth. Christian Villar. Kevin Pasquer, as we see Grisenti coming by. Diego Rivas in eighth. Alejandro in ninth. Pablo in 10th. Julian Macias, Morgan Masua, Frederick Calazans, and Diego Ramos and Marco both out. Looks like Frederic is out as well. So we was poised for a great battle, but a DNF has solved that for us. This man pretty much has it in the bag, unless he DNFs and somebody else wins this. But still, I don't think anybody can possibly beat his 1 and 2 at this moment. The only person that could have done that is out of this race. Grisenti coming up over the double-double. Very smooth, very calm and collective. He knows he's pretty much got this one with 2 minutes left to go, and the overall wrapped up. You are watching Buggyland 11, 11th iteration of this race. And RC Racing TV is bringing you coverage, and courtesy without these sponsors not possible. Title sponsor for this broadcast, EuroRC.com, just RC, no BS, jconcepts.net, and Scuderia, Scampi Rosso. Our leader about to come up into some more lap traffic. We've seen our referee and RD have the lap traffic part the C's for some of our leaders. It's still not easy to do, as these drivers have to do it in a fairly safe and way that they don't lose much time, like that. Perfect. Sometimes it takes a few corners to do it. And Nicola will come by one more time. He'll get this lap, and he might get another. He might get another. We'll see. We're very close. That was a 43.5 that time by. Harris Katsadonis has the fastest lap of 42.1. He's currently in fourth. It's actually him and his brother seem to be battling it out again, as Andrei Monakov is now in second. So that should shake up the points after a second. But this man, on tap for victory here and on tap for an overall victory. Well done, Nicola. 24, probably less than that. He will get one by one more time, and that will be a victory lap for him. He's done. So Nicola is done. Well done, Nicola Grisenti, your overall winner. Your winner in this race and overall winner of, it's Leah. No, it's the sister. RC World is there. All right, well done to these guys. Well done to Nicolo Grisenti. He takes the overall win with that win, followed by Andrei Monakov, Kostas Katsadonis, Harris Katsadonis, Kevin Pasquer, Christian Villar, Julien Lapaquette, Diego Rivas, Pablo Perez, Alejandro Gual, Julian Macis, Morgan Masura, and Frederick Calazans, Diego Ramos, and unfortunately for Marco Carrington, he will not finish, and he will not take the overall win. All right, up next is A-leg number 3 for the Pro E-Buggy. Let's see who's in the hunt in this one or who's wrapped it up. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Well, that's pretty easy. Davide Ongaro won A1 and A2, so he is the champion. This man, JC3, came second in. So here's how it goes. Davide Ongaro 1-1. Juan Carlos Canas in second, 2-2. Berkan Kilik third, 3-3. In fourth, Adrian Parente, 4-5. Oscar Navarro, 5-6. He's in fifth. Daniel Parente, 7-7. Ricardo Montero, 6-9. Oh, good run for him. Borat Kilik, 16-4. Marco Brufalo, 12-4. Alex Sancatin, Clement Boda, Joao Figueiredo, a 9 and a 14. Josemi Sanchez, Reno Savoya, Mark de Zawart, Manuel Iniesta. Huh. All right. So, this already decided by Ongaro. Did he decide to go again? I don't see a stick radio there, so he might be sitting this out. He might not be. There's Navarro. There is Canas, Borat Kilik, Berkan Kilik. Can't see who's next to him. Joao Figueiredo. Joao's. There's Zancatin. There's Josemi. Barufalo. Is that Ongaro there? That looks like Ongaro.
Yeah.
Looks like yep, that's
I
Ongaro.
think it's Ongaro in the background.
And that's him. That's what the Associated had in his multicolored radio wrap. I want to thank all of you guys for joining us in the chat. We hope you have been enjoying the coverage of the Buggyland race. This is our last e-buggy final of the day. Then we go right into Nitro. It's going to be, actually, I think we take a break for 10 minutes for practice. Then it's 25 minutes Sportsman A final, Nitro Buggy A final, Intermediate A final for 25 minutes, 35 plus A final, then 60-minute Nitro Buggy final with a lot of these top drivers, a lot of these guys who are running this will be running the A final. Well, funny, Ongaro, with all the wind, deciding to go with no glasses. So maybe the wind's going away from him. As these drivers go and get their warm up and look like, I mean, Burak just has like that determined, focused look. If looks could kill, if he had X-ray vision or if he had lasers in his eyes, his car would be gone. Davide Ongaro starts on first, followed by Berkan Kilik, Oscar Navarro in third, JC3, Juan Carlos Canas in fourth, Daniel Parente fifth, Borat Kilik sixth, Adrian Parente seventh, Joao Figueiredo eighth, Ricardo Montero ninth, Marco Barufalo in 10th, Josemi Sanchez 11th, Alex Zancatin in 12th, Reno Savoya 13th, Clement Boda 14th, Mark de Zawart in 15th, and Manuel Iniesta will start in 16th as these drivers get gridded up. This is your last A final of e-buggy for the day, and it's the pro. Already wrapped up by that man on pole, Davide Ongaro, 3-time 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy World Champion, multi-time European champion in this class, as well as a 10-scale four-wheel drive champion. He's actually reigning champion in 2 classes. So very impressive by the young Italian, 23, 24 years of age, maybe not even that old yet. And already impressive accomplishments in his career. We have Bob's RC from Canada, which I'm sure is starting to get some snow right now. How you doing, Bob's? Hope you're well, having some coffee and having a good morning on this Sunday, having some coffee. And it's probably colder in Canada than it is right now in Madrid, because it's pretty cold in Madrid.
10 seconds.
Chilly. It's a bit chilly.
Chilly, with a smattering of rain earlier on today and a smithering of drizzle.
4, 3.
We're about to start. Canas. Can he take a victory from his rival, his nemesis, Ongaro? As they're off, ooh, somebody tried to go right from the start. That was aggressive. That was Canas, actually, I think. He tried to come from fourth to first in the first 3 meters. It is Ongaro, Berkan, and Canas, I believe, has moved into... Nope, that is Navarro. So Canas actually dropping down, I believe. You'll see when they come across the ticker. Davide Ungaro. Vai, Davide, vai. Clear wing. He was running a colored wing, so on his e-buggy earlier, he's now going to a clear wing. And yes, I will let you know the running order. It's going to be Ungaro, Kilik, Canas, Parente, Navarro, your top 5. Borat, Kilik, Parente, Zancatin, Sanchez, Savoya, Boda, Clement Boda, Montero, Dezuart, Iniesta, Barufalo, with Figueiredo having bad starts. Oof. All right, we're back. And it looks like we're following Berkan Kilik with Canas right behind him. Canas, I think with a different body, all black. So probably trying out a new J Concepts body as well. We did see him running white and black in Nitro Buggy. And he is hounding down Berkan right now. And this bodes well for Ungaro, who's looking to go 3 and out. But we have a very good race between S-Rex and Mugen. Berkan Kilik, the younger of the Kilik brothers. Oh, and Canas goes for a spin into the pit of despair. I saw him jump twice, so he might have been able to get out of there. But can Berkan put on the eco boost and chase down Davide Ungaro? Ungaro kind of just out there trying to walk away with it. And let's hope Berkan can get up there and make it a race. That'd be fun. I think Navarro is now in 3rd. And if Navarro's in there, I think the Parente brother is now in 4th. That is Daniel Parente. But we're following this battle right there. You see the battle room from behind. Woof. His cars are in a line right behind him. Berkan trying to chase down Ungaro. He is now seeing that clear wing ever so clearly. Berkan right now in that Mugen. He doesn't even look like he's pushing really hard, but he's going pretty fast. Last time it was a 40.8 for him. Fast lap of the race right now, 40.4 by Ungaro. Ungaro 40.9 that time by. Let's see what they're going to do as they come across the loop. There's Berkan making his way up over that double through the rumble strips. He goes onto that polished concrete and through the double. That was a 41.4, so he lost some time, 2.5 seconds back of Ungaro. Berkan going to have to push it if he wants to catch up to the world champ and show that he can do it. He can. He does have 7 minutes and 8 seconds left to go in this race, and it's not going to happen like that. He's lucky. He lands on all 4s, but going to lose a lot of time and start to fall back into the clutches of Oscar Navarro, Daniel Parente, and Juan Carlos Canas. So Berkan losing all that time that he made up trying to catch up to Ungaro. Let's just drop back and follow this battle for 3rd brewing after this replay. Please. There we see him just getting it wrong, just going too fast, and whoop, just lucky. He landed on all 4s. It could have been a lot worse for him that time by. All right, so it looks like we picked up our battle for... That's Daniel Parente. We have Canas right behind him. Where is Navarro? Navarro is in 3rd. He has pulled out to a little bit of a gap. Parente holding off the current European champion and probably one of the best, if not the best, 8-skill racer in the world at the moment. Juan Carlos Canas looking for some revenge after what he would be considered a abysmal Worlds. He was looking to win it. And he finished 3rd. Still a good result, but not the result that he wanted. Rocking that all-black body, testing on a new body for J Concepts, I assume. Clear wing. You can see the wind is starting to pick up as the Matrix banners are ripping. And Danielle holding off a hard-charging JC3. Danielle, the future of RC. Once Canas was considered the future now, but he is the present as well and the future. But future of RC right there, holding off national champion Juan Carlos Canas. Canas having a look on the outside, can't make a stick. Parente getting that wheel up on the pipe and making sure he can't get by. Through the corkscrew they go. Parente and that techno multicolored black wing white wheels, all black body for JC3 as he's trying to have a look through. Boding well right in front of him. That is not Navarro. Navarro actually has dropped because Parente is in 2nd. That is Kilik right in front of him. So they are actually making some time up on Berkan Kilik, who cannot seem to catch up to Ungaro. And what a good pass. But Parente takes it back, gives it back. So these 2 young Spaniards having a great battle out there. Let's see if it continues. Can Canas chase down Berkan Kilik? He got 5 minutes left to go. Can he chase down Ungaro the way he's going right now? Last time by, Canas was a 40.5. Can he get by Kilik? There's Kilik now going around the 180s. Let's just stay with Juan Carlos as he set his sights on Berkan Kilik. Berkan not showing the pace that he showed he was showing qualifying, unfortunately, as he did TQ a round of E-Buggy and Nitro Buggy, maybe saving something for Nitro Buggy in the 60-minute final. Canas comes by. That's a 40.8. He's 2.5 seconds back of Burkan, 6.5 back of Ongaro. Can he catch up to the world champ? He will want to beat Ongaro in anything, even if it's tiddlywinks. Going up the driver's stand, Canas wants to beat Ongaro. Can he do it? He needs a mistake, and we know Ongaro doesn't make many of them. He needs a mistake from Burkan too. Burkan just coming into frame, ever so gingerly. 2.5 was the gap that time by. What will it be? Canas making his way down the hill over that double into the rumble strip. He goes. Davide Ongaro across the line, a 40.3. Davide is getting faster as he goes on. Canas a 40.4, 1.9 back of Burkan. Burkan with a 41 flat. So Burkan about to have some company. That name of that company is JC3 Juan Carlos Canas Carrasco, your European champion. Just making a move over to J Concepts in 2024 has been very good for him. He has won Silver State this year. He's won the European Championship. He's coming over to AMS later on this year. He's looking for victory there. He almost had it last year. This is Juan Carlos Canas, who has emerged as a strong force in the 1/8 scale world. Does not do much 1/10 scale. But when it comes to these buggies, he is a master. Canas coming by. He is much closer to Burkan now, as you can now see that orange and white Mugen that belongs to Burkan, the younger half of the Killix. We're about to have a race, 3 minutes and 16 seconds left to go. I don't think he has enough time to catch up to Ongaro if he can get by Burkan, but we shall see. He'll feel confident going into that 60-minute final. It's cold. That's better for his tires as well. Davide Ongaro, 4.7 up on Burkan. Last time by, a 40.5. That gap now, 5.3 seconds. Canas with a 40.1. Fastest lap of the race so far that time. This previous lap, Canas comes by a 40.3. So 5.8 seconds back, but running out of time. Canas knocking on the cusp of a 39-second lap. These E-Buggies absolutely flying here. He'd want to get by Burkan as well to improve his positioning. He does have a 2 and a 2. A 2 and a 2 would definitely secure a second spot for him, I'm sure. As Ongaro has wrapped this up already. Ongaro doesn't need to win this. He's just out there testing. But I would say that Juan Carlos Canas kind of needs to win this for some confidence. So let's see. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen with 1 minute and 50. He's being held up by Burkan, which is all by rights. Burkan has to stop him from getting by him. He doesn't have to give it to him. He has to make Canas work for it, and that's what he's trying to do. And Canas trying to get by, that time by a 40.9. So while he's doing this, while they're battling it out behind Ongaro, he's just kind of out there on a Sunday afternoon, windy drive. Burkan doing what he has to do, slamming the door, not allowing Canas by. I'm sure Canas is getting frustrated, but there's nothing he can be mad at. He has to make the pass. He tried. He almost got it just now. Not able to make it stick. Just super aggressive is Canas. And Burkan just driving smooth and just saying, hey, dude, I'm in second, and you have to take it away from me. And Burkan gonna slam the door once again. As you can see, Canas just very aggressive with the double-double, losing a lot of traction as he slams that car down. They're nose to tail. And Canas having a look. And that's what he needed. He didn't touch Burkan. Burkan just made a mistake. Got a little bit rattled after that last charge. No harm, no foul. Canas was faster, but he will not have the time that he needs to catch up to Ongaro unless Ongaro makes a mistake. So Canas showing exuberant speed. Let's see if he can break down to that 39-second lap time. He has one more lap after this, and he is absolutely fast. How much of his tires and power did he use up chasing down Burkan? As Canas now finds himself into second. That was a 40.9. He has the fastest lap of a 40.190. He is just 0.2 of a second off a 39-second lap. Can we see the man from Spain do this? Like I said, Davide Ongaro already has this wrapped up with 2 wins. Canas has 2 seconds. This will make it 3 seconds. Not what he wanted. He wants to beat Ongaro any chance he can get. Will he at least beat him on hot lap? He has already. Will he get a 39-second lap? We'll see as he comes by. and I'll have to wait to it. And he's not happy with himself. He can see he's not happy. Let's stay there. Let's see if he has some words with any of the Killix. He shouldn't, because it was not the Killix fault. They were doing their job. And that was a 41-1 that time by 7.8 seconds back of Angaro. Well done, Davide Angaro, your e-buggy champion here, continuing on with his winning ways like he did at Redovan, and also he is the e-buggy
over to
European champion.
Finish car 16.
Well, Carlos, you didn't really have the pace to get to Angaro, but you had a good battle with Bergkamp.
Yeah, I improved. I tried things for the Nitro car now. But yeah, I feel more confident than yesterday for sure. But the first A1, A2 Angaro was super fast. I start fourth and he goes super fast, so impossible.
Few team communications happening. Last question. How much confidence do you have going into Nitro?
I need to try now my Nitro car, but the electric was more confident than yesterday. I put the same on the electric, but we need to see.
Alrighty, well done. There's just going to stay up there for Nitro practice. And you are correct, Danielle. Adrian Parente with the fastest lap, 40.063. So he was 6/100ths of a second off of a 39-second lap time. All right, these guys are going to go out and get some practice. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back after practice. Don't go anywhere, anybody. We'll see you in a bit.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himashaka.
So Michael Orlowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Ronnefout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Volkiers is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
Alrighty, we are done with practice. Up next is our first Nitro A final of the day. Sportsman Nitro Buggy A final, 25 minutes long. We have Ilian Fernandez, Jules Throughout, Costas Agrafiotis, Trudy Nathan, Loris Cogliano, Elliot DeHees, Julian Tadella, Paul Fuentes, Antoine Gusov, Anthony Ronson, Yale Zerlov, Oda Zawart, Anira Anamera, Adrian Bodoque, Christoforos Poliatasikis, and Bastian Weikert. You can see the schedule on www.rctv.one. And all the links for scoring and everything that you need on that one website.
Hey,
let's get ready to rumble. I'm all jacked up on coffee.
Us too. Woo, nearly done.
Nearly done. Long days for you guys. Long days for the RC Racing TV crew.
Not today.
No, today's pretty good, actually. Hello, JW. Good morning to you. Hope you're well. Nicholas. Am I saying Pilatasikis right? Christoforos? Pilatasikis? Pilasaticus? What up, Greg Holland? How you doing, man? Good morning to you. Hope you're well. How's Joseph doing? Hope he's good. We are watching some RC racing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. RC racing. We love it so much. All right, as these guys get warmed up, and then they will be taken out, gridded up, and get ready to start our first A final of the day.
This is not the A final practice. That graphic is incorrect, but it's going to be changed.
Oh.
Nitro Sport
This
A main.
is the A final. Well done. Won your club race yesterday. Good morning, Area 52 RCS. Hope you're well. It's pronounced Pilachikis in English. It's quite hard. Pilachikis. That's actually easy to say. Pilachikis. Pilachikas. Okay, so we're saying that right now. Pilachikis. Much easier to say. I think. All right.
Good set
As we get ready to rumble, yes, we have goggles. 27 minutes to go in this race, sorry. 25 minutes to go. As racers get shuffled out to their spots where they're going to start. And let's see what we get here in our Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Will we get a good race? Hopefully. That's all we can ask for as commentators. A very good race to tell to the spectators. As mechanics take their car drivers over to the starting grid, it still looks like it's just getting colder and colder there in Madrid.
It's actually getting warmer. I'm contemplating taking my jacket off, Lefty. Almost.
Okay, well, the wind hasn't died on.
No. It's now a warm wind.
Not Pila Chicas. Okay, hold on. I almost had her. Playa Chicas. Okay, there we go. Playa Chicas. That's much easier. Playa Chicas. Knowing's half the battle. 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, And they are off. Alrighty. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, whoa. Yeah. Actually, very bad. All right. So these 4 cars have kind of pulled away. And already we have a change of lead. I don't know who this is. I'm not even going to try to figure it out. I know that's Costas in that all blue one. We'll see how it is when they come across the line. Playa Chicas. Playa Chicas. Okay. All right. Let's see. It is going to be still unknown because we're waiting for the scoring overlay to update. And it's Fernandez, Ilian Fernandez from Agrafiatis. Throughout in fourth, Eliette de Hess in fourth. So right now we're watching Costas, RC Special, battling it out for that second spot. Chasing down Ilian Fernandez with that yellow wing, yellow wheels. Right behind them is Jules Throughout. So we saw Throughout and Fernandez have a battle in E-Buggy. Now it's transferring over to Nitro Buggy as Ilian makes his way through over the double-double. He goes. Costas Agrafiatis right behind in 0.3 of a second. Costas doing media and racing. Crazy. This race is definitely for him because it's crazy. Costas still chasing down Fernandez. Fernandez fending off Costas. 23 minutes left to go in this race. This is a 25-minute Nitro Buggy race. This is the Sportsman Nitro Buggy class. Costas is looking pretty racy. He slams on the brakes. He knows that this is a long race. And I think that Throughout is just there waiting to capitalize on any mistake by these guys as well. And Eliette de Hess is right behind them. So these 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and Ilian makes a mistake, and that allows Costas by. And Jules right there. And Jules now in the lead because both of them make a mistake. And Eliette de Hess is now there in the mix for second, third, and fourth. All right, our leader now, who won the previous he won the E-Buggy match between these two, I do believe. He is now in the lead, 22:49. Costas right behind him. So Costas has remained in his second place position. Costas very fast. Somebody getting a stop and go back there. All right, so we are currently watching Jules Throughout in that pink and blue car, yellow wheels, and Costas in that blue car, white wheels. They kind of pulled away from Fuentes now is in second. Paul Fuentes and Ilian Fernandez Paul Fuentes is in third and Fernandez is in fourth. Trudy Nathan is in fifth. But right now we have a battle. Costas going to get by, make it stick as Jules gets it wrong in the rumble strips. Jules tried to get it back on that double-double, has to check up and will lose some pace to Costas. Good driving by Costas. What up, Mitch on the mic? How you doing? Great pass by Rivkin today. Saw that earlier. Great race between him and Ari Bakala. I think that's how you say his name. We are on our first Nitro Main of a final of the day, not first Nitro Main. I'm sure there were some Nitro Mains earlier. And we are getting ready for hopefully a barn burner here. Hello, Master Compressor. Okay, out front is Costas in that X-Ray. He is now out to a 3.7 second lead. So Costas All that time taking pictures of the track has helped him out somewhat because now he knows this track by heart and looking to have a victory under his belt. Should be happy about. Hephacitis RC, what's up, Lefty? Big hug, keep up the good work. Yeah, I'm just talking. The RC Racing TV guys they're on site, braving the elements, bringing you the coverage. Shout out to them. James, Matt, and William. Thank you for tuning in. Just in time for some nitro action. Don't go anywhere. We got intermediate nitro buggy up after this. 35 plus, and then right into the 60-minute. That's right, you heard it right. 60-minute nitro buggy A final, and we have some heavy hitters in that race with Canas, Angaro. Who else we got in there? The Parente brothers, Yao Figueredo. So some fast racers in that race. So you don't want to miss that. You don't want to go anywhere. And of course, we should have a really good intermediate race as well. We saw a great truggy race yesterday where our 2 leaders ran out of gas before the loop on the last lap. And Danielle Parente actually got that. So. Good stuff. Good stuff in RC. Always good to see good, exciting races like that. All right. Back to the action on hand. And Agrafotis, that's car number 11. That is actually not for position, if I am not mistaken. Or it might be. Where's Jules throughout? Ooh, hold on. Nope, Jules is still 1.7 seconds back. Agrafotis out to a decent lead. 18:30 left to go. We will see pit stops in the next lap or two. Costas in mix with some lap traffic. Costas comes by that time. He's still in first. Let's see what the gap is to Throughout. Oh no! So Throughout's out front, so I was mistaken. So now we have a good race going on here, and I do apologize. So Jules Throughout is out front. He's that car of the yellow wing, I do assume. Costas is the car of the black wing in the middle, and right behind them is Paul Fuentes. Ilian is 0.7 of a second back. So let's see how it all shakes out. Good job, JW. Congratulations. All right. So that should be Jules Throughout. Nope, coming in for fuel. Okay, so I'm all confused now. So somebody in for fuel.
It was car number 8 in front of him, who I think just pitted.
Okay, so that's Paul Fuentes. So he was in second. So he's in at 6.5, it looks like. Costas should be in second now. No, Costas will be in first, and that is Throughout behind him. So these two still have to come in for fuel, and Nathan Chudy is 3 seconds back of these guys. Fernandez 2 seconds back. So top 5 are separated by 6.2 seconds.
Sorry, Keenan. Costa's already been in for pit. I think you missed it.
Who?
Costas.
Costas?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's
about 2 laps ago.
So he's in 6. He's probably on a 6-minute pit strategy, so he's going to have to come in extra. And I think Agrafiotis is in first. I have to wait for my scoring to update. But that is Throughout right behind him, who is in second. So this is the battle. If I'm right, this is my battle. This is the battle for first. Once scoring frees up, we'll know for sure. That is Costas in the blue car, white wheels, black wing, and right behind him is Throughout. That is lap traffic in front of them. Oh, Costas. Good driving by Costas as he threads the needle and gets by that lap traffic. So by my calculations, that blue car is the leader, and that pink and blue car with the yellow wheels is chasing him down in second. And that all yellow car could be Nathan Chudy. So right now we're following this battle for what we believe is first. Blue car, white wheels, black wing, and I was correct. So that is correct. Agrifaltis is second. That yellow car is Nathan Chudy. So this is a three-way, four-way battle, I believe, for first, second, third, and fourth. So Costas is that car in first. That white car in front of him is not for position. He moves out of the way. Thank you. Behind him, that car with the yellow wheels is in second. And that all yellow car that just went off track was in third. He's going to give that position up. I actually think that Throughout might have gave a position up too. It was hectic back there. Let's just drop back quickly. Drop back to these two cars right here. So that car with the yellow wheels, pink and purple. Because I think that is Throughout. He should be in second. And that white car right there is not for position. That is a lap car. That might be Ilian Fernandez right behind him. That pink and purple car. And then that yellow car is Nathan Chudy. And Puentes is there too as well. He's not too far back. So Costa's going to have to come in a couple of laps earlier than these guys, I think. 13:58 left to go. And it's going to be Throughout who pulls out slightly a bit in second. And that's him coming across the line through the double-double. And it should be Nathan Chudy or Ilian Fernandez in third. And it's Agrifaltis from Througut, Nathan Chudy, Ilian Fernandez, and Paul Fuentes are your top five. There is second place getting up on the railing, and I do believe that car behind him is... I know that yellow car is probably Nathan Chudy. So trying to figure out this running order with the scoring not working optimum. I do believe that is Nathan Chudy and Ilian Fernandez battling it out back behind us. Uh-oh! So this is going to bode well. That is Nathan Chudy, I believe, that's now in second. So this is the battle for second. Fernandez is 1.6 second back of this battle. That might be Fernandez, one of those two cars behind this.
That's car
You'll see
two.
when it comes across the loop. All right, so that's car two. That is
the second of those
Nathan
cars is
Chudy,
car
who's
two.
currently in second. That's Thaval. So that yellow car is actually in the lead. Sorry, is in the lead of this race, of this pack of racing. He's in second. While Costas is just kind of walking away with it. He's got a 3-second lead. Look at that win. Woof. All right, I'll figure it out once we go across the line. That is Nathan Chudy, that is Throut, and by my calculations, that should be Fernandez right behind him. Yep, so this is a three-way battle for second. That yellow car, Nathan Chudy, that pink and purple car is Throut, and Fernandez is this red and yellow car that lost some ground. He must have had a wreck off camera. So now it leaves Chudy in the all-yellow car and Throut. Two Frenchmen, I assume. And wow, Fernandez has dropped right off this battle. Right off. There is Fernandez. He is. That might be not Fernandez actually. So we'll see when he comes across. I'm pretty sure it was, but I'll know when they come around this time. Mix of listening to the lady. There is Costas in for fuel, I think.
Yeah, he's
no, that's Fuentes. Sorry, no, Costas is in between these guys. Sorry, James, just trying to figure out where Fuentes is. Right now, we're following second.
No problem. I'm just trying to help out with what I can see here. But yeah, that was Costas came out the pits right in between those two cars.
So Costas going to have to come in one more time and maybe for a splash and dash, to be honest. He seems to have a very thirsty X-ray. Right now, Nathan Chudy, we're following. He is in the lead, but he will relinquish that lead when he comes into pits. Might be this lap or the second. Right behind him is second Costas Agrifiotis. So Chudy going to stay out for one more lap. He takes over that lead. 1.5 seconds in front of Costas. Throughout is in second. Fuentes is now in fourth. And Fernando in fifth. And those guys are not separated by much. We're going to follow Chudy in for his fuel in. Costas is hounding him right behind him. But Costas possibly going to have to come in two more times. Possibly. But I doubt it. If he's on 6 minutes, he came in at 12. Yeah, he'd be good. But we did see cars run out of fuel yesterday, so anything is possible. This track is a thirsty track. And these drivers are giving all the throttle that they can. Chudy in that all yellow car, gonna make the 180. He is going to peel off of fuel, so he is in at 9:44. He's gonna have to come in one more time too. Unless he's gonna do 9-minute lap, 9:30 pit stops. He might do that. He might do that. So Chudy might set himself up for a win or failure. He comes out right in front of Fault, so he stays in second. Can he set his sights on Costas? So Chudy should, Fault to actually give that back. Oof. Chudy lost a lot of space. That wasn't his fault. That was third place. So unfortunate. I think third place is actually embroiled in a battle with, well, he's now second, embroiled in a battle with fourth place. So let's go forward to those two cars, please, in front of this guy. There's Throughout, and I believe that is... I have no idea. Oh, somebody's out. So once my scoring clears up, it should be Agrafiotis, this man Throughout in second. Maybe Paul Fuentes or Ilian Fernandez in third. And we shall see. All right, so we're following second place, Jules Throughout. He is in second. I know that the scoring has frozen up. He'll be back shortly, hopefully. There's first Costas just kind of out in front of him. Not too far, though. So it's not that much of a gap between him and Costas. I mean, he's starting to come into shot. He might make a challenge for Costas here later in this race. We know Costas got to come in one more time. Nathan Chudy might be all right, as timing has just frozen up for the last 2 minutes here. Costas just going up to the very back left-hand side of that track. Costas should be coming across the loop now. This man should reset the loop. There we go. 7 minutes and 25 seconds. We're following second place. Zagrafiotis from Throat. Behind him, Fernandez. So Fernandez is that car behind him, but this man trying to catch up to Costas, and Costas is just pulling away. You can see that blue car just pulling away ever so slightly. But Costas going to have to come in for fuel one more time. Let's follow Costas in first. That blue car, he should be coming over the small double here. Here we go. Because Costas should be coming in for fuel here shortly, which is going to tighten things up for Throat. But he's going to probably have to come in again as well. Timing and scoring has been flaming out constantly, Will Ivy. Constantly. Bad tune. All right, Costas going to stay out for one more lap before he comes in for fuel. I thought he ran out of fuel just now. It looked like they missed as he hit that second double. 6:30 left to go. Here is RC Special himself, Mr. Costas Agrafiotis. Awesome dude. Very hard worker. And always good to see Costas at the races. His commentary is legendary. And we're starting to see that black line start to form as these nitro cars are laying down that natural nitro traction compound, a mixture of rubber and nitro from the exhaust. Costas, I assume, is coming in for fuel now. Yep, so Costas in. We'll stay with Costas and watch him out. Throughout. Ooh, good pit. Splash and dash for Costas. Well, no, he needed a fuel tank, full fuel tank. So, let's see. I think that is Fernandez, and that's Chudy. All right. So, let's stick with Costas because that is actually for positions right there. If I'm not mistaken, that orange and yellow car should be Ilian Fernandez, and that car right in front of him is Throughout. No, Throughout's behind them. So, all mixed up here. No, I don't think that was position. I think this is for position. Costas, that all blue X-ray, black wing, white wheels, making his way up on the left-hand matrix upper deck through that section one more time. And he is still in first. Oh, but Costas made a big mistake. He's going to relinquish that first place to Througut. I'm pretty sure, yeah. I don't know. Mel Throut probably came in for fuel. That's what happened. Had to come in for a splash and dash. We'll see. Very hard to tell. What we assume. Nope, I am lost. I assume Throughout came in for a splash and dash of fuel. I think Costas is still going to be in first, even after that crash. That's not for position. I do not believe. 4 minutes and 24 seconds left to go. We're following who we presume to be our leader, Mr. Costas Agrafiotis. And he's on lap 26. Throughout had to come in for fuel because he just wasn't too far behind him. So he had to come in for a splash and dash. Fernandez probably had to come in. That gap is now 7.3 seconds. Let's drop back and find our battle for second. We're looking for car number 2 and 1. It will be a car for Blackwing. If we just hold right here, they'll be coming along here shortly. So we hold.
Car number?
This should be. That is it. Let's follow that car, Blackwing. I don't think that could be our leader, our second place car. It is. Well done, James. That's Throughout. He now has a 1.1 second lead up on Fernandez, but he's 7.3 seconds back of Costas. He needs a lot of mistakes by Costas. They're all good on fuel. Yeah, he has a 9-second lead up on third. So Ilian came in for fuel as well. So Throughout kind of out there in second in no man's land. Costas with 2 minutes and 54 seconds left to go. He's out front by 7.3 seconds. Costas just went across the line. And we'll probably pick up with Costas after we come off. Jules, yeah, 7.8 seconds back of Costas. No real battle going on. Let's follow Costas. Let's give our leader. Blue car just going up the middle section. Hill should be coming to the pit of despair. Here we go. He's coming down the corkscrew now. And here's our leader, Costas Agrafiotis, representing the great country of Greece. X-Ray and RC Special.
Oh, the sun's coming out. This is playing in Tongaro's hands.
Oh, it's warming up. Not what JC3 wanted. Exactly what Ongaro wanted. But will it warm up enough? We see some clouds coming. The wind is coming from... It looks like it's coming from the direction that those gray clouds are in. But right now, it's all about this man, Costas. He is looking to take a final win here. And right about himself on RC Special. Just under 90 seconds to go. And we're following our leader who has a 5.6 second lead up on second. So Costas this lap plus one more. He doesn't want to break his car now. So Throughout now 6.9 seconds back. So it's Agrafiotis from Jules Throughout. Ian Fernandez is in third. Paul Fuentes is in fourth. Yale Zerla from 11th to 5th. Anthony Ronson in 6th. Elliot Deese in 7th, Anton, a.k.a. Tony Bullet Gusov in 8th, Julian Tadella in 9th, Udeswart in 10th, Christoforis Latachikis is in 11th, Anira Almera in 12th, Bastian Weikart in 13th, and Adrian Baduk in 14th. Nathan Chudy is out, and so is Luis Cogliano. All right, so 17 seconds left. This will be the last lap for Costas as he romps around. This is going to be his half of a victory lap right here. But he cannot celebrate too hard because if he makes a mistake, flames out, loses a wheel, runs out of fuel, the victory shall go to Throughout. We saw this happen yesterday. We saw Daniel Perriente run out of fuel. a few corners before this, with Canas in the lead. Canas made that turn here and instantly ran out of fuel, unable to finish that finish line. But not going to happen with our man, Costas Agrafiotis. Well done, Costas, taking the Sportsman Nitro Buggy A final 25-minute race. Good race for Costas. Jules Stewart will finish in second, followed by Eliane Fernandez, Paul Fuentes, and Yale Zorlov, your top 5. Unofficially, well done, Costas, as all of Greece goes wild. There's going to be a parade for Costas when he comes back, representing the great country of Greece and taking a victory here in Spain. All right, so the chat is alive. Thank you all for joining us. It's only 8:45 a.m. For some reason, I think it's later. There's Harold Sandarov. He is excited and ready for his intermediate Nitro Buggy A final. Let's see, can Harold do something? There's Ruben Cervantes in the red hoodie. There you go. There's our finishing order. Well done to Costas Agrafiotis. Your winner, Jules Stewart, Eliane Fernandez, your top 3. Nikos cheering on his fellow Greek person. I think that's how you say it. As cars get warmed up, we should have a good race here. We have Mirko Carantine, followed by Tom Sartell, Harold Sandarov, Martin Roca, David Benito, Nuno Rebello, Saul Ordonez, Kevin Pasquale, Nathan Chudy, Ruben Cervantes, Andre Monakov, Diego Rivas, Nuno Casel, Pangiatis Teres, Harris Castellanos, and Alejandro Gual. So, cars number 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 all bumping up from the B final. There's Mr. Sandarov trying to listen to Harold's car. He is probably saying, last race of the day. I can relax after I turn marshal the next race. That man works very hard, like lots of fathers doing that are mechanicking for their sons. Hello, James Martley. Good morning to you. And Nikos. Oh, so Nikos, you are the 1/8 scale Greek buggy champion. Well, congratulations to you. We have royalty in the house. There's Elias, another Greek for you. And Yosef Abrel turning on Harold. Harold from Israel. And there's Mr. Sandarov. He just looks worn out. That man works. I keep saying it because I watched it firsthand. I watched him work his butt off at every race I've been to so far. They're there. All right. Some intermediate. Carantine was fast, Saratal was fast, Sandarov was fast. So hopefully we get a epic race to the end. Good morning, Louis Messi? I'm not sure how he said that. Hello to you. Welcome to RC Racing TV. Want to say a big shout out to our title sponsor, EuroRC.com, just RC, no BS. Thank you for that support. Also, jconcepts.net and Scuderia Scampi Rosso. Without those companies, none of this is possible. I am Lefty the Great of the No Name RC podcast, and we got boots on the ground with James, Matt, and Will there, who have been there all day for the last 3 days. We thank them for their dedication and passion to bringing you guys great coverage. And I have been fashionably late every day.
You have. Keep them waiting.
I mean, would you rather have a well-rested, exuberant lefty or a groggy lefty at this time when these awesome races are about to happen?
Exuberance is king.
There we go. Exuberance. A smattering of...
Are you having a tuna melt again today?
I probably will have a tuna melt today when we get done.
Do you have a
and
tuna
I will
melt
switch
every
off
day?
But it's fast. It's healthy.
Vaguely.
It's chock full of protein. I use light mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise? In a tuna melt?
Yes. How do you mix your tuna?
Oh yeah, and then you melt it. Then you put cheese on it and put it under the grill? Or do you fry
No,
it?
I put it in a panini squasher. Panini.
Okay. Got you.
A sandwich press.
A panini squasher. I like it.
Yeah, there we go.
We're all coming around to your house one day for squash paninis.
Well, probably better for my wife to make a pastelone, which you guys will eat all up. It's pretty much like a shepherd's pie, but made with sweet platanas and green platanas. So basically, you boil up the platanas. I like sweet. Oh, look at Mr. Figueiredo eating. He just gave a hard look over there. Oh my gosh. So it's like a shepherd's pie, but it's made with bananas, ripened,
bananas,
boiled. Yeah, well, platanas, bigger bananas. So you boil them up. You boil. Yes. So you boil ripe ones, and I like mine mixed ripe and green, so it isn't so sweet. You mash it up like mashed potatoes, then you make it like shepherd's pie.
Is it meat underneath?
No, it's like a shepherd's pie. So you know how shepherd's pie has a layer of mashed potatoes, then it has a layer of minced meat.
Yeah.
Then it has another layer of mashed potatoes with cheese on top. It's wonderful.
What? That's a lasagna. No,
no, that's a
hang on. So the banana version,
pie.
The banana version you're talking about,
It's just two kinds of banana.
Does it have mince as well?
Yes.
Mince and banana. Where do you live? Oh my god,
Dude, this isn't like a banana that you're used to. These are what people cook with. They boil them, they fry them up, all that stuff.
It's a cooking banana, like cooking apples. It's a cooking banana.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, I don't eat platanas off the tree. You can, but the bigger and more dense, I want to say the word is the
plantain. We call them plantain.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've never had fried plantains?
No. Oh yeah, I have.
All right, so imagine that boiled, mashed up like mashed potatoes, and instead of mashed potatoes in your shepherd's pie, you have that. It's great.
Sounds
awesome.
Good. Sounds good.
I look forward to coming to the Dominican Republic.
What do you have for dessert? Potato salad?
No, but I've had sweet potato candy.
Okay, cool.
Made out of sweet potato and coconut. Very good.
What, are you having one? I'll have one. Do you want one? Yeah.
We're just getting some Monster Energy delivered because we're all going to collapse soon into a heap. Huh?
We only got 3 more races to go. This plus 2 more. They just happen to be 50 more minutes of this racing plus 60 minutes of pro nitro racing. All right, as mechanics get ready to take their drivers out to the starting grid. I think that's I don't know, I thought that was Marco's car for a second. Maybe we can get a close-up of the cars in the grid. How's that sound? So we can... There's Iker Teles down on our very left. John Moore says, now I want some coconut water. Yeah, I want some coconut water mixed with rum later on. That's good. Maybe we can go to the start. There we go.
There we go.
Quarantine. And there is that green and blue car of Tom Sartell, nephew of Jerome Sartell. Sandaroff is next. We know Sandaroff's colors. Let's go to third so we can get an idea of the colors here. Okay. We're not going to do that.
Sorry. My producer's talking to me at the same time. I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Okay, don't worry about it. Let's pan out a little bit.
Doing it now.
Matt, do you want a sugar-free one?
Yes.
And they are off. Intermediate Nitro Buggy, 25-minute final. And it looks like it's going to be Quarantine, Sartell, Sandaroff, and I believe Martin. Sandaroff, red and blue. Right behind it should be Martin. David Bonita will know when they come across the loop. Let's just wait a few seconds.
Oh,
there's a Burkan Killick highlight. When did he get in this race?
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button. Let's move on from that.
Alrighty then. So, this is a three-way battle, I assume, for third right here. Or fourth?
Second, maybe.
Could be. That red and white car is not in the lead. That's first out there. That's Marco Carantine. That is not Tom Sartell right there, that red and white car.
The lead car is here.
That is the lead car, Marco.
So working back from that, we have this pack.
That's Martin Roca. That's Harold Sandaroff. And then that's Ordonez. And Tom Sartell is dropped down to 7th. Cervantes from 10th up to 5th. And Nuno Casal from 13th up to 6th. So right now we're following second place car, red and white car of Martin Roca. But he cannot relax because behind him is Harold Sandaroff and Saul Ordonez battling it out for third. And Harold goes through that corkscrew, is going to lose that position to that blue and white car of Saul. Saul showing some great pace early on here. Can he set his sights on Martin in front of him and a very hard charging Marco Carantine, who's kind of running away with this. Let's see what the lead is, the gap is between first and second when they come across the loop here. And it's going to be more than 4.4 seconds, that's for sure. Marco has let's say it's about a 5-second lead. And that is second place, that red and white car. He is pulled slightly away from Sandaroff and Martin. So Sandaroff getting back around Roca before the start-finish line. And Marco is just kind of running away with this. He's absolutely flying. He's going to come across the loop. Oh, he made a mistake. So now that's going to bunch them back up. Okay. So Carantine, that lead now dropping down to 2.6 seconds. That's second place, Martin Roca right behind him. 1.6 seconds is Harold Sandaroff. Now Martin can see that rear wing of Carantine, and now Sandaroff can see that. And behind them we have 4, 5, 6 all coming very fast as well to chase down Harold and Roca. There is 4th, 5th, 6th. Oh, and there goes 4th. Now that's going to put Cervantes into 4th. Cervantes is that car of the white wheels, and Tom Sartell now moves into 5th. So 22 minutes left to go in this race, and Marco has stretched out that lead a little bit more, 40 in that time by Marco. And Harold is trying to get by Martin Roca and not allow that car that's at the front of this pack with the yellow wheels to stretch out that lead any further. Martin kind of is not making any inroads. He's actually gone into a defensive posture against Harold. And Harold is on the hunt. Can he make it past him? He needs to get past him as soon as possible because he has some pace to catch up to Marco. Harold that time by was a 43.6. Marco had a 42.9. So Marco able to pull out some fast laps. You see Marco going down the matrix downhill back there. But right now we're concerned about this red and white car, white wheels, white wing, and that yellow winged car of Harold Sandaroff. That is second and third. And behind them, Cervantes and Tom Sartell are battling it out with Nuno Casal. And there's the mistake. Sandaroff going very wide to avoid that mistake. And let's see. Just gets it cross-hopped. Lands on the sides of his wheels. Very lucky to land on all fours. Harold going very wide, trying to avoid that. But Harold right now on the rear wing of Roca Martin. Behind Harold, Tom Sartell is 5.2 seconds back, and there's a battle brewing between him and Cervantes. But we're going to stay with this battle because this is the actual battle for second. And let's see what that gap is to first when they come by. Harold definitely seems to have a little bit more pace. 19:55 left to go in this race. As they come across the loop, they are 6 seconds back of first. And that was a 43.2 that time by our leader, a 43.8 by Harold, and a 44.5 by Roca. So Roca, not as fast as Harold at the moment, and neither of these guys as fast as our leader, Marco Carantine. Tom Sartell is 4.9 back of these guys. Cervantes is in 5th. What's up, Rory Holler? How are you? Hope you're well. I hope it's cold enough to go drive your submarines, even though you don't need cold weather. Carantine out front, followed by Martin Roca, Harold Sandoff, Tom Sartell, and Cervantes is your top 5. 19 minutes and 16 seconds left to go in this race. We should start seeing pit stops, and there's the mistake that Harold wanted. Let's stay with Harold, because Harold is now going to set his sights on Marco. There's Marco just coming down. So a 7.2 second deficit to make up. That's all it took for Harold to get by. He didn't even have to apply full pressure. There's Sartell too. Sartell starting to come into the mix. So Roca about to have a rearview mirror full of a green and blue car belonging to the nephew of Jerome Sartell, Tom Sartell. So can we see young Harold put his head down and chase down Marco? I think Marco had a mistake up there on that matrix corner. I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and I think he's going to lose some time. Bodes well for this young man, Harold, 15 years old, from Israel. And that blue and red Mugen, let's stay on him. He's coming in for fuel. So Sandarov, 6.1 seconds back. Let's watch him right out. There's, Techno. Elias helping out Harold's dad. Very good to see. Maybe a future Techno driver in the mix there. You never know. Techno definitely pushing in Europe. Harold definitely showing potential to be a very good driver. Racing on 3 different continents. In and out of the fuel stops for him. He was 6.1 seconds back. I want to say that's Carantine right in front of him. So I think Carantine came. We'll wait till it all shakes out, but I believe that's Carantine. That's our leader, I believe. Could be wrong. I'll know her shortly. Carantine might have came in for fuel as well. If that's him, that is him. So I think that's 1 and 2. You'll know her as soon as timing unfreezes itself. Marco has definitely been solid all weekend, racks on RC. I think this is Marco right now fending off Harold. So it looks like Marco had that long mistake and maybe a long pit.
Car 1 and car 3.
So this is the battle for the lead. They both have come into pits, I assume. But Marco making some mistakes and allowing Harold to capitalize on that. Harold now honoring Roca, not too far. Is that Roca behind him? No. Okay, so Roca is now in. Roca has not come in for fuel. Okay, so that's what I was trying to figure out. But now he's going to cycle out. He's going to be in 3rd. That's Roca in 3rd. So here's Marco in front. And where is Harold? Harold just losing touch of Marco. Marco able to pull out some fast laps. There's Roca in that white car, now in 3rd. Roca came in later for fuel than these guys. He had to cycle through. Next race is the 35 plus A final, Rui, 25 minutes. And then after that, we have the driver's introductions and Pro Nitro 60-minute final. All right, send her off. Trying to chase down a hard-charging Carantine. Scoring will fix itself here shortly, but it's Carantine in front, followed by Sandoff, Martin Roca, and Cervantes. Tom Sartell should be in 5th. 4th. All right.
The leader's just gone off. The leader's gone off. So he's back on again now. All the way back here. So I think Sandoff's into the lead.
He's still connected, lefty.
I think, let me check the time screen. Yeah, so Harold Senderoff is now in the lead. So we'll follow him around for a little bit while we get Lefty back.
All right, sorry about that. Harold is now in the lead over Quarantine, so he had a off-track excursion. Sorry about that, guys. I had a coughing fit. Harold still out front, stretching that lead out over Roca Martin now. Was 6.1 last time by 13:55 left to go in this race, and Harold has put himself into a great position to take an overall win. Let's drop back to that red and white car of Martin Roca. Let's just hold her. I'll let you know when he comes by. There's Martin. There's the battle for second brewing between that is second, that red and white car, that is third, and that is fourth right behind us. So just pan up. Let's get all three of these cars. All five of these cars, actually. So all four of those cars embroiled in the battle. That is currently second. He was our leader with the yellow wheels. The red and white cars in third, and the green and blue car, Tom Sartels, in fourth, and Cervantes right behind them. Or Cervantes, the car behind them, cars behind them. I will keep my eye on the scoring for Harold. But this is what he wants. He wants these guys to battle it out behind him so he can just kind of click off some very fast laps and not worry about that. We're currently following the battle for the lead. There is that green car is lap traffic. This is the multicolored car, yellow wheels, clear wing of Marco Quarantine, who was leading this race convincingly to a mistake. It's allowed Harold Senderoff to pull out to an 8.2 second lead over this. That was a very sick pass by Marco to take second. And he is putting some distance between him and second. And now he's going to set his sights on Harold. And he's now clicked off a second. So it's 7.3. He just clicked off a 40. He just clicked off a very fast lap. That gap now 7.3 seconds to Harold. And we have some fuel stops to come in. So let's follow Marco for a little. Ooh, I thought he got out into that dust and lost all forward bite. So all momentum stopped, and he had to just recalibrate and get himself back into gear. And that is going to cost him. He's going to lose that 1 second he didn't make up unless Harold made a mistake. Harold's pretty good. He doesn't make many mistakes. There's Harold in for fuel stop on 11 minutes and 40 seconds. One more fuel stop for him. Marco in on the same lap. So these guys are going to have to battle it out on the track. They are not going to win it in the pits. They are on the same exact pit strategy. Let's stay on Marco as he comes out behind Martin Roca. We know that that white and red car is going long. I think Martin's just in front of him. Nope, that's Martin. He is going slightly longer. And that is... no idea who that is behind him, but that is second place by the time the pit strategies all cycle through. But Harold out front, 11 minutes left to go in this race. We'll come back to Harold once this all sorts itself out and follow him in for his last pit stop. And this man, because they'll both be on the exact same pit stop. That is actually Roca in front of him. Roca going a few laps longer. So it's Senderoff, 7.4 seconds up on second, which is just in front of this guy. Martin will peel off probably in this lap or the next for fuel, which will give this man back to the position, unless he takes it back from him. And Marco has been on it. Marco has been our best, I think one of the best intermediate drivers we had. He did very good in e-buggy. He's doing good in nitro buggy. He still has 10 minutes and 30 seconds left to go to make a hard challenge towards Harold. Harold, you can see him just going down the hill of the Matrix. There's Harold coming up over the double. So about, I'd say less than 1/4 of the track away. That wind has changed direction once again. It is whipping very hard. Harold that time by for 44 flat, a 43.2, 7.6 is that gap. And Martin Roca, like I said, has to come in for fuel. He might have peeled off for fuel that time by. And he did, because he is out. He is out. So Martin Roca will come back out in third, but way behind Marco. We'll follow Marco for a few more laps. He does have some clear track in front of him, clear track behind of him, and he can just put his head down click off some fast laps and try to make some inroads on Harold Sandaroff, who was at a 7.6 second lead. And there you see Harold going over the double, kind of about equal where they were last lap. So I'm expecting the lead to be about the same when they come across. Harold makes his time across the loop. That was a 43.3 to a 43.1. 7.4 is that gap, 0.2 off. So chipping away, but running out of time, and one pit stop left to go. He needs to make up some time on his pit stop if he can, but him and Harold coming in at the exact same time. Marco just out there in no man's land. After this lap, we'll switch over to our leader, Harold Sandaroff. Maybe Marco is actually on a tear, so he is making some great passes in traffic. Traffic's pulling over for him as they should. And we'll follow him for one more lap. 8 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. He will have to come in at the same time as our leader, Harold Sandaroff. That off-track excursion costing Marco quite a lot. And that was a 42.7 that time to Harold's 42.8. Fastest lap of the race so far, just run by that gentleman. And still knocks off a 1/10 of a second. So he is making inroads, but Harold is keeping it steady out there as well. Marco is on it as he makes his way through that Laguna Seca. That car trying to find every ounce of traction he can. And let's see, Harold should be coming over that double. Yeah, they're about the same track length away from each other each lap. Harold's coming over that double and Marco's just going up that hill. I expect it to be about 7.2, 7.3 seconds of a gap between them. And yep, 7.3. All right, let's find Harold. They threw almost identical lap times, just separated by 5 1/1000ths of a second, 5 100ths of a second. Let's forward to Harold. There's Harold going through the corkscrew. Nope, there we go. Here's our leader, young Harold Sandaroff. He should be coming in for fuel shortly, if not this lap or the next. And he'll be happy to win this if he can, making his way up and over that double. Will he peel in for fuel now? Will he stay out one more lap? One more lap. He'll come in for fuel again. Maybe a little splash and dash just to make sure he has enough. He has a fuel tank. We're going to follow him for a little bit more because Marco will be actually coming in. Marco is now 8.9 seconds back, so he's made some mistakes off camera. It's Harold Sandaroff from Quarantine, Martin Roca in third, Tom Sartell in fourth, Ruben Cervantes fifth. That has not changed at all. Nuno Rebello's in sixth, but he's 0.3 of a second back of the top five. Nuno Casal in seventh, David Benito, David Diego Rivas, Alejandro Almeida, Kevin Pasquer, Nathan Chudi, Pandiatis Teres, Hadas Casadonis, Andrei Monakov, and Saul Ordonez, who was up in front, is out. Ryan Donovan, where's left today? In my office, but it's going to be a frosty beverage afternoon, that's for sure. Sandaroff, 8.9 seconds up. One pit stop to make, and he has victory lined up. But hey, anything can happen with pit stop. If I'm him, I'm bringing him in here on this lap. 6 minutes left to go. Make sure I've got a full tank and go. Too much fog here wherever you are. You are watching the Intermediate Nitro Buggy A final. 6 minutes left to go. We do have a 35 plus final after this, plus the 60-minute final, and hopefully that's going to be a barn burner as well. And Harold out one more lap, so he doesn't have to risk it. He can come in for fuel. He might have come in for fuel already. I might have missed it myself.
No.
But 9.1 seconds up. I really missed the pit in, pit out that we had at the Worlds. Yeah. Hopefully that becomes the norm.
Hopefully.
Harold looking quite comfortable out there. Quarantine 9.1 back. He has a 12-second lead up on third place, Martin Roca. He has a 5 on Tom Sartell, and Cervantes is 7 seconds back of Sartell. Harold should come in for fuel, and he does. Let's follow him in for fuel. Elias and his father, Mr. Sandaroff, doing the pit. Last time for him, last time for Marco. Marco peeling in as well. So let's follow the young Israeli as he has 5 minutes left to take the overall win. Anything can happen here, though. We've seen it. I've never say it's over till it's over. I did jinx a racer like that in Wicked Weekend with about 50 seconds left to go. His last lap, he flamed out. unexpectedly. You're in a Greek cave. Okay. That would be Greek that I'm reading right there. Can't understand your name. Sorry, don't read Greek. Harold. Lapping some traffic there. Great drive by Harold so far. 4:28 left to go in this race. He's good for fuel. This will be his last race of the day. Can he make it a victory? Great for him and his father. All the hard work that they've put in. They've been racing quite a lot, representing the great country of Israel. To America, he's been to Spain, been to Portugal. He's been to the Euro Bs, the Euro A's, the Euro World, the E-Buggy World Cup, Wicked Weekend. Now he's at Buggyland. He has gotten a summer full of RC, that is for sure. And what most RC young drivers would dream of, he has been able to accomplish. He's gotten better since I first saw him. He's definitely fast. I don't know how many races in Israel, not that much. But so he has to come over to Europe to get better and test himself. And here he is. He might be rewarded with a victory if he can hold on to this with 3 minutes and 25 seconds left to go. This red and blue, yellow-winged Mugen of Harold Sandarov, 15 years old, from Italy. I'm sure Cast RC is going crazy, and all the Israeli RC community going crazy for this young man. His lead now 8.3 seconds up on Mirko Carantine. They did have a good battle brewing between them, and an off-track excursion by Mirko cost him quite dearly. You cannot give those type of opportunities up to these young drivers. They will take it and not look back. What? 2 minutes? Just under 3 minutes to go? Harold could come in for a splash and dash if he was unsure. It is a great race for the young man if it finishes like this, Dan Scanal. I absolutely believe in the youth doing well. He almost had a victory at he TQ'd intermediate nitro buggy at Wicked Weekend, and that intermediate field was highly stacked. Almost 100 drivers, and some of the fastest drivers in the USA in intermediate. 2:14 left for Harold. That is lap number 30. Let's see what that gap to Carantine is. Now it's 9.7. And we have Yannick Sivan, who was at the Worlds, cheering on Harold as well. It was a good, I think it was about 5 or 6 Israelis at the Worlds in Spain this year. Always good to see. Oof. That's nothing to do with Harold, that mess in front of him. He wants to avoid that at all possibility. Does not want to break his car, does not want to run out of fuel. Does not want to have an epic crash where nobody sees him and he loses 9 seconds. Just under 90 seconds to go. Today will be afternoon of NFL and cold beers, I think. Well done, Harold. 1 minute and 6 seconds left to go. This plus one more. Mikhail, we have Michael Dasakalakis. I think I got that wrong. Chemo, what's up? First race, what happened to the race? I thought you was racing in Bermuda. That's still early. You guys ain't at the track yet. First race there in Bermuda of the season. Oh, Yanef was at the 2022. Okay, well, I met you there as well. Harold, 51 seconds left to go. Might be less than that. He'll have his victory lap here shortly. 9.4 seconds up on second. He has not backed off one bit. Great driving by young Harold. He'll trip the loop this time when he comes by. He has the fastest lap of the race too, a 42.5. And I believe this is his victory lap. I don't know. The scoring is going wonky jawed. There it is. So this is his victory lap. Carantine probably got by on the same lap as well. It has been really great. That is one thing I want RC drivers to take into note after watching this, Rex on RC, you made a great point right there. Very good driving etiquette from lap cars. Absolutely. Harold Sandoff going to take that win on a 33.2, 24.53. Marco with a 33.25.02. Martin Roca, followed by Nuno Rebello, Tom Sartau, Ruben Cervantes, David Benito, Diego Rivas, Nuno Casal, Alejandro Gual, Kevin Pasker, Haris Castadonis, Pangiatis Teres, Andrei Manakov, Nathan Trudy, and Saul Ardinas out. Pregas Pro Hobbies, hello from Brazil, bom dia. All right, good job, Harold. Happy for Harold. He deserved that win. He's been working very hard. All right. So we are getting ready. You can hear the cars. They're revving up, warming up their engines. The wind is picking up even more there in Madrid. And up next is our 35 plus A final. And I'll be right back.
Let me just...
Okay. All right. So, yes, Prego's Hobbies. My name, real name is, most people call me Lefty. You can call me that. Or Keenan White. Lefty, a great disappointment to all my friends. Great intermediate race. Hopefully the 35 plus is as interesting. Oh, we have Robert in here. So he's probably going to test out some stuff for his final.
That's not the J concept.
Yes, Ryan Donovan. I think I don't think either of the Balders actually made the finals. So back to the drawing board for them. All right, up next. Where's Robert? Is he not running this? Sergio, ¿cómo está? Buenos dias. Rusty Sanchez. I just wanted to drop in and say that Matrix did nothing wrong at Tiregate. And I'm not going to repeat that. Not on this broadcast, anyway. Yeah. If you want to hear more about that, show 297. Thank you, Rusty. We appreciate that. Did Robert show up? Or did he decide to sit out this race? I don't see him.
Where is Robert?
He might have decided not to run it.
I can see him. I think, yeah, he's down underneath the driver's stand in the pits.
That's not where you're supposed to be.
Him and Canas are looking at his car and trying to figure something out. He seems to be tuning it. He's coming up the steps now. So yeah, he is racing.
But I guess he could afford to be late.
There he is.
Here's Bobby. Hello, Bobby. Good for you to show up. Robert Badier followed by Juan Magilian, Alberto Garcia, David Benito, Nuno Rebello, Harris Castadonis, Martin Roca, Nuno Casal, Costas Castadonis, Andrei Monakov, Ruben Cervantes, Jesus Camara, Julian Tadella, Davy Bales, Costas Agrafiotis, and Anthony Ross. And a lot of guys doing double duty here. That's going to be rough.
What, you mean like operating the camera and talking?
That too, but I mean, going back to races like we've seen here this weekend, not a good way to do it at all. All right, as mechanics go get their cars gridded up, there's Sergio carrying Robert's car. Hello, bro Akil. I hope you're well. I see Adam is in Germany for a few more years. That's always good. Hope he's well. Hope you're well. So you guys had I know you don't do RC no more, but had a nice big race over there in Indonesia. Hopefully I make it over for one of those races in the Asian Buggy Championships next year. It is a goal. All right, so where is Juan Magilian? He's not on the start. I'm highly confused here. No start from Gillian. How could they have two people out there and everybody has one? And they are off. No start from second place. He might not be here. Might not be able to race. Yes, bro. Hopefully next year. All right. So I'd say just follow Robert. Let's watch him go do Robert things out there. There we go. There's a Robert thing. Bobby smashing it off the double, first lap. Well done, Robert. Now he'll kick in and go extra fast.
You couldn't have got that any more perfect.
Alrighty, so this is our penultimate race of the day. Don't go anywhere. We have a 60-minute Nitro Buggy final coming up after this. This should be done. We should be starting that at around 11 o'clock. My time. No, 10 o'clock your time. My time. 5 o'clock Spain time. That was a Bobby, for sure. I agree with you, Basement. Ooh, let me see how I can smash. Oh, okay, we won't do that no more. Bobby running 35 plus, having some fun. He's been smiling, running his practice car, he said. So that tells me that he's testing out some new stuff on that other car. Probably busy with 36 mood and hot race tires this weekend. I know he's working that, so probably busy working on his car, helping out the Mayako drivers there already. Bobby out to a lead right now. Alberto Garcia behind him, followed by David Benito, Harris Castadonis, and Nuno Casal. So that is third, fourth, fifth. That is second, third, fourth. Bobby getting it wrong over that double once again, having to manhandle that car down and ready, prepared for the second double. And Bobby just out there kind of cruising, picking his lines. His last lap was a 42.1. He doesn't look like he's going fast at the moment, but he is actually driving quite well. Let's see if that translates into a faster lap time. As he slightly pulls away, it's a 42.6, so he lost 0.5 of a second. Man, that wind is starting to rip through. That means dust and nitro fumes are ripping in everybody's eyes. Nastiness. Nitro, it's a lifestyle, not just a racing thing. Bobby making his way. He just looks like he's out there on a Sunday afternoon drive at this moment. Hello, Sky Samurai. Morning, good day, good afternoon to you. Hope you're well. Welcome to Buggyland 11. Thank you for joining us. That was a 42, but we'll wait and see what it actually is. A 42.3. Don't forget, you can hop on over if you love the coverage being brought to you by RC Racing TV. Become an RC Racing TV hero. Get perks such as early access to content, percentages off swag, and you will personally get a letter. Not a letter, but you get an envelope with some stickers sent to your mailing address of choice.
I'll write you a letter.
Only for you as an RC hero. You can probably get a letter. Matt might spray some of his cologne on it as well.
Yeah, I will. I'll send you a letter with a lipstick mark on it, like a kiss on the envelope.
Please don't send that to me. You might send me a different type of letter.
Oh yeah.
We shall not talk about that.
Okay.
If you want to know about that, show 297 is where you want to hear it all about. Hear about it all. No Name RC podcast. We talk about letters and much more. All right, Bobby is out front, which we kind of expected this to be. His last lap by was a 42.6. He's just out there. His car looks comfortable. Let's drop back and find Harris Katsudonis and Alberto Garcia. We actually have a battle going on with those guys. Bobby a 42.1 that time by his best lap of a 42.1 flat. Alberto just coming by the loop, so there's Alberto. And one of those cars is Katsudonis. Harris should be a whitish car, if I remember correctly. Fine lefty, fine wine Rob is ripping it. Yeah, he's ripping it. 35 plus, no real competition for him, I don't think here. He's just kind of using this as a practice class, I assume. Said he's running his practice car. So
that's the only whitish car
this
I can
might
see, Lefty.
Okay, so let's see. We are looking for
car 10, is it?
Car number 6.
Oh.
Car number 3, 5, and 6. So 3 is Alberto Garcia. He's in the lead. I think he's forward of these guys. He actually has a 1.8 second lead.
There's 3.
Okay, so we have found 3. Alberto Garcia. Currently in second. Nuno Rebelo is in third. 2.4 back of him. Right behind him is Harris Castaño. So let's drop back. These 2 cars coming behind him. I think this is Nuno Rebelo. Yep. I think that's his colors. I remember we were looking at his car yesterday. He's currently in third. Trying to catch up to Alberto. Rebelo by. He's pulled out to a bit of a lead of a now 4th place David Benito. So it's Robert Battier out front by 10.9 seconds. Alberto Garcia, Nuno Rebelo, David Benito, Harris Castadonis, Martin Roca, Costas Castadonis, Ruben Cervantes, Nuno Casal, Andre Monakov, Julian Tudela, Costas Agrafiotis, Jesus Camara, and Davy Bales. Anthony Ronson out early. So we're following third place driver, Nuno Rebelo, who is currently 2.1 seconds back of Alberto Garcia. I think Robert came in for fuel because now that gap between him and Alberto is 7 seconds. I think that might be Alberto right there, to be honest. Is that car number 3 right in front of this car?
I don't know. I'll have a look on the next time round. Well, you'll know by then.
Well, thank you, James.
The loop will tell you before I can.
Hopefully, it's kind of frozen right now. Okay, it unfroze.
Just going to.
Okay, so that's Garcia. He's coming in for fuel. Rebelo stays out. Okay.
It was 3.
All right, so that was 3 in for fuel. Rebelo probably coming in 1 this lap, maybe? Or he came in? Right now, we're following second place car, but will drop back down to third if he comes into pit, which he should this lap. The tire marshal just looked tired. All right, here's Nuno Rebelo in for fuel. So he went 9 minutes. Yeah. Just shy of 9 minutes.
I think he's come out just behind third.
That is true. So now he's in poised. That's third right in front of him. Alberto Garcia. Alberto had to come in prior to him. So second right now, that car with the multicolored wheels is Alberto Garcia. Alberto Garcia. And behind him is Nuno Rebelo. 15:26 left to go in this 25-minute final. And this is the closest battle I can find on track between second and third, as Robert has a 10.8 second lead up on this gentleman. And Alberto driving a very smart race. Nuno looks like he made some mistakes and has lost touch with Alberto. Alberto has been putting in some very clean laps. I think we'll go watch Robert for a little while in a bit after we finish this lap. So Alberto going to come across the loop, and that is going to be a 16-second gap between him and Robert. It's going to be Robert Battier, Alberto Garcia, Nuno Rebelo, David Benito, and Martin Roca, your top 5. Harris Katsadonis in 6th, Ruben Cervantes in 3rd, Costas Katsadonis in 8th, and Andre Monakov 9th, Nuno Casal 10th. All right, let's find Robert after this lap. There he is. Easy to find. He's about to come across the rumble strips through the double-double. 2012 world champion, 3-time European champion. Legend in this sport. Oh, I think that's Castadonis that's out. Got flamed out. Harris. Robert out there getting a practice session in on his practice car. One of the benefits of being in that above 35, I'd say, at this race. We'll follow Robert for a few minutes. Yep, I was right. Katsadonis, that Harris Katsadona flaming out and dropping like a stone in the sea. Burn off a cruise ship. This guy having fun out there right now. 36 Mood, Mayako, Corsa Tech, and Hot Race. And that Mayako MX-8 practice car. His race car. I said his practice car is better than his race car. Probably less pressure. Coming up after this race is our 60-minute A final slated to start at 11 o'clock Spain time, 10 o'clock. Sorry, not 11 o'clock. 5 o'clock Spain time, 11 o'clock. No, I'm wrong again. 4 o'clock Spain time, 10 o'clock East Coast time, 7 o'clock Pacific time. And if you're in Australia, I would assume 10 o'clock at night or maybe 12 o'clock at night.
3 o'clock UK time.
3 o'clock UK time.
We have a 15-minute break plus the presentation de pilotos, so it's actually officially 4:15 local. 1/4 the hour.
Okay.
Is when the final will start.
Okay, so in about 30 minutes, 33 minutes, the A final will start. That's easier. You know what? I just found out it's Miguelo's birthday today, so feliz cumpleaños to him, according to Facebook. Happy birthday, Miguelo. Happy birthday to my good friend.
And guess what?
Mike Hill's wife, Heather Hill.
It's also William Briefcase's birthday tomorrow. It's his birthday tomorrow. So we're travelling home tomorrow on Will's birthday.
We take him on a plane for his birthday.
He's going to be 27.
Yeah.
He's a baby.
I can't say that I haven't done that before.
27?
Yep.
Blimey.
All right, so we've watched Robert for a few minutes. He has a 13-second lead up on second, Alberto Garcia. Nuno Rebello is still in third, followed by David Benito, Martin Roca. That hasn't changed. Ruben Cervantes is in sixth. Costas Katsadonis in seventh. Andrei Monakov in eighth. Jesus Camarena in ninth. Davy Bales 10th. Julian Tadella 11th. Costas Agrafotis in 12th. Harris Katsadonis is out. Nuno Casal's out. Anthony Rawson's out. Actually, it might be quite a few people. Nope, they're just laps down. Robert, 20 laps. 1 lap up on second. And final lineup for the 60-minute final. I'll let you know once we put it up on screen. I don't have it in front of me at the moment. We'll know after this race. But I'm sure it's your usual suspects that are here, that are fast. We have to see who bumped up. Let me have a look. All right, so it looks like for our pro final, we have Davide Agaron Paul, followed by Daniel Parente, Oscar Navarro, Juan Carlos Canas, Berkan Kilik, Marco Barufalo, Clement Boda, Joao Figueiredo, Reno Savoya, David Todd, Burak Kilik. And our bumper uppers look to be Adrian Parente, Josemi Sanchez, Mark Dezuar, Ricardo Montero, and Robert. No, that can't be right. Robert Batty, because he was in the. That was training. That's. I don't know if that's the order. Let's see.
Battles in the...
Try my best.
I think he's self-marshaled out the back of the pit. But he's that far in front, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, we'll wait till I pull it up on screen to make sure I have that order clear. I know Robert won his B final, so he shouldn't be last. That was just the drivers that were in the practice session. We'll know in 7 minutes and 48 seconds. Well, probably more like 8 minutes. You know, they're going to go through the whole lineup. So you got a chance to watch that. Oh, Bobby smash things, losing a little bit of concentration there on the double-double.
No, to be
You'll
fair,
have to come in for one more pit stop.
To be fair,
Yes?
someone came out the pit lane and crashed into him.
Oh.
Bobby was bashed into.
That sounds like an excuse to me. I have to have a chat about that.
Same what I saw.
We've seen this man win many races over the years. He used to be the master of late race challenges. He used to set his car up for that late race push. He'd be nowhere around midway of the race, and then he'd just start gaining, and next thing you know, he'd be first or second. Pretty much how he won his last European Championships in 2017 in Sweden. Excellent drive by him. Big track too. Huge, humongous track. Don't ask me to pronounce it.
Eskilstuna.
That's it. That sounds about right. Eskilstuna.
I was there.
Can of tuna.
It's a really, really nice track.
It is.
Beautiful
It looks
area.
like it's in a forest that you can get attacked by bears.
Yeah, or go rallying in. It looks like a rally stage. And
Could be.
It has
Hello.
ridiculously fast internet, so it gets my vote.
Oh, good. Always good. Hello, Tara Ivanen. And good day. Good morning, Holman. Tuning in. Just waking up.
Hey, Tara. Tara always tunes in.
Especially when racing.
Exactly.
Pecco Ivanen. I was hanging with Co 3 weeks ago, Sunday, I guess. Day in Spain. Wow, with everybody. We ended up going to some place having food. And for his last pit of the day, Brian Baldwin and Sergio doing the pit duties. Much faster with two. Dan Scannell says, I'm surprised no bits are racing considered half the. What does he say? But they do, a lot of them, he says, half the UK go to Spain for holiday. A lot came over for the Worlds. So that was probably their holiday there. There is a lot of British people. I mean, in fact, I had a British breakfast my last day in Spain. There where JQ was staying in the Airbnb. It was quite good. I could go for to be great.
Atención. Seguir, tienes al segundo detrás. Jesús, you have this from behind. Thank you.
4 minutes left to go. Robert has led this from lights to the 3-minute and 58-second mark. A good practice session for him, so he gets 30 minutes extra practice than the other pro guys. Benefits of being old, I guess. Older. I'd love to be 36 again. I think that's Costas. Costas move on away. Winner of this Sportsman Nitro Buggy race. So well done to him. Oh, yeah. Get those crashes out of the way this race, Bobby.
Thank you.
3 minutes left to go. It's been the Bobby Battier show. They did have a battle brewing between Garcia and Rebello at one point, but that faded. Nuno Rebello held on to that third. He's 7.8 seconds back of Garcia, 20 seconds in front of David Benito. Cervantes is 4.2 seconds back of him. So kind of was hoping for a great battle in second and third. Never happened. Costas done. I think that was Costas. Might be done for the day. That car probably be saying, I've had enough racing for the day. You've raced me a lot, Costas. No more. Dan says, happy birthday to you. One day left to enjoy your 20s. I've been far past my 20s. Far past my 20s. I'm into double 20s now. Double 20s plus. Almost up to double 25s. 4 more years. Yeah, but he's doing well with the practice car, but there's nobody on Robert's level in this race. He kind of just did it as fun, extra track time. I mean, these guys aren't former world champions or European champions. So, like I said, just a practice session for him.
Cheat.
And go ahead, James.
I said he's cheating.
I mean, it's not cheating when you're fast.
No, I know.
It could be cheating for the other drivers in the pro car because they may not be of age to be able to enter in this class. It's a whole other can of worms that we'll open up on the podcast before. Thank you, Bass. I happen to think I look sexy as well. I may be fat, but I'm good looking. That's what I'm in. Definitely getting old. Or too great. The older I get, the more I live. Let me check his top 109 rules here. This weekend. I'm sure there are some rules strictly that being adhered to. Do they have tech and all that there? Has anybody seen tech?
No, I've not seen a tech inspection.
So, no tech here. Any size tire you want. You probably got a trolley tank in your car. Ooh. Nobody would know the difference. Okay, time is up. No matter what the clock says, 1 minute and 53 seconds left to go in this race. But that is not. It is the last lap for this man. The man, the myth, the legend. Robert Batty to win convincingly over Alberto Garcia in second. Nuno Rebello, Nito, Ruben Cervantes. There's Robert right there. Nice 36-minute hat. Costas Katstonis, Davey Bales, Jesus Camarena, Intadella, Audrey Monakov, Aguilar Fiotis, Martin Roca, Nuno Casal, and Anthony Ronson. Next, in about 20 minutes or so, 21 to be exact, we will start our 60-minute final. Before we get that, we have to have drivers' introductions. Let's see where they all start. Our interview. Oh, I like his hoodie. Very nice. Let's go see. I think we're for an interview, maybe. All right, did we make that commercial? It's pretty spiffy.
Yes.
There's Miguelo, his 43rd birthday. I like that. Like a burger lefty, full of fat, but looks great. Nuclear crypto timing stop times. It is it's on the strobe light mode. That's what it's on. Out of the hands. The crew here, we're waiting for, okay, well, here we go. We have David Egarn starting on pole, followed by the younger brother, Barkan Kilik, Burak in third, Joao Figueiredo in fourth, Juan Carlos Canas in fifth, Oslo sixth, Marco Barufalo in seventh. Not sure Daniel or Adrian Padriente, but Padriente brothers eighth, Nacho Sanchez in 10th, Reno Savadi in 12th, David Todd third, 13th, Yu Deswart in 14th, Ricardo Montero Josemi Sanchez, sorry, not Nachos, I do apologize. So Josemi Sanchez, there's Adrian, is that Adrian Parente or Daniel? I think that's Daniel. So gonna have driver introductions up here shortly. Man, that guy looks like a Spanish version of JQ. He probably could be JQ's Spanish brother.
That's the referee. He's sorry, say again.
Hey Q. The J's are like yay,
Yay
Q.
Yay Q. He's a really nice guy. He actually lived in Bristol for 6
Actually, it'll be
years.
Hotaku. They would say JQ's name Hotaku.
Hika, what?
Hotaku.
Ah, okay. So there is some...
Figueiredo is driving a techno car. There is Harold, who takes the win. Martin Roca, and that is, oh man, Marco Carantine. So good to put some faces to the cars. And my voice is probably moving because I don't have a headset on attached to my head. I'm talking into a microphone and I might move somewhere like that. And you just about hear me, and I might move over and you might just want to hear me. So you might hear me.
It's not that. It's chopping in and out a little bit from time to time. We're not sure if it's the internet here or if it's the internet with you, but it chops out. Just in that last race, you were a little bit choppy.
Could be. Could be. JQ's name, I don't know. Vincent Verdon cheering on the shark. We're gonna put the driver intros on video, correct?
We're going to what? Sorry. Yes, we'll.
Are we going to watch driver interviews?
Do what we can to capture them. Yes. In the meantime, can you disconnect and reconnect just so we can reset your connection? Hopefully, it'll be a bit more solid for the final.
This is mine.
I think fantastic.
Yeah.
This amazing is unbelievable.
The legend, Masami Himataka.
So Michael Orlowski's going to cross the line to take the European title.
Is it going to be? It's a race to the line and Skidmore takes it.
Three-time winner David Runabout takes the Euros, European champion.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Gillespie's flamed out. Gillespie's flamed out. Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Take a minute to walk through the pits during the practice day here.
It is in order of when you won your first World Championship.
It's insane.
You guys need a race director, and I'm lost my contracts. Give me a call.
Thank you guys for the coverage. I appreciate it.
So we are just in the process of setting up for the final, which is coming up very soon. Hello, Lefty.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
That's good. Sounds.
Are my vocals good?
Sounds nice. And
levels.
Yeah, sounds. You could do a voiceover.
That's my radio voice.
A toothpaste advert.
Perfect. It'll pay more than RC. Voiceover for toothpaste commercials. Very good. All right, there is Jose Figueiredo tightening up the wheel nuts on Joao's Techno. There's Barkan. These drivers trying to look calm, cool, and collective, but I'm sure their nerves and their stomach is turning with the multiple butterflies. Brian Baldo contemplating why he did not make the final. What up, Charles? How you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Hope you guys are good over there in Albuquerque at Arcor. What's up to all my friends there in New Mexico? There's your Mugen team, guys. There's Burkan. Where's Burak? David Todd's father there. Let's see. There's Burak. Teasing Ongaro. Ongaro is the only one that looks truly relaxed. Ricardo Montero making the A final. He was doing a little mechanicking for Bruno for some time. There's JC3, Juan Carlos Canas. What's the temperatures like, fellas?
It's warmed up nicely. It's nice and warm now. Sun's breaking through the clouds just. So yeah, it's still very windy. Not as windy as this morning, but yeah, it's warmed up a lot.
Wow, Costas has a big lens on his camera.
Maybe he's compensating.
He can get super duper spy shots with that.
Yeah.
There's Litos, João Figueiredo. Oh, who's this? What up, Pecco? Evanan? How are you? You taking a break from JQ and RC for a while? I don't blame you. Chuckberg, Chuck the Iceberg. 10-minute pit stops all day long. Berg was with Chuck and the No Pro crew. Some of the No Pro crew this past weekend in Georgia. That was a awesome intermediate Nitro Buggy final between another Michigan native, Chuck Legee. Sorry, I said it again. Chuck Legee, Mike Legee, and Aiden Ridgway. I do a bad thing. So Chuck and Mike are like nemesis from the same area. One's a Mugen guy, one's a techno guy. They're both very fast. Chuck get Legee at 10 minutes, but he's fast. And I get their names mixed up quite often. I call Mike, who's Cheddar, so they call him Cheddar. So I get, C, Chuck, Cheddar. I get it confused. Call him Chuck Legee and call Chuck Berg. I have no idea who Luzian is talking to, but they're speaking Spanish. Pecco got kicked from attending because I need to release my outtake on that. And Pecco was throwing tires at me during our Tiregate recap at the Worlds. It's a funny non-PC verbalage that comes out of my mouth to Pecco after that. And he just got new carpet for touring cars. So JQ is going to be doing touring car while it should be snowing there in Finland. Got any good protests you've been to lately? That's Max, not Pecco. All right, so we'll get a warm up here. They are slated to start at 15 past the hour, so they will have 6 minutes of warm up as their release. Costas looks to be properly attired for the cold. Today he was prepared 3 days ago for the cold. We have Chuck Berg cheering on Team Killix. Jalele Fermin just watching to cheer on S-Works drivers from Hawaii. So it's late over there. It's got to be... Ooh, what time zone is Hawaii in? Let us know what time it is, Jalele. Daniel Isabel, 4-star Joao Figueiredo, 2 Portuguese drivers in this race with Ricardo Monteiro. And as the drivers get warmed up, they'll go get their warm-up laps in. There's Loso, looks like Ongaro going all Lexan wing. Chemita cheering on Bobby B. I see my nickname has carried on. Well done. Ruben Cedeno Reyes tuning in from Puerto Rico, not far from me. Nigel W. just switched on the right, absolutely, 60-minute final. I am praying to the RC gods right now that we do not have a runaway win by Ongaro or anybody, that we have a great race to the very end, a 4-way battle for first to the very end. Please, RC gods, answer my prayers. I will give you an action figure. Oh, we got Benjamin Perkes tuning in from Long Island, New York, says he misses 8-scale racing. We won't be doing much 8-scale racing up there anymore with winter coming in. Mark says, I think it's yesterday in Hawaii. It's actually probably ahead of time. I don't know if are they to the point where they're ahead of time or stuck in limbo. 4:10 a.m., so 6 hours behind me, East Coast time. Nigel says, I hope Burkhan has a little more luck with his servo than the Worlds. Absolutely. That was very bad for him. Jose Fernan, vamos Robert, duro duro and Mayako tu puedes. He's telling him to go, go, go. Dali, go fast, go hard. The Mayako can do it. So there's Oscar Navarro, JC3 right next to him. No hat for him, no glasses. Burak, ever focused right next to him. Burkhan. Renault Savoya, next to Savoya, looks to be Josemi Sanchez. Next to Josemi, looks to be David Todd, Ongaro. I can't see who's in that techno hat. Probably Joao Figueiredo, one of the Parente brothers. Oh, there's Joao right there in between Burkhan and Savoya. For an interesting race, you should randomly swap racers' tires just before the start. I'll tell you what would have made an interesting race when they were talking about tire changes at the Worlds, is just make it a mandatory tire change. That would have been great for everybody. Would have tightened that race up, would have brought it back in. I mean, I know a lot of people aren't into that, but it would have been fun. No Ronafalk, no Boots, no Polito, no Bertone. Mostly Italian and Spanish drivers at this race. We have the 2 Germans, the Killix are here, and of course, and Frenchmen, because a lot of people from France here, Portuguese, but no Scandinavian drivers. Probably too much. They had a Worlds, then a Euros. I would assume a lot of these guys did not go to Euros. I knew the Killix went, but a lot of those drivers up there did not attend the European Championships, which was a week long as well. Am I going to Motorama? Not that I know of at this moment. I wouldn't mind going. Bill Ivy says Ongaro is going to dominate. Quite possibly. I think that Vincent says no Bruno. I think Bruno fulfilled all his X-ray duties at the Worlds. I think he went to the Euros right after. So 2 weekends in a row. No, he didn't come last year, so I don't expect him to be here. And yes, he's in California for TC prep. Absolutely right. Hagberg was up there longer, and then he had to do the Euros and go up there afterwards. Yeah, when they were talking, Mark Thomas, I agree with you. Make 2 compounds, mandatory pit stops. If they were contemplating that people would have to make pit stops at the Worlds, and I was just like, just make it mandatory. It makes the racing so much better. You could have come in after 1 lap and put on a set of tires. You'd have come in at the very last lap where you was leading and put them in. You just had to put on a set of tires. Maybe that's something for the future. It's more costs for the racer, but we need to. I as much as hey, Ongaro won that race, no problem for me. I really don't like when they run away of races like that. I would rather see a battle. Miguel would rather see a battle too. Let's see. Yep, Reinhard Hara, all of them are in California with their 20 days of warm-up, and they'll probably have a 10-day Worlds. One-World has so much practice. For as little, it is not as big as, okay, don't get me wrong, it doesn't have a big turnout like the Worlds for 8 scale does usually, but they have a practice, and they want more. Marlo Bright, Will doesn't know what he's talking about. JCCFTW. Could possibly be he's looking for some redemption after the Worlds, and I don't blame that guy right there. He's been drinking beer all morning, all day. Sounds like a good Sunday to me. Tire changes and LCQs. Yeah. If you ain't got an LCQ in your race, you don't know what you're missing. Roy's going to have LCQs next year. Thank goodness they brought that back. Canas, I don't know, looking over the other side of the pit lane of the Tarima, of the rostrum. What is he looking for? I haven't agreed with you there. 60-minute, one tire change mandatory is good. 30-minute, not so. I didn't say for 30 minutes. There will be no additional cost for the normal racer because they won't be in that 60-minute final. The pros are in the World. It doesn't matter. They're basically free. Absolutely. I agree with you. But, you know, we have to think of, ooh, what's Abdullah doing? He's making some droop adjustments, a couple of turns. There's the owner of Seismic with Burak's car. Vincent and Hope Butter will be a big surprise. We need a France, new young drivers. We have quite a few. You have Jordan Lott. You have Remy Bermudez. You have quite a few 8-scale drivers in France that are very good. They're just not here. Brett Hayes, Lionel ditched the blonde and facial hair. He's ready. Yeah, he ditched all of that. There, Chet. Nigel W should offer it qualify and be the same as one word, i.e. top 4 in the final and don't go through the semi. Could be. I would like to. That would be fun to see them do that and do a Super Bowl to determine DQ. That would be awesome. But they got rid of Super Bowl and offer it in on-red, if I'm not mistaken. Big mistake. Big mistake. Maybe not so. Maybe from both ways. I'm sure in Super Bowl they had Super Bowl engines and all that stuff. In offering, it really wouldn't matter. You know, you could still run the same engine, everything like that. But I would love to see a Super Bowl back. Nobody Garo in an hour. I mean, I would argue with that, but I can't. You said that at the beginning of the Worlds, at the beginning of the race, and it didn't. I need RC Racing GP back, ditch the Worlds, and I do not want to ditch the Worlds. I absolutely love the Worlds. Neither does RCGP want to ditch the Worlds. Good morning, Mr. Chili. Yeah, the LCQs at Peach State were pretty cool. A little bit different from what they're used to, but I like them.
Both Killiches.
Lionel predicts that the clicks will be there. Both Killix?
Both of them exit the driver's stand.
Well, Barkan's down there getting some water. His car seems to be right. I think he just went down to get some water. Burak might be doing a tire audible at this point. Lionel's Killix will be there for about 30 to 45 minutes, then break out, flame out, possibly.
Important stock
Rusty
adjustments.
Sanchez does fly slide. Okay. Gotta make sure your socks are right. Dude, does fly size transmitter so nice. Just picked up an MB4 Plus. I have one. I know, Rusty, I exactly know what you mean. When I picked up mine, my first fly slide radio's like, oh, it has some heft to it, has some weight. You know, it's aluminum. It's nice. It's very comfortable. I actually have a couple videos I need to finish up, which I'll be doing in my time off. While we wait to start, what's the point of the rule about black tires only? Oh, you mean the color of the tires? Danielle, well, back in the day, there were some different colored tires. Losi had blue tires. They were like their spec tires. And if I remember correctly, Hongnor or Offner made different color tires. You had red, yellow, blue, green. So, go David Nito Todd. Yeah, so I guess they're looking from a rule back in the day when there were different color tires. I don't know if they were popular, but they were different color tires. So IFMAR wants you to have all black tires. Can't have no yellow tires, red, blue tires, pink tires, green tires, white tires, just black tires. They tried, they didn't catch on. And yeah, more cost for the company to make different color tires. What if you make a color and nobody buys them? I haven't seen a car go through better. I haven't seen any vehicle go through that rumble strip like an e-truggy. Sky replied, remember the Neo Buggy race? What replaced it? Nothing. It died and went away. They did try to bring the DXR race back. They did it 1 year and it has not been repeated since. Phil lives in Bequia, somewhere in the Caribbean, running his hotel. Living, just had a baby too, I think. So he's a father now. Neo hasn't been replaced. Will it not be? It won't ever be replaced, I don't think. So
he's on his second baby.
It was a great race. I miss it. It was my... He had his second baby. Okay.
Yeah, just.
Neo Buggy was my Easter tradition race. Well, you know, when I had one child, it was all good. When I had two, it became hectic. We have Costas taking a video of Costas taking a video. All right. So, you know what? I'm pretty disappointed in the chat today. You know why? Because we have quite a bit of people watching. Let's see. I can't see how much are watching. Hold on. We have about 1,000 people watching and only 161 likes. That is not good, people. Let's smash that like button. It costs you absolutely nothing. Let's go. 60-minute Nitro Buggy final about to start as drivers, mechanics take their drivers out to their starting positions. There's Abdullah with his younger son, Barkan, about to start in second. There is the three-time world champion, Davide Angaro, who has opted to go to a Lexion wing in both his e-buggy and Nitro Buggy. There is Burak Kilik. There's Jose Figueiredo pitting for Joao. Juan Carlos Canas's father. I can't see who that is, but that's Oscar Navarro. Marco Barufalo in that WIRC. Adrian Parente in the Techno. Daniel Parente in the Techno. Iker Tellez doing the pits for him. Josemi Sanchez. I believe that's his father. Let's get ready to run. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's go and hope for a great race, everybody, as they're about to go to down and quiet. And they are off. Alrighty. Key to this is not letting that yellow and blue car of Davide Angaro pull away. And Barkan right on him. And already, if he makes one lap here, he would go farther than he did in the World Championship final 3 weeks ago in Redovan. So Barkan, Kilik, and Angaro pulled slightly away from his brother Burak. Remember, I have to agree with Lion-O. Nobody beats Angaro in an hour-long main. Let's see if it stands true today, as the first lap is in the books, and Barkan has already beat his his world's race. All right, so it's Berkan Kilik. He is approximately 2.6 seconds back of Davide. Berkan losing a little bit of touch with Davide. He cannot allow that to happen. These guys cannot allow Davide to take a big lead, because he will take it and never look back, barring any mistakes. Elliott Boots is not here, bish bash posh. He was here last year. He was very fast here last year as well. But Ongaro out front, Berkan about the same distance behind, maybe a little bit closer as they group up a little bit. 1.3 is that gap back. Hello, Mr. Rose. Hope all is well is with Brandon. I know you guys enjoyed Spain. Ongaro is trying to check out. Somebody needs to catch up to him. But Berkan gets him in that corkscrew. I think if he can just maintain this gap, we'll be all right. But Berkan, we know, does not have good fuel mileage. Ongaro does have good fuel mileage. So we shall see. Long race, 58 minutes left to go. And Ongaro is out front in that associated. Berkan seems to be faster in this part of the track. That gap still being maintained. Oh, it's 1.5. He lost 0.2. Rusty Sanchez has become an RC TV hero. Thank you, Rusty. We greatly appreciate it. At some point, you'll get a horn. Ongaro just uber fast on this side of the track, and he pulls so far away from Berkan, and he has pulled farther away from Berkan. Berkan seems to be able to close the gap in this part, this section of the track, but it's going to be a lot bigger, the gap this time by, as we see Ongaro making his way up to his tires corner, the matrix left-hand side upper deck. And that gap's going to be about 2 seconds when they come by this time. Just under 2 seconds. So no Elliott Boots, no Runner Falk, no, a few big name drivers not attending this race, but there's quite a few. And this man, who's probably the biggest name in RC 1/8 scale racing at the moment, Davide Ongaro, the Italian 3-time world champion, an 8 scale 1-time world champion, current reigning 8 scale world champion and 10 scale 4-wheel drive world champion. And let's see, we're following this. Berkan seems to be a little bit closer this time by. It's going to be a little bit less the gap, 1.7. So Berkan gaining 0.2 of a second. Burak 4 seconds back, and Barufalo 0.2 back in. So this is a race behind them. But we kind of want to see if Berkan can hold on to Ongaro a little bit. Berkan at this moment doing what needs to be done. He is not letting Davide check out, but we have not yet hit the 5-minute mark. And as Nigel said, a lot can happen in 60 minutes. Berkan looks a little bit closer this time around. But I mean, look at Ongaro. He just looks comfortable. He's able to put his car wherever he wants. And that gap going to be about the same. Yep, still says 1.7 seconds. Picked up a 100th of a second, more or less. And let's see, it's Ongaro from Berkan Kilik, Burak Kilik in third, Adrian Parente in fourth, Marco Barufalo your top 5, Renault Savoy in 6th, Daniel Parente, Clement Boda up to 8th, Juan Carlos Canas back in 9th, Yosemi Sanchez, Robert Battier, Joao Figueiredo, David Todd, Mark Dezuar, Oscar Navarro, and Ricardo Montero. All right, we're going to follow Ongaro to his first pit stop, and then we will get back to some of that racing. I'm very interested to see where Ongaro is coming in for his first stop compared to Berkan. And Berkan still there, but these two have pulled away from Parente, from Burak. That gap back to Burak is 5.9 seconds from Berkan. Berkan kind of was just there in e-buggy as well. He wasn't able in the e-buggy A-Fan. He wasn't able to make any inroads on Ongaro. He was just able to defend off a hard charging Canas for some time. He's known for better fuel mileage than the Kiliks. So 6.5 in roughly, 5.5 in, sorry. 54 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. We know that this man could go 1 hour on his tires. We saw that at the Worlds. Can Burkhan do 1 hour? Is he just chilling out in the back, waiting for his car to come in? There's a train of cars behind him. Once we get that, we'll drop back to some of these races. Right now, it's just Burkhan, Killick, Burak, Killick, Parente, Barufal, and Savoya kind of battling it out. Third, fourth, fifth, and sixth are battling it out. Ooh, Ongaro that time by a 41.5, a 41.4 by Burkhan, but Burkhan is 2.6 seconds back. He is going backwards. Not what he wants to do. He has the fastest lap out of these two. But Ongaro just looked out. A little bobble by Ongaro. A little chink in the armor. A deflection of an arrow, if you say. Might be coming in this time for fuel. Well, Burkhan is. Let's just see if we can catch Burkhan in as he comes around. I expect him to be peeling off for fuel, maybe. Ongaro in for fuel. No, Ongaro in for fuel. Burkhan stays out. All right, so Burkhan probably going to go a lot more. I know that Adam Drake was working on his fuel mileage. There's somebody being carted off the track. Not sure who that is. We'll know shortly who that. I think that's Barufalo. Who flamed out. All right, this track is in Madrid, Spain. We'll follow Burkhan to his first pit stop. He should be coming in now. And will he be able to make up some time on that pit stop? Probably not, because Ongaro is right behind it. These two have checked out from the rest of the pack. Burak is now 8-point-something seconds back. So, Burkhan in for fuel. All right, so let us find his brother Burak, blue and white car, who's currently in third. There is a good battle brewing between him, Parente, and Canas. Ooh, and they're all in for fuel. There is Robert. Oh, wow, that is a busy pit lane. Joao Figueiredo, Josemi. Wow, David Todd, busy pit lane. We're going to have to figure out how it all shakes out. Burak was in third when he went into that kerfuffle. Let's see where it is now.
I don't know if you saw that.
I think Burkhan is...
Burak's pit stop.
What happened?
Another mechanic mistakenly picked him up, believing him to be a different buggy, and delayed him, not for too long, but for like a bit of a second. Like, it would have been frustrating to have the wrong mechanic pick up your car and go, oh no, sorry, and put it back down again.
We saw that at Wicked Weekend happen with Ryan Mayfield. All right, so Burak is currently... Wow, Burak is pretty much down the line. Canas is in third now. That's Marco Barufalo. Oh, wow, something's up with Burak. He just let this guy fly. All right, let's find Canas. Canas is car number 3. He should be... There he is. So Canas out in third with Clement Boda behind him. 1.2 seconds back. So let's see what Clement's going to do. That's a good move. Maybe he hasn't come in for fuel. He should have. Maybe everybody should be in for fuel now. Canas going long. So Canas going just under 10 minutes. Huh. Impressive. So we got to keep our eye on Canas. We know he can go longer than anybody. Interesting. He's 6.3 seconds back of Burkhan. Burkhan is 4 seconds back of Ongaro. Parente is in fourth. And the closest battle we have going on right now is between... Okay, so Parente is currently in third, but he's about to be put on into fourth because that is Canas coming in as Parente, Adrian Parente right in front of him. Oh, that may be Adrian who is being scored down in... No, Danielle is in 11th. Adrian is in fourth. So this is the battle for fourth right now. 1 second behind him. Canas in that red and blue car. S-Works is currently in fourth, chasing on Adrian. Canas went longer on pits. 950, Lionel. Did you had your stopwatch out because I could not do the math in my brain. So that should give him a pit stop in hand. Interesting. All right, Canas cannot let Ongaro get too much of a lead in front of him. Right now, Ongaro is 14 seconds up on Canas, 4.5 seconds up on Berkan. So he isn't pulling away. Well, right now we're watching this battle between these two drivers. Berkan, let's see what his lap times do. I do apologize. We do not have proper scoring here. It is freezing up on me just as you see it freezing up on you. But Canas gets by Parente. What can Canas do? He's going to have to put his head down and chase down Berkan. He's got 9 seconds to make up on Berkan. 9.6 seconds back with 48 minutes left to go. So maybe he can make some inroads. Berkan is 4.7 seconds back. Our running order is Davide Ongaro front, followed by Berkan Kilic. Juan Carlos Canas is in third, but he can go 9.50. So he should have one less pit stop. Adrian Parente, he just got past. Marco Barufalo is in fifth. Clement Boda in sixth. Burak Kilic in seventh. Joao Figueiredo in eighth. Robert Badier in ninth. And Josemi Sanchez in 10th. So, Robert up to ninth. Good start. Clement Boda, good start for him. It's 16th to 6th. So Clement having a good lap. You know what? Let's drop back. Let's find Marco. Because Marco and Clement Boda are actually embroiled in a good battle for 5th and 6th. We'll come back and visit Ongaro after that. And there we go. I think we picked up Marco and Clement. That's Burak right there. So Burak is now in the mix. So Burak trying to chase down his brother Berkan. Lots of work to do. We're currently following Marco Barufalo, who is scored in 5th. He's 1 second ahead of Burak. Our running order, Davide Ongaro has a 6.7 second lead on Berkan Kilic. Berkan Kilic has a 7.7 second lead on Juan Carlos Canas. So the difference between Canas and Ongaro right now is 14.4 seconds. But we're just going into the finishing up the first quarter of the race. So Canas has lots of time to make up on Ongaro and maybe a pit stop. But we have seen Ongaro able to make adjustable pit stops throughout his race career. All right, so Burak, that blue and white car in the Mugen chasing on the WIRC of Marco Barufalo. Barufalo currently in 5th. Burak throwing down a little faster lap time, that behind by a 41.2 to a 41.4 by Marco Barufalo. All right, so these two are still battling out. You have the Kilic, brother of Burak, the older brother, and Marco Barufalo. Can Kilic get by him? He tries on the inside there. That lead to Berkan out front is now just 5.6 seconds. We're going to hop back up to Ongaro and Berkan here very shortly. Oh, and look at that. Ooh, I bet you that neither Burak or Marco are happy after that. I think Robert got by them. So Robert's now into 6th. Oof. Aggressive. Burak pushing the envelope. And there's Robert in his old school 2012 paint job. Go watch this for a little while. We're just to come up on the 45-minute mark. Soon as timing unfreezes. Oh, Burak he's just having a wild time out there. Pushing too hard. Youthful exuberance versus racecraft of a veteran racer. All right, who are we going to pick up? Let us find the man who has having no issues whatsoever out in the lead, Davide Ongaro, who has led this race from the very start so far. 15 minutes in, he's come in for fuel. Twice. He should be coming in for fuel again here shortly.
He's just come out. He's
coming already.
Just come out of the pit lane now.
Just come out for fuel.
Yeah, this is his out.
And Berkan can go a lap or two longer. So Berkan is right behind him now, but Berkan will have to come in for fuel as well. So we expect Berkan to peel off now. He does. He'll stay. So Berkan coming in for fuel. That's going to allow Canas to make some inroads. We do know Canas is going 950. Went 950 in his first stint. So now Canas needs to put in some time. Let's drop back. Let's find Canas. Let's see what type of lap times he puts in. There's Canas right behind Berkan. But that's going to change because Canas is going to have to come in here shortly for his fuel. He needs to get in front of Burkhan and really put on some hot laps and chip away at that Ongaro lead. And Burkhan is doing what he needs to do. Stop Canas from getting... Oh, Canas has a look on the inside. Can't make it stick. He knows not to mess them both up. Canas will go a couple more laps before he peels off for fuel. We'll stay on this battle for now till Canas goes off for fuel. Ongaro 7.3 up on these guys. They need to work together and chase down Ongaro. That's what they need to do. Push each other. Don't get in each other's way. And Ongaro, it looks like Canas just dropped back a little bit, probably listening to the broadcast. Makes up some space when he does. Applies pressure to Burkhan when he needs to, but not really pushing the issue. 43 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this hour-long final. And Canas looking very good. Let's see what type of lap time that's going to be. Burkhan in a defensive posture. Canas staying out there. We expect him to come in the next 2 laps, probably 2 laps after this. 7.3 is that gap. That's still not unattainable. That's still actually not letting him run away with it, to be honest. So it's a big gap on time, but really in the whole scheme of things, it's not. It can be made up. But Canas really needs to get in front of Burkhan because right now, that's the hold up. Canas for 41.3 that time by Burkhan for 41.2. Davide Ongaro for 41.3. Adrian Parente for 40.8. Canas having a look, tries to set it up on the inside. Great driving by Burkhan. Canas peels off at 40. I assume that's 42.50. So Canas in for his second pit stop. And he did not lose that much time to Burkhan. So now he has to really push, catch up to Burkhan, get in front of him before his next pit stop. Ongaro from Kilic from Canas. Adrian Parentes in 4th. Joao Figueiredo in 5th. Marco Brufolo in 6th. Robert Badia up to 6th. Burak Kilic in 8th. Josemi Sanchez 9th. Renaud Savoy 10th. Clement Boda 11th. Daniel Perriente 12th. David Todd 13th. Oscar Navarro 14th. Marc Dezoir 15th. And it looks like Ricardo Montero is out of the race. JC3 just came by. That was a 44.8 pit out lap for him. That's fast. He's going to have to make some inroads and catch back up to Burkhan. The gap between Burkhan and Ongaro is now 8.5 seconds. But the gap between Ongaro and Canas is now just 12 seconds. So Canas is actually making some inroads on the overall lead of Ongaro in the big scheme of things. There you see Burkhan just going down the Matrix hill. All right, so Canas coming by. That was a 41.2 that time by. I'm going to try to find a good battle on the track. We can drop back to 6 and 7. Marco and Robert Badia having a great battle. So let's find Marco Barufalo, car number 7, versus Robert Badia, car number 12. There is Barufalo. There's Badia. Oh, just so we say that, Badia smashes it up on that. And I believe that's all for position behind them. So that should be Josemi Sanchez, Burak Kilic, Renaud Savoy, and Clement Boda all behind Robert. And I assume that's Joao Figueiredo in front of Marco Barufalo.
Yes.
I believe so. So that is actually 4th, 5th, and 6th. So this battle has heated up as Joao has made some mistakes somewhere. There's Barufalo right behind him, Robert right there, and Burak Kilic. So we have a good battle brewing here. I'm going to keep my eye on Ongaro's gap. That's 9 seconds on Burkhan Kilic. But the gap between Canas and Ongaro is 11.3 seconds. So Canas is in 3rd, but chipping away at that lead of Ongaro. And we are watching the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th right now between Joao Figueiredo, who's just in front of these guys. Oh, Marco getting it wrong. Bobby's going to jump over him. And that is Josemi Sanchez right behind him. We do have a replay, so I'll say Marco just got into some fluff, got it wrong, allowed Bobby to jump up past him. Through the corkscrew he goes. And now Josemi all in that Mugen right behind Marco. So Bobby gets by. Can he set his sights and chase down Joao Figueiredo and pull out a top 5 out of this? Bobby having to bump up from that B final. That gap between Canas and so while you guys may be thinking, why is Lefty following Canas's lead to Ongaro? Because it's dropping every lap. That gap between them is dropping, and that's what he needs to do. 39 minutes left to go in this race, 9 minutes from the halfway mark. And that gap between Canas and Ongaro is now 11 seconds. So Berkan is actually not catching up to Ongaro, but Canas is. All right, let's get back to Berkan Kilik and Canas, because they are starting to get together and have a good battle between them. And let's see if we can pick it up. Ongaro, wherever, there is Berkan, and right behind him is Canas. And this is exactly what Canas needs. He needs to get in front of Berkan, and he's doing his best. Berkan is just kind of stuck there in second. He's not making going forward. He's not going back. Well, he is going back ever so slightly. So it's a 10-second gap between Berkan and Ongaro, who's in front. And once scoring updates, I'll tell you that gap between Canas and him. Canas and our leader. It's 11.7. So Canas lost some time to Ongaro on that lap. And you can see it on the track as he's just behind Berkan now. Berkan not able to pick up the pace and chase down Ongaro. And Ongaro is just slowly walking away with this, as Lionel predicted. So Ongaro went by, should be going by now. That's a 40.5 just now. 41.9 for Ongaro. Wow. Berkan in that orange and white Mugen. And Canas trying to catch up to him. That gap, 10.6 seconds back, 9.6. So Ongaro having a slightly longer lap of 41.9. And that has allowed Berkan to slightly catch him up. Actually, it looks a lot closer on track. So there's Berkan, and there is Ongaro going up the backside of the track with some traffic. So traffic causing Ongaro a little bit of fits here. Ongaro comes by the loop now. It's going to be a slightly longer lap for Ongaro, I think. There's Berkan peeling in for fuel. Canas can go about 3 more laps longer. Berkan is so. Oh, that's what happened. Ongaro came in for fuel, and because Ongaro is coming in earlier than Berkan. Ongaro is coming in earlier out of all these three. A 46.4 out. Long lap for Ongaro on his pit out lap. So that's going to all play into factor now. Canas will stop closer to the 35-minute mark. All right, let's find Ongaro, please. Ongaro, right there. Wow. So after that pit stop for Berkan, it is stretched back out. No, Ongaro is back a bit. Hold right there. There is Ongaro. Oh, somebody's had an accident. We hear a lot of screaming.
It's Borak.
No idea where that's going.
It's Borak.
It's Borak. Okay, so Borak kind of out of this though. Borak is currently down in 12th.
He's
so
driving
not a
the
good
wrong
day for
way up the
Borak.
straight into the pit lane.
Well,
and he's
that's not
walking
a
off
good
the
thing.
driver's stand. He's not happy. Oh, he's pointing at somebody. Sorry,
Oh.
I'll find Ongaro. He's pointing at someone. He's not happy.
Well, he only has to be mad at himself for the performance that he's having right now. Ongaro out front though. So that gap between Ongaro and Canas is 4.3 seconds, but Canas has to come in for fuel. He should be coming into fuel here shortly. Canas has the fastest lap of the race of 40.5. That last lap for Canas was a 40.7. We're currently following our leader, Davide Ongaro, whose lead should stretch out back to about roughly 10 seconds by the time it all cycles through. But did Canas do enough to come out in front of Berkan, though? That seems to be the struggle. He can catch up to Berkan, but can't make that pass. And that's really hurting him because he needs to get up to him before the pits, pass him, and make some inroads on this man right here, Ongaro. All right, so we have scoring back. 36 minutes left to go. Nope, I don't have scoring back. All I know is that this man's in first and Canas is either in second or third. All right. That's fine, Canas. There's Canas. Nope. You got to drop back. Just hold. Hold right there. Canas, purple and blue. Clear wing. Red and blue. Hold there. Canas coming through the corkscrew now. No, that's Ivan Navarro. No, Oscar Navarro.
I'll bring timing
That's
back
Todd.
as soon as it comes back online.
Yeah, very hard to find these cars without scoring, without actually being there. That is not Canas, I don't think. Could be. That does look like Canas. I'm completely lost as to where he's at.
That's Canas.
He should be in second or third. I don't see. I don't know. I don't have scoring. I do apologize. I assume he's in second. I assume he's in second because that looks like Burkan behind him. But that's exactly what he needed to do, was to get in front of Burkan and throw down some fast laps. He does have some traffic. Hopefully that traffic is causing Ongaro some fits. I don't know what the difference is. You can see, I think that's Ongaro going up the back of the matrix section. Nope, that's not him. So Ongaro should be, I assume. Canas has kicked it into high gear now, and he's absolutely flying. That gap shouldn't be that far. Burkan, he needs to get around across Burkan, which is exactly what he's done. And there is no, that's not Ongaro. That was Clement Boda. I'm trying to see where Ongaro is. We do apologize. No scoring, guys. Same for me. I don't have it. All I know is that this man is in second.
Even at the track on the pit monitors, they're not updating. So we can't even manually tell you, I'm afraid.
So even at the track, they don't know what's going on.
I'm sure the
Burkan
timekeeper does, but we don't.
Right, the timekeeper does, but we don't. We do apologize, but right now, Juan Carlos Canas has a rearview mirror of a very hard-charging Burkan Killick. So Burkan Killick found some pace here later on in this race. Those two cars in front of him are back traffic.
Just
so what Canas needs to do...
Sorry to interrupt. We've just manually measured the gap. It's between Ongaro and Canas. It's 10.58.
Okay, so 10.58, and he's got probably just 30 minutes left to go. It is possible. What Burkan has done is exactly what he needed to do, was latch onto the rear wing of Canas, go tit for tat for him, and now they're actually pushing each other faster to chase down Ongaro. So this is exactly what they need to do. Work together, chase down Ongaro. Up and over that double he goes through that matrix corner. Oh, Burkan getting it wrong. I don't know. I missed it, but he had a little...
Straddled the pipe.
He did. He straddled the pipe, as Matt says. That's going to let Canas breathe easy. He can put his focus on Ongaro. Maybe we can find... Man, we have lost all complete scoring. All right. So, I do apologize. I just know that this man here is in second, and he is chasing down Ongaro. We're just going to stay with him because actually, man, Canas is absolutely flying at this moment. Canas, clear wing car, white wheels that we're following, chasing down Ongaro. I can't even see Ongaro in shot. But Ongaro should have come in for fuel at some point here soon.
Ongaro to Canas now 12.1.
12.1 is the gap. So thank you. So Canas Ongaro able to pull something out of his sleeve, if that's correct.
As soon as we get timing, obviously we will bring it back, but it's also down on the screens at the track, so bear with us.
Yeah, I don't have it here. I tried to reboot a few times. No timing whatsoever. So we're calling the race blind at the moment. Savoya just in front of him. That's like Clement Boda. So Canas has managed to pull away from Killich. But we just don't know how far. I mean, it's 12 seconds back of Ongaro. All right, so Savoy out of the way. Let's see some clear air for Canas. Can we start seeing Ongaro? Can we just pan out? Let's see if we can find Ongaro, like how far away he is relevant to Canas. Let's stay on Canas, but pan out a bit, please. I'm trying to see where Ongaro is at some point on this track. Canas coming through the doubles. Let's stay on Canas. You'll continue to follow
on the
Canas.
back section. Oh, okay. Ungaro's on the back section now in the middle of the track.
Okay. And then, so there's Ungaro. All right. So
you want Ungaro? Yes.
No, I'm trying to find him so I can find the race here. So there's Ungaro going up to the matrix section of the track right there. And Canas should be coming down through those 180s right now. So Canas is actually making some progress on Ungaro. Ungaro going to come across the loop now.
So I think the gap is roughly 7.2 seconds.
So Ungaro must have come in for fuel. So that means that Canas will come in for fuel too, but he needs to like just push right now. He has some clear air in front of him. He needs to push very hard to catch up to Ungaro. And he's gotten rid of Berkan Kilik, so now he can do that. And Canas, can he put his head down and clock off some fast laps, going for that longer pit strategy? He will come in later. We'll stay with Canas. Here you see Ungaro just going up that back section. It's about equal.
Check your WhatsApp, Lefty. I've sent you a photo of timing as it stood. 10
Yeah,
seconds ago.
that's pretty much how it is for us, for me here as well.
That should be live, though. That's from the actual system.
So we're taking photos of the timekeeper's computer and WhatsApping them to the commentator. That's what it's come to.
I have a feeling that if Canas could keep this pace and his tires last, he'll be there at the very end to race Ungaro. I think that's what's happening there. The long game is at play. He can't lose any more time than this. He's going to come in for fuel here very shortly, if not this lap. So
I took the photo. It's a 7-second gap. We've just timed it again. It's down to 6-second gap now.
There we go. He is clocking off those fast laps. Is he going to peel in this time? Nope. Stays out one more. Canas on it, playing that long game. I feel that he showed his hand too quickly at the Worlds. No. All that hard work negated with that one mistake. But he was able to keep it on all fours. He did lose some time, but not as much as it could have been. So Juan Carlos Canas, JCC or JC3 as he's called nowadays, currently in second and staying out. He is on a longer pit strategy than the rest of the crew, the rest of the racers. We have lost all scoring. I know you have as well. I have as well. So we are basically calling this race blind, no times, which is very difficult. But we're going to follow him to his first pit stop. His next pit stop. He is going the longest pit stop out of our front runners. Berkan Kilik has dropped completely out of the picture. I don't even see him coming into shot at this moment. So he is, I think that's Berkan right there, just starting his way. Canas making little bobbles here and there. This should be his pit in lap as he peels off. So now that gap going to drop back down to about 10, 11 seconds. Good pit by his pit crew. In and out for Canas. Very good job. I assume there's about 25 minutes, 20 plus minutes to go.
Good question.
It's if it's any consolation, we've now got mechanics in timekeeping looking over the shoulders because nobody actually knows what's going on other than the timekeeper.
Oh, this is the thing that they have to get right for next year. Fix their timing. It makes it better for everybody. This guy's in second. We don't know how far back of Ungaro he is. Let's find Ungaro then, and maybe we can ascertain how far he is. So I'll do the timing. You know what? Let's see. I'm gonna have to manually time it.
Ungaro makes a mistake.
Ungaro's looping out.
He made a mistake.
Oh, those tires are starting to go away. All right, I got my stopwatch out here. Let's get on Ungaro.
There we go. We can see that again.
Oh wow, you can see that line starting to form, or has formed, but outside of that line, it's really skaty. All right, so Ungaro going to come across the loop now. Stay there to Canas comes. Stay there to Canas comes in the loop.
We're doing that.
Stay there to Canas comes. Stay there to Canas comes.
Oh, I see. You're not doing timing. Gap's now 13.4.
And Canas.
Yeah, it's about right. 13 seconds. What's the time left on this race?
I don't know. I can go and get another photo. If I don't come back, then
If you don't come back, then what? You've been
it's quite stressy in there, but I'll do my best. 1 minute.
But anyway, Canas has Barkey and Killick right behind him now, so that's third place. So he's going to have to push harder. After that pit stop, the third place bounces back up, and that looks like that's not Adrian Parente right behind him, I don't think. That looks like it might be Robert, who's currently down. So our running order, anyways, the Vide Angaro, I don't know what our running order is, to be honest. I can't tell you. Maybe James will have a picture for me here, and I can tell you. We do apologize.
Okay, I'll try again.
No, we have to have it. There's 1,000 people need to know the timing.
Okay.
1,000 people watching need to know the timing, so we have to take a photo.
We do apologize to all our viewers out there. This is not anything to do with RC Racing TV. This is something that's been going on all weekend.
It's not necessarily anything to do with Everlaps either. I think it's internet and networking issues, but yeah.
Well, what's happened? Everybody's probably on the internet watching this now, too, at the track, watching scoring. So, but we do know that this man is in second, and the orange and white car behind him is Barkian Killick, who's in third, and I don't know who's in fourth behind that. It could be one of the Parente brothers. There you see, just span out, you can see Barkian just chasing him. So there's Barkian having a much better run.
He's getting past. Canas is in the ditch of doom.
Oh, Canas goes into the pit of the end. See, Canas is making these little mistakes, and that is going to cost him big time. He drops back, and I think that's Joao. Nope, that's not Joao. So Canas in third, Barkian in second.
The gap is 13.3 seconds with that error he just had.
It's going to be more than that. All right, let's find Ongaro, because we know he's in first. He's just kicking butt.
There he is.
So there's Ongaro. He will come in first out of these guys for fuel. He's just out there chilling. He ain't worried about nothing right now. He did have that little mistake. He knows he can't get out of line. He had that little lapse in concentration. And Ongaro coming by, which I can imagine is probably a good lap time. I wouldn't know.
No.
Ongaro up front has led this from the very start. I assume we're 20 minutes or less left in this race.
Yeah, I think we're about to hear from James.
I've sent it to the group.
Okay.
We have another pit photo. Do you want to go through that?
Okay.
Kingdom?
So
we should take
Ongaro's
a camera
still up front.
A camera into the timing keeper's office.
What have we got on wireless?
Uh, 36:40 in at that lap, that picture. So coming up to the 20-minute marker shortly. This man out front, looking to carry on with his winning ways from Redovan, just in Spain at a different part of Spain in Madrid, at a completely different track. He has been the fastest racer all weekend. Will he be the fastest racer to win? We shall find out very shortly in about 20 plus minutes. We know that scoring is done, everybody. Nothing to do with us. Nothing can be done on our side. We do apologize.
The gap's 9.3.
So the chat is trying to figure it out. The gap is 9.3, so Canas starting to make some onwards. Is he still in second? Oh, he got past Barkan. This man should be coming in for fuel here shortly.
A few minutes
So
ago,
it started at
Canas was second.
16:25. We should be coming up on the 20-minute mark here shortly. Let's follow Ongaro to his first pit stop. Ongaro in that teal and yellow car, currently out front by more or less 10 seconds over second place, who should be either Barkian Killick or Juan Carlos Canas. And nope, staying out a little bit longer. Good up, Blake Bather. We'll follow this man until his next pit stop. We do understand that scoring is down, everybody. It is not nothing to do with RC Racing TV or Everlapse. The scoring is done at the facility for the not at the timekeepers, but for the mechanics. So they're having a hell of a time trying to figure out how to bring their guys in for pits too. That's Joao Figueiredo, who's just in front of Ongaro. I have no idea where Joao is in this race. He's letting Ongaro by now. That's what he did. Lion-O, I think you might be right. Nobody beats Ongaro in an hour-long main, and right now, nobody's beating him. When he comes in for fuel this next stint, it will tighten up for a few laps. There you see Killick in the background getting it wrong. I don't know if he's in second or third. After his pit stop, we're going to try and find Canas. So I assume that Ongaro should be coming in the next lap or two for fuel. After that bubble, we saw Ongaro make a few laps back. He's kind of composed himself, set himself, not getting outside of that line. We saw him coming through this corkscrew right here, just getting a little bit squirrely.
Okay, I've sent Will into timekeeping for every 60 seconds static update. See what happens.
This is kind of like how we watched the 2002 World Championships from Uruguay on starting grid with somebody with a phone giving us text updates. All right, I thought Ongaro was coming in just now.
Yeah.
He psyched me out.
Keeps tricking us.
Ongaro, how dare you?
I'm weeping
All right, so
sun cream into my eyeballs.
That's always fun.
Yeah, sorry, back to you.
Ongaro out front and dominating at this moment. No challenge from Canas. He's way back, 10 seconds plus back. Let's see what it is now. We just got an update of timing. So Ongaro is now 9.6 seconds back of Canas according to timing. So it's not unattainable. I think that we might see a battle at the end. I think that, oh yeah, I'm so lost right now. All I know is that he's in front and Canas is in second. I'll tell you our running order. Davide Ongaro, Juan Carlos Canas, Burke Killick, Adrian Parente, Joao Figueiredo is in fifth. So Ongaro's lapped up to fifth. Josemi Sanchez, Daniel Parente is in seventh. Reno Savoya in eighth. Oscar Navarro in ninth. Boda Clement in 10th. David Todd 11th. Robert Battier 12th. Mark DeWart 14th. Marco Barufalo, Borat Killick, and Ricardo Barton. We have another update. Thank you, Will. Greatly appreciate it. And let's see if Ongaro comes in for fuel this time. It was 12.8 seconds back when he sent me this one on Burke and Killick. So Ongaro staying out. We're on the 42.55 mark as of that screenshot, which was sent to me at 11:07. So coming up onto the last quarter of this race, and Ongaro is comfortably out to a good lead over Burke and Killich. Sorry. And if he comes in for fuel now, we suspect that Burkan should be in a lap shorter. But no, Ongaro psyching us all out again. All right, let's drop back. Let's find Burkan and Canas. Another update.
Poor Will's trying to get photos amongst
Will.
8 mechanics.
That gap between Canas and Ongaro is now 13 seconds. No, Burkan Killick is 13 seconds. Canas is 2 seconds back of Burkan. So Canas should gain one more stop, but he has a 15-second deficit to make up. That is not, I don't think that is.
That's Burkan.
Is that Burkan? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was Joao for a second. So Burkan in second. There's Canas way behind him. We know that this man is in second at the moment, and third place is right behind him. And that Ongaro has lapped up to fifth with Joao Figueiredo.
Oh.
Berkan having a good run. Unfortunately, I don't think he has a first place run in him. Second is kind of where he started. Second might be where he finishes. There is no timekeeping. We know this. It has frozen up on us. This is the A final. Yes, we have no scoring either. We have somebody there actually taking pictures and sending us at 60-minute intervals, 60-second intervals. So looks like Ongaro came in for fuel, I think. That means Berkan should be coming in now. That gap was 9.6 that time by. And we are on the 45-minute mark. So 46, 47 minutes in now. We are on the last leg of this race. And we suspect that, oh man, I am fully confused because that looks like Canas in front of him. So Berkan has come in for fuel.
Berkan just came in from fuel, yes. And that
I'm
is
utterly
Canas.
lost.
This is Berkan and Canas. Berkan just came in for fuel last lap.
Okay, there we have it. So Canas out front. One less pit stop, we think. Or we assume. Than Ongaro. But does Canas have the tire left to make a challenge? He's now in front of Berkan. He has a good stint. He needs to go, or they need to work together. Hopefully we get an update here shortly. We do. So, Ongaro now still 13 seconds up.
How close are Canas and Berkan? To each other?
1.2 seconds separates them.
Okay, that
You can
seems
see
about
it.
right then. That's it then,
You see, yeah, it's correct. I just don't see how man, it's going to be very close, very hard for Canas to make up 13, 14 seconds. He was doing good. He was making some inroads. Let's see. We got about 12 minutes remaining, probably, approximately. I'm not at the track. I can't tell.
I'm at the track. I can't tell.
It's definitely not the last stop for Ongaro and those guys. They got to go 2 more. Probably this will be the last stop. Coming up will be the last stop for Canas. What's up, Paul Rodman? Ongaro's definitely gone. That is for sure. But Canas is going longer. But Canas he just can't make those inroads. You know, he's pulling away from Berkan now, but he just can't. You know, with lap traffic and trying to catch, he needs some mistakes from Ongaro and able to make that happen. And if we assume about 11 minutes left, we should see him come in here shortly for his last pit stop. Oh man, I'm sorry guys, I'm all discombobulated without scoring. Yep, longer but slower. Not chipping away at that lead that he needs to. It'd be closer than 13 seconds, but it's still going to be a vast gap to make up. So, unfortunate that timing has let us down from calling a good race for you guys. I'm sure it's confused the mechanics down there as well. We want to thank Will for sending us updates. I have 2 more here, so let's see. So, well, the gap is 12 seconds between Canas and Ongaro. Ongaro is on a 60, it was 47.49 when this picture was taken.
Canas pitting.
So Canas in, that should be Canas's last pit. That should be Canas's last pit. And Ongaro's going to have to come in one more time. So we do apologize. We know there's no scoring, there's no timing, there's no ticker. It's the same for us, flying blind. Flying blind.
And it's the same for the mechanics of the drivers.
It's the same for the mechanics. There's Berkan now in front of Canas, but Berkan has to come in one more time. And so does Ongaro. We should probably follow Ongaro for a little bit. And then we'll see. There's Ongaro. Got about a half a track lead on Canas. But Ongaro should be coming in for fuel one more time. Canas is on his last pit stop, if we're correct. He might come in for a splash and dash. I doubt it. But this man has to come in one more. Yeah, unfortunately, Lionel, I can't call those battles because I don't have scoring. I can't call battles that I cannot find on scoring. If I had scoring, I would have found those battles. I was doing it in the beginning. But without scoring, impossible. Impossible to do it. This man out front, barring any flameouts, any big mistakes, should take the win. We might see it get a little bit closer as he comes in for his last pit stop. That's why I'm kind of just hanging on. And I'll wait to see when he comes in for his pit. Yeah, but these mechanics need to know their times away from their drivers and how far away they are and all that stuff. And they don't have that. So it's hard for the mechanics. It's hard for the drivers not knowing where they're at. You got good ears because I can't hear 8:30. And Ongaro in. Oof. If it's... He might have to come in for a splash and dash.
Just sent you a message, Lefty. You can just have a quick read on WhatsApp.
Yes, I can do that.
Cool.
All right, so let's see. Things might heat up here. Things just might heat up. I'm actually getting a WhatsApp call with scoring here. Thank you, James.
Can you read that?
I can read it. I'm gonna have to just about. Let me see. Can I put my screen here? All right, that's better. Oh man, that is gonna be very hard to read.
Looking forward to the podcast about this one.
Not much to talk about this. It's not you guys' fault.
Let us know which bits you need and we can focus.
Yeah, just go up a little bit. I need to know what the time's left. Oh, there should be 7 minutes. No. I just need to see Ongaro and Canas. So Canas is, I can't see the time. She could go over a little bit. Ooh, Canas is 22 seconds back of Ongaro. That's done. He's not going to catch him up. Yeah, we got under 6 minutes left to go. Under 6 minutes. Lap 77 for this man, Ongaro. It's going to be Ongaro from Killick, Juan Carlos Canas, Parente Adrian, Joao Figueiredo, Josemi Sanchez, Daniel Perriente, Reno Savoya, Clement Boda, Oscar Navarro, David Todd, Mark Dezuar, and Robert Battier, your final spot. Garufalo and Killick are both out. The way Ongaros are driving, it looks like he's going to win this race. He's just having fun. And I told you he's coming in for a splash and dash. I told you he's coming in for a splash and dash. Because he could not go 7. I knew it. I'm not silly. Vindicated. I knew he was coming back in for a splash and dash. So that's going to tighten everything up. Does Braca need to come in for a splash and dash? We know that Canas probably doesn't have to. There's Canas, I think. We can only hope and dream for a good race. Last minute battle. But this man still out front, came in for a splash and dash. I can't really see where he is because James's phone is crooked. His arm's probably tired. Go over a little bit, please, James.
Will's listening, so tell us what info you need.
Kilek is 10.9 seconds back. Man, Canassis just fell. Canassis is 10 seconds back of Kilek. So that's fine, James. I think this race is going to be pretty much done. You can just let me know how much time's left in it, please.
Okay.
So we got 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. Canassis is now 22 seconds back of this man. Who has dominated from the very beginning. Scuderia Scampi Rosso will be happy. Yeah, he probably wanted to get. He probably had time to go out there and get a little splash and dash. Like I said, he's got 3 minutes left. He's gonna, if it finishes like this, he's gonna take another victory. He's gonna go off in the year on a high note. Again, he already has a high note as a 33-time world champion. Now he can set his focus, relax for a little bit, set his focus on 2025, coming over to the USA and doing some racing over there, which I am happy to see. Yeah, I probably lost tire. Man, I apologize once again, guys, of outscoring this race. It just was impossible, almost impossible to call. I want to thank James and those guys for doing what they could to find and help it out, but it was out of our hands, nothing to do with us. This man isn't worried about timing and scoring because when you're in front, you know you're in front. And that's all that matters. Should be just about 2 minutes left to go in this race. And probably the most dominant racer we've seen in 8-scale racing when it comes to an international, European, and world level is not Juan Carlos Canassis, is this man, Davide Ongaro. He now needs to set his sights on America and winning some races over there. He did win RCGP, but, his competitors like Boots, Canas, Ronafok all have big wins over in the USA. And I think that's what he's going to go for next year. And I'm excited to see him come over to the USA and race some more. Davide Ongaro. He is just kind of out there cruising. Another victory for the young Italian. He won Buggyland last year too. Was a good battle to about 10 minutes to go. Very ebb and flow battle. It was a great race between him and Juan Carlos Canassis. Even Boots got up there for a minute. All right, so didn't get the race that I was hoping for again, but it's the race that Ongaro wanted. Pretty much perfect race for him. Similar to what he did at Redovon, man. Two perfect, so far, perfect 60-minute finals. I saw him make that one mistake. That's it. He probably made some more off camera, but man, what an impressive young man this guy is. His package is dialed. His paint schemes are dialed, even though he changes them quite often. He should be coming up to the end of this race here. I don't hear the horn. Beep, 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 beep.
26 seconds left.
26 seconds left to go. Ongaro's victory lap. He should do some whips. Some styling and profiling. He can't, though. He's still got to finish. He doesn't need to style and profile when you win races this convincingly. So, barring any disaster or any DNFs, this man here, who just won a world championship, his third world championship 3 weekends ago, will take a win here at Buggyland for the second year in a row and stamping his authority on European racing and the world, saying, be prepared, Davide Ongaro is coming to America next year. He will be your 2024 Buggyland champion. He might even get another lap.
Yeah, Ongaro's finished.
He does. So Ongaro is done. Well done.
Are you ready?
Pretty much a perfect drive.
Yeah.
pretty much a perfect drive for Davide Ongaro. Takes the win. And wow, impressive once again. You were right, Lionel. Nobody beats Ongaro in 60 minutes. Once again, he proves that right. Nobody has beat him here in 60 minutes. Well done, Davide Ongaro. You're back-to-back Buggyland champion, 3-time back-to-back-to-back world champion, current 10-scale four-wheel drive champion, European e-buggy champion. And man, this guy just winning races and stacking races. Very impressive. Well done, Davide Ongaro. Perfect race by him. Perfect race. Good job. Just missed it, Tony Schumacher. Good job to Davide Ongaro. Good job to all these racers. Look at that guy, Josemi Sanchez. You'll see more racing from him in the future as well. David Todd as well. Clement Bodo having a good run as well. Well done for the Frenchman.
Matt's just grabbing Ongaro.
So,
who's
all right, so we're going to have a chat with world champion Ongaro.
Okay, over to Matt.
These guys are ready. Tired legs. That was pretty convincing.
Yeah, I think this track is harder than the world track. Making 1 hour here is tough, a lot.
You look like you were having fun, but now you seem quite tired.
Yeah, I'm tired, honestly. I mean, we finish every day, not early, late. So, I mean, three days here are tough. And then 1 hour on the last day. Tomorrow we go home. So 1 hour was tough here. I mean, everything was on point. First strategy was okay. We make our splash and go on the last 5 minutes to be sure we had the margin so we can make it. And, yeah, happy about the result.
There was some timing issues with mechanics having to run around to try and get the timing. Did that affect you guys at all, or you knew you were in front?
Oh, I mean, we were in front, and my dad has all the time on the chrono, but so we can make all the first stop good, and yeah, that was okay for us.
Is that you done for the year? What's next?
No, we have a Red TP next weekend, and then last round of national, and that's it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Well done, Davide Ongaro, your 2024 Buggyland champion. We want to thank all of you for joining us here in the chat. We greatly appreciate it. A big shout out to RC Racing TV for all their hard work. James, Will, and Matt. A big shout out to these sponsors for making it happen. EuroRC.com, just RC, no BS. JConcepts.net and Scuderia Scampi Rosso. I am Left to the Great of the No Name RC podcast. Don't forget to go over there, hit that sub, like, and notification button over there as well. We'll probably be talking about this race next week on the podcast. Thank you all for joining us. And hey, you'll see you later. There we go. That's what we was using for scoring right there.
Well, seeing as it's gone
pictures of that.
It was going to be ghetto anyway, but for anyone that wants the final scores, you can pause, go back and pause that. I apologise. I didn't realise that camera was live. How embarrassing. Yeah. Well, there you go. Those are the final scores. And Matt wants to maybe cut away from me.
Well, we'll cut to a nice VT of EuroRC. Thank you so much, Lefty. We couldn't have done it without you, and you kind of found a way to get us through it. So thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. A Reg GP next week for Ongaro. That's what he said. That was a very dramatic race at the end last week as well. So that's probably why we didn't see Polito and Elliot here. They have a race next weekend. Busy schedule for the Europeans coming to an end. And hopefully we get to see Ongaro over in the USA next year. All right, guys, I think that's it. Nitrous Glory. E-Buggy wasn't paying the bills here.
Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks to EuroRC.com for being the title sponsor of this event. Also to J Concepts, Scuderia Scampi Rosso. I've been Matt McCallum. Couldn't have done it without Lefty, James, Will Venables, and just one last word.
A special thanks to Will for holding my phone for a WhatsApp call with Keenan for the last 8 minutes at the timing screen.
And happy birthday for tomorrow.
Absolutely, Will. Thank you.
Bye.
And happy birthday.
Uh-oh.